Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is loyalty in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Act 3. Sakura woke with a lungful of ice-cold water and a horrible headache. The headache wasn't something Sakura wasn't used to, but the water was something else entirely. She thrashed and trashed, doing little but sloshing around. Her arms and legs were tied and there was a strong hand clenched around the back of her neck, holding her down. A roar sounded as she was roughly jerked back out the tub. Sakura sucked in great gulps of air between her shuddering heaves and the noise drowned out anything else in the room. Slowly, painfully, the black behind her eyes began to recede and she twisted around. Looking back at her was the impassive bird-carved mask of an Umbu. Her eyes rolled down to the bottom of her sockets and she saw the thick bindings keeping her still, not that she had the energy to put up any kind of fight. It was all she could do to make her jaw work. "This is illegal," she rasped. Sakura didn't need 20 guesses to figure out why she was being treated like this, and she'd memorized the village's laws regarding interrogation months ago. There was a process. This wasn't it. She sucked in a deep breath right before her head hit the water again. The sudden icy shock struck her like a physical blow and made her lungs spasm. There was no franticness to the action, no malice. The Umbu was just holding her under while she slowly ran out of oxygen. The Umbu brought her up after about 3 minutes and Sakura vomited up another lungful of water. She didn't try and speak this time and only focused on her breathing. When the water hit her again, she focused on keeping her body still and not panicking. Up out of the cold water again, but this time with no gagging. "You can't do this," she said. "I have rights." "Certainly you do. We're simply bringing you out of an unconscious state." That didn't come from the Umbu holding her over the tub. Suddenly the pressure was off her neck and she was roughly spun around. She was in a dirty room roughly twice the size of her living room back home. It had no windows and only a single door on the far side. Sakura got the feeling she was far below Tanzakugai, down in a place no one would find her. The bird-masked Umbu roughly pulled her away from the tub of water. "Now that you're up," the other one began, "we can start our preliminary medical checkup. All detainees are given that privilege by law." She was thrown into a rusty metal chair. Sakura clenched her teeth when her arms were jerked over its back and then cuffed tight to its legs. The cat-masked man stepped up to her and grabbed her chin, twisting her head this way and that. "Detainee shows liaisons and bruising to the face. I'm worried about her dental health." From behind, 2 fingers fish-hooked her mouth and pulled her lips back. Sakura watched in horror as the cat-faced man pulled out a senbon needle. He tapped her front incisors with it, making a sharp trilling sound of metal on polished glass. "Who are you working for?" he asked. The senbon traced the gaps in her front teeth. "The scroll you were carrying. The one with the seal. Who is it for? Who gave it to you?" "The Otogaku minister," she snarled through clenched teeth. "He wanted me to turn it into the Hokage Tower. It was part of the mission." The Umbu behind her had jammed his fingers into the hinge of her jaw, somehow making it pop open. Suddenly the senbon was scraping and probing her molars. Interesting that correspondence from a civilian minister would be so heavily sealed and encoded. Carrying coded messages from one government to another is important work. "You must be proud." Something caught on the senbon's tip. "Oh," the Umbu murmured. "Found a chip. Those aren't good for you." The metal went in deeper and Sakura started to shake. "Not good at all. Might have to take the whole tooth out for your health, Harano-san." Sakura said nothing. The needle's tip went in deeper, twisting and scraping. The metal chair bucked as Sakura tried to shy away, but the hands on her jaw and her bindings made that impossible. She felt more of her tooth chip away as the Umbu dug deeper. Raw pain thundered between her ears as she screamed herself senseless. The cat-masked Umbu was calm as he slowly rotated the needle, making the tiny pinprick bigger and bigger as Sakura tried to squirm away. "Now I've found a cavity. It might be that we have to treat this at the Ville." The Umbu jumped aside before a lance of rock could pierce him. From the wall Sakura was directly looking straight at it. Another thin spear of stone shot out and zipped over her shoulder at the man holding her mouth open. They both retreated to the far side of the room by the door as Sakura summoned another sealless earth flow spear to cut her bonds. Didn't know she could do that, the bird-masked man said to his partner as Sakura shook off the last of her restraints. Was it in her file? The Harano clan has no Kekkei Genkai. A single black eyebrow managed to poke above the top of his mask as Sakura started sinking into the stone floor. She really shouldn't be able to do that. Well, she's doing it. Mind stopping her? Cat Mask sighed and made a snake seal. Before Sakura could notice, a long staff of wood shot out the wall behind her and knocked her unconscious. Nothing was ever easy, was it? Chapter 21, Act 3. Kakashi put down the mug of coffee he'd been sipping from. What did you just say? He asked, incredulous. Yamanaka Inoichi leaned on the door frame, blocking the hallway and giving them a shred of privacy in an otherwise open area. Your student showed up at the Tanzakugai office 2 days ago. He tossed a thin manila folder on the desk Kakashi was working at. She's been brought to the village, but access is being kept tight. Kakashi started thumbing through the file. It had a rough sketch of Sakura in it along with a few stills from a security camera. She's been detained. What charge? Sedition. Inoichi answered, incredulous. What have we been working on the last few days down here? We have enough evidence of a crime to throw at her already, but I've been told they found a scroll with her that has correspondence from Otagakure. Well, I wouldn't say it's open and shut just yet, the Jounin murmured, still leafing through the case file. His free hand reached over and tapped a plain-looking brown journal. Everything in here could be completely innocent. You don't really believe that? Inoichi sighed and glanced at the hallway behind him. Look, I know you're fond of the kid. Hell, she practically lived at my house for a few years growing up. It's hard for me to believe it. It doesn't change the facts, Kakashi. The folder closed with a thump. I know, he said. His chair squealed against stone floor as he got up. I just want to make absolutely sure. I appreciate everything that the Intelligence Division has done. Kakashi patted the man on the shoulder as he ambled past. I'll keep in touch. Inoichi watched him go before his eyes drifted back to the table filled with the scant few things that constituted Harano Sakura's life. It's not like I don't wish things were different too, he mumbled, wondering how he was going to tell his daughter. Kakashi squinted when he stepped outside the Konohagakure Intelligence Division's building. Some people gave him a polite nod or a wave, but he shuffled on past without giving them much thought. Anyone who knew him wouldn't take offense to it, and those that didn't weren't really worth wasting the brain power on. Not when he needed it most, anyway. Sakura was back. It wasn't that he wasn't thankful, he just wished she'd taken more time to get home. Things were at a delicate stage. People were nervous and twitchy at delicate stages, in his experience. They thought they knew everything and that the hard parts were over. No more thinking needed, folks. Case closed. Kakashi knew better than that. Inoichi hadn't been wrong, though. The evidence that Sakura was neck-deep in something truly ugly was there if you squinted hard enough. He'd done something a week ago that he should have done a month ago, namely broken into his student's room for a little dirt digging. Naruto and Sasuke had been easy, the worst skeletons in their respective closets had been some unregistered explosives and disturbingly vanilla appetites for pornography. It was Sakura's room that had turned up the pay dirt. He had almost missed it. The only girl on his team was sharp as a razor and knew some amazing things for her age, but Kakashi had thought she lacked real subtlety. Things had just gone against her since he noticed the false floorboard on his second sweep through her room. It was pretty standard for a ninja to have hiding spots like that, but Sakura had gone the extra mile and taken the time to use a wood-colored putty to hide even a hint of wear and tear on the loose board. He'd been impressed with the work. What he hadn't been impressed with was the scroll squirreled inside. He had expected to find more Uegakure training manuals or some kind of heirlooms Sakura's father might have left her that would explain the rapid improvement he'd been pretending not to notice. Instead, he had a summoning scroll with an advanced triggering seal. It'd taken him 2 hours of actual work to crack, and he'd been rewarded with a small brown diary not unlike the bingo books Jounin carried around with them. Inside that was a running log nearly a year old. He'd told Inoichi the truth back at the Intelligence Division. The things in the book were innocent, even if the seal and cipher weren't. The whole thing could be taken as just a strange diary from a girl who didn't count literary prowess among her many talents. The strange musical code and the weird little report-like diary entries could be explained away. He had been doing an adequate job of that over the last few days. What he hadn't shown Inoichi, or anyone else, was the one page he'd removed from the journal before filing his intelligence report and turning everything over for detailed analysis. A page that, after painstaking cryptology, detailed meeting a leading village councilman in a place that very few people knew about. Rude compromised covers of agents Yakushi and Harino. Yakushi Kabuto, Genin, had been declared missing in action a few days after Kakashi's team had left on their mission to Suna. He'd simply left his apartment and everything inside and disappeared. No one knew where he was. Agent given impression that Danzo's ultimate goal was civil war. Shimura Danzo had nearly been the third. Both had been students of the Nidaime and knew his methods inside and out. The third had always been uncomfortable with the cloak and dagger aspects of the village, though. A civil war with the backing of a new hidden village was right up Danzo's alley if you made the leap. He wanted a coup d'état. Kakashi knew he was running a terrible risk removing that page from the journal. In a book of nothing but frivolous entries about what Sakura thought about her team, the village, and other aspects of ninja life, it was the only one that had grabbed attention as being something radically out of the ordinary. Danzo's name was nowhere else in the book and neither was Kabuto's. There was always the chance that Yakushi Kabuto setting Sakura up to take the fall for something. Kakashi had pulled the teen's file and found a life of complete mediocrity. No awards, no outstanding achievements. Kabuto was the definition of a background character that everyone would overlook. Additionally, according to Sakura's official medical records, she and Kabuto knew each other. He had saved her life by getting her to a hospital after a snake had bitten her when she was just an academy student. Spies marked interesting targets like that. Kakashi had done it himself back in Umbu, and many a mission had been salvaged by setting up a nice pigeon like that to take the fall when all was said and done. The convenient timing of his disappearance lent some weight to that as well, and Danzo wasn't so sloppy that he'd do something like hinge a life or death plan on a 12-year-old spy. But, there was no denying that the writing was Sakura's. It had used the exact same code as the rest of the book. Unless the entire thing was a fabrication, she had written that entry for whatever reason. Added to that was the fact no one who examined the scroll attached to it could figure out just where the hell it went. It was a complete and total mess. Kakashi realized that he wasn't going to get to the bottom of this without talking to Sakura herself. Even detained with a gag order, there were only so many places they could put her. He could probably drop in on a few of his old Umbu teammates to find out what was going on. He made a turn at an alleyway a few blocks away from the intelligence division. Umbu kept a number of district offices and safe houses away from the flashy official headquarters outside the Hokage Tower. The safe houses rotated every few years, but Kakashi made it a point to ferret out their new locations for situations like this. The back door to a butcher's shop opened up with the lightest brush of his chakra in the lock. There was no point in being circumspect. Hidden cameras were everywhere around the safe houses and they had probably started tracking him blocks ago. Besides, this was going to be a social call. Rows of chilled pig carcasses brushed against him as he threaded his way to the real heart of this shop. A few paces from the main drain of the butchering floor was a small tributary drain barely 2 feet across. Kakashi hooked his spindly fingers through the grating and pulled it up so he could squeeze down into the hidden sub-basement. It took a few moments of climbing down through the dark, but there was a pre-verbal light at the end of this tunnel in the form of a hatch. It was rigged with more seals and traps than just about anything in the village, but thankfully for Kakashi it opened from the inside after a light knock. Well. Look who it is. Uzuki Yojao. She was the only one in the room who hadn't hastily grabbed her mask, probably because no matter how well she masked her voice he'd be able to pick out an old squad member. It was the first time he'd seen the woman in a few years. Blankets covered what he knew to be workbenches and paper files that were technically above his pay grade to look at these days. Kakashi gave Yojao a respectful nod and leaned up against the ladder he'd just come down. As much as he'd like to snoop around, the others wouldn't like him down here, former captain or not. He wasn't going to overstay his welcome. The younger woman tossed him an amused look. You know you're not technically supposed to even know about these places anymore, right? Wouldn't want the old Jounin to throw a hip coming down the ladder. But the retirement home was so boring. I thought I'd come down and see how the new generation is filling Daddy's sandals. He looked over her shoulder at the half-dozen other masked people watching. Maybe we could reminisce somewhere else. A business call. That's pretty boring, Kakashi. Yojao popped her neck. Look, I know why you're here. You want information about that Harano girl. The investigation isn't at the point where we can talk about it. Kakashi wondered who the highest-ranking person in the room was. As a Jounin, he was technically part of the standard forces, but his old Anbu rank and his reputation had their perks. Since this was such a minor safe house, he could probably just bully everyone in here. It wouldn't make them any more likely to help him, though. The standard forces weren't held in the highest regard among the Anbu. I'm responsible for her, he tried instead. I might not be Anbu anymore, but I still remember how to look after a teammate. Even one that's only 12. She needs someone in her corner right now, and everyone else who cares is either a civilian or a child themselves. You want me to just walk away from that, Yojao? Did you forget everything I taught you? Are you honestly pulling the teammate card? For a kid. Sure am, he beamed. Gonna let me, or do I have to find another dealer? Yojao groaned. Fine. Fine. She's been quoting laws at us all day anyway. Your kid is already with Ibiki, but I know he hasn't really started on her yet. Ibiki. Kakashi let a little bit of real anger creep into his voice. This is moving faster than normal, Yojao. There aren't even formal charges yet. Don't look at me. The council is the one pushing the investigation. One of the other Anbu took a step forward, but a look from Yojao stopped him cold. This is Hatake Kakashi. As far as I'm concerned, he has the run of this place. That kind of information should still stay with us, the man argued. He gave Kakashi a nod of respect, though. Regardless of how much of a hero they are, Anbu should keep its secrets. Yojao frowned, and Kakashi recognized that maybe the woman realized she'd gotten too comfortable. He smiled and pushed away from the wall. Well, he might have a point. I think it's time I get moving anyway. I forgot how creepy it can be down here with you introverts. A kunao appeared in Yojao's hand. She was smiling too, but it was rougher. Let me help you with that, Kakashi Taiko. 2 blocks away, Kakashi chuckled as his shadow clone caught a kunao with its head. He honestly hadn't thought his old teammate would notice. Time really does fly, he muttered good-naturedly. Ibiki's section wasn't similar to any other Anbu umbrella organization. Unlike the Anbu branch offices or even the intelligence division, the torture and interrogation squad made no secret of their place of business. In fact, it was remarkably easy for anyone in the village to find. Ibiki wanted everyone to see his people every day, walking to work like everyone else. It was a great reminder to the civilians that, yes, there were ninja among you, and, yes, no matter how nice they seem, they will drag you to the office if you step out of line. Kakashi knew more than most, though. Torture and interrogation was slowly being mothballed thanks to the, relatively, peaceful times and the adoption of less painful methods down at Intel for getting information out of people. Recently, Ibiki and his people had even been given additional duties to fill their work days, up to and including the mind-numbing privilege of being sentries up on the village wall. They must be loving the attention the council was giving them. A high-profile interrogation was just the kind of thing to get them back in the limelight and maybe a bit more of the budget. Ibiki would be playing this entire thing to the very letter of the book. That became obvious when Kakashi walked up to the main entrance of Ibiki's headquarters and found it locked, sealed, and warded. A polite knock wouldn't get him inside when they had a premium prisoner. Kakashi lazily flickered to the top of the building, likely setting off every alarm inside. It was a knock, but certainly not a polite one. Even academy students knew better than to mold any excessive chakra around a security building. Things like that got you arrested if you were a nobody. You know how long it takes to reset these things. Good for Kakashi, he wasn't a nobody. Well, I didn't want to waste any time, Ibiki. The giant special Jounin was on the other side of the roof glowering at him. I want to see my student, he said, not wasting any time on pleasantries. They weren't really friends in this context, he was an advocate for someone accused of a crime. Ibiki understood that as well. Gag order by the village council. No one sees her but interrogation. The council can't ignore the law. She's allowed to see her team supervisor if there are criminal charges against her. Special circumstances. Village security, integrity and all that. There's a bylaw. Kakashi clicked his tongue. A bylaw that requires a special order by the Hokage to activate. Do you have the paperwork for that? I want to see it. The Hokage had never used that policy, even during the war. Drop the theatrics, Ibiki. I want to see Sakura. For a long moment Kakashi thought he'd actually have to go and get an official order since Ibiki didn't look like he'd budge on the issue. It wasn't that he couldn't appreciate the man's position, the council would be furious that someone had bucked their authority. Ibiki. He tried again. The man's shoulders slumped. Fine. I get it. He stomped twice on the roof and a panel a few feet away sprang open. I want all your weapons here in a pile before you come in, understand? Every single one. And that left eye of yours stays behind that forehead protector. Kakashi graciously complied, he even gave up a few of his holdout knives and tags just to make Ibiki feel extra important. Both men knew that there was plenty more, but Ibiki was being polite and smart enough not to insist on a pat-down. Kakashi led the way down the hatch into the building. The interrogation bureau looked like a normal building from the outside, but Kakashi knew it was just one giant block of concrete and rebar except for a long hallway leading from the door to the service elevator in the center. This hatch ran down parallel to it, all the way to the bottom and the holding cells. Kakashi had dropped off people down here before, but he still felt unnerved every time he had to go down to the cages. We're taking a right at the bottom, Ibiki said. It was the first bit of noise other than their feet hitting metal rungs for the last few minutes. Those are the high-security cages. You have a 12-year-old girl locked up in the high-security cages. Ibiki might have laughed. You haven't read the Umbu report, the classified one. There's a reason she's in isolation. Isolation. Kakashi grabbed the edge of the ladder and slid down the rest of the way. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. There was nothing in the investigation that would warrant isolation or even high security. Not a single thing. Damn it, Kakashi. Calm down. The Jounin didn't listen and Ibiki didn't seriously try and stop him. They passed row after row of empty blocks. Most of the cells were in bad repair and rusting off their locks, but Kakashi knew that was just Ibiki's own twist on containment. He would give the prisoners just that hint of escape and then rip it away when they made a break. The escape attempt gave him more leniencies to interrogate. One cell had a light on, though. Kakashi made a beeline for it. Sitting there, in the middle of the room under a bare bulb, was a young girl tied and chained to a wooden chair with a bag over her head. In fact, the walls themselves were made of wood. There wasn't a single bit of uncovered space. Ibiki caught up. She has some kind of Kekii Genkai. It's in the Umbu report. Haruno Sakura? Registration 012601. Ibiki nodded. She doesn't have a Kekii Genkai. She has something. She nearly escaped from Umbu interrogation. They said she used a doton to cut the ropes and almost got underground. He nodded to the restraints. Without her hands. Kakashi gave him a look. What is she being charged with? Ibiki crossed his arms. What isn't she being charged with? Umbu kept the letter that she brought from Suna, but they left me enough for an interrogation warrant to get the full story from her. I'd really rather not have to use it. He put a set of keys into Kakashi's hand and leisurely walked back up the hall. Kakashi knew he wouldn't be far. Sakura's head snapped up when the lock on her door clicked. I want to see my teacher, she said, voice raspy. Rights, I have our rights. It was nice that she remembered at least that much, Kakashi thought as he checked the room for listening devices. He was still good, but there was no denying Umbu and interrogation might have cooked up something he wasn't privy to. So far, though, it looked like Ibiki had left them in peace. It would have to be good enough. What to say, though? How to frame it? What to ask? She was getting squirmy, though. Time to start. The bag came off and two bleary eyes looked up at him. They seemed a lot older than he remembered. Kakashi smiled. Feels like I haven't seen you in ages, Sakura. Welcome home. Chapter 22. Feels like I haven't seen you in ages, Sakura. Welcome home. Light blinded her as someone tugged the bag off her head. The sudden movement made Sakura's jaw ache, but she gratefully took her first deep lungful of air not humid with her own breath and spittle in over a day. She blearily twisted her head around until she saw the lanky figure of her teacher over her shoulder. The tall man circled her chair once and Sakura got the feeling his eyes were lingering on her bare arms and her stomach. She'd been stripped down to just a sports bra and shorts by the people in this place before she was put in her cell. Have medical ninja already given it a look? Sakura nodded. Actual medical tests had been one of the first things done to her that morning. One of doctors had fixed her tooth with chakra, but it still throbbed from time to time. Everything else they'd taken their time with. The big man, Marino Ibiki, had just stood off to the side while they'd done it. He'd told her things that still made her stomach roll, tiny explosion seals sewn into the stomach lining of a child who was then sent back to the target, his parents, summoned insects that were implanted inside someone's head to overhear conversations, dozens of lobotomizing jutsu used to control actions and emotions. It was a 2-hour procession of horrors that Sakura didn't think she'd ever be able to forget. Kakashi frowned and bent down to look at the large scar on her chest. Liver transplant. The letter from Suna didn't mention things were that bad. Feeling all right? Notice any complications from the surgery? Organs sometimes get rejected. Does the village really care if my organs fail at this point? I care. You're my student, after all. It hurt to hear that. In her mind, Sakura had built Kakashi up as the blade hanging over her neck. He was her enemy by circumstance. If anyone would find her out, it would be him. Thank you, she murmured. I didn't think you'd still want to call me that after. Kakashi followed Sakura's eyes to a satchel sitting in the corner and the headband sitting on top of it. Ibiki never changes. He scooped the polished steel up and ran his thumb over the musical note etched there. It was the only thing that had been left with her. Ibiki had made sure she had known it was in the room before the bag went over her head that morning. They had taken her Konoha headband. There must be an amazing story behind this, Kakashi muttered, rapping on the metal plate so it rang. Sakura tried to laugh, but it came out sounding too much like a sob. It's funny. I thought that everything would be different after I started, but nothing really changed. I was just busier. I had to spend all my free time doing Kabuto's dirty work day after day. A thought occurred and she snapped her head up. You did get him, right? I'd really like to see him in shackles too. I owe the jerk that much since he got me into this mess. Kakashi's hand came up quickly to shush her. He gave the door's great a poignant look and said, Sakura, the only thing the village knows for sure right now is that you came into Tanzikugai with an Oto headband. Everything else is just circumstantial if you don't say anything else. Ice gripped Sakura's throat. They had even found her journal and decoded it. So, what happens now? She managed to ask. She desperately hoped Ibiki hadn't heard her comment about Kabuto. Now you need to give me a full statement. You need to think long and hard about what you want to say, Sakura. Our friend out there has a general interrogation warrant in case something doesn't add up. A bit of the tension left Kakashi as he let out a deep sigh. Let's start with something simple, okay? What happened after you left the caravan? I went after Hinata. Something no one else wanted to do, Sakura snapped. She knew she was being unreasonable, but she was stressed and the emotions were still fresh. If I had been a little bit faster I could have saved her myself. I found her body instead. It wasn't your fault. No one could have expected you to actually find her. They rigged her body to blow up. They almost used Hinata's body to kill me. I killed him, though. I put a kunai right through him. I feel good when I think about it, too. Sakura's shackles jingled as she strained against them. If the Umbu had been there, if they had gone after her right away, she wouldn't have died. He wouldn't have cut her eyes out while she was still alive. Kakashi took the admonishment in stride and didn't wilt. So it was the dojutsu they were after. I'm sorry you had to see it so early in life. I really am. You've seen too much too already, and that's not what my generation fought the last war for. It was supposed to be the end to all of this. Well, it wasn't. And you know the worst thing? No one in the village cares about Hinata. They just wanted her eyes. You're not wrong. The Byakugan is one of Konoha's treasures. Normally Hinata wouldn't have been allowed to even leave the village, but her father thought that the heir should get some hands-on experience with the other countries. He was still for a long minute and Sakura was fine leaving it at that, but Kakashi didn't. And you're underestimating Hinata. She was a Konoha shinobi herself. She might have been afraid, but she faced it like a shinobi should. She died a hero of the village. Like a shinobi should. The ninja rules that Sakura had spent so much time memorizing at the academy. Put the village's needs over the individual's wants. Don't dress up suicide, she croaked, forcing the old memories back down. The village isn't a person. It doesn't bleed or feel pain. Why should she have to die for some idea? Are we still talking about Hinata? The sneer Sakura favored him with answered that. I'm not here to judge your political views, Sakura. You found Hinata dead and managed to kill her murderer. After that you made it to Suna, where you were treated for injuries. What happened there? I met someone. The leader of Otogakure. He was having a meeting with the Kazekage. They talked about attacking Konoha. Kakashi pushed off from the wall and quickly knocked loudly on the thick door. I think that's about all you need to say in this place. Ibiki, we're going to go see the Hokage. A shadow darkened the grate. Are you sure about this? If you're wrong about this, about her, then it's your neck. The Jounin was already walking back to Sakura. Let's just say I don't think she's lying. After all, she's not the type of person to die for an idea as obscure as village loyalty, is she? The shackles on Sakura's arms and legs came off with just a brush of the man's deft fingers. At Sakura's incredulous look, he just winked. Ibiki pushed open the cell door. The look he was giving Sakura was far less kind. I suppose so. I'm going to officially transfer custody over to you, though. You'll have to forgive me not having any faith in someone who won't even take responsibility for herself. Kakashi ruffled Sakura's hair. I understand. We'll go straight to the tower, then. Could you send word ahead of us? Got it, Kakashi. Hesitantly, Sakura got to her feet. Physically there was nothing wrong with her body. She'd gotten a clean bill of health from the Umbu medics and the few issues with muscles or skin healing wrong had been fixed. Now she had full range of motion again with only the pink-white scars on her arms and chest to show that once she hadn't been quite so whole. No one moved to stop her as she stumbled to the door. Kakashi and Ibiki were speaking in quiet tones by her old chair and for once Sakura didn't feel like eavesdropping. The dingy, dark, open hallway was calling to her after being in that cell. Something metal hit her back and clattered to the floor. She turned and saw Ibiki staring at her. Kakashi didn't look pleased with him. You forgot your headband, he said. Sakura scooped the Otogakure brand up and stared back. Guess I did, she sneered. Somehow it felt heavier than her Konoha one when she finally got it nestled in the usual place atop her head. Kakashi joined her in the hall after a few more minutes without Ibiki. Come on, he said. We can take a little time to let you get your thoughts together. I think you'll be meeting with the full council. They walked down to the service elevator together, Sakura a step behind. When Kakashi stopped to punch in the top floor, she caught him glance at her headband. The metal box shuddered and slowly lurched upward. Kakashi let his back thump against the rickety metal cage. Sakura stayed firmly on the opposite side. So, Kakashi finally rumbled, Otogakure. The word sounded like a curse coming from him. We can talk in here. I've already smudged the audio seals on the wall coming down. Sakura angled her body away. I didn't pick it, if that's what you think. Kabuto threatened to kill me. How long? Over a year? Ever since the day I was bitten by a snake at the academy. Did you know about that? I stumbled on Kabuto giving a report to a summoned animal. He set up the accident so he could either recruit or kill me. She shifted until she could see Kakashi's face. I didn't want to die. Given the earlier outburst, Kakashi didn't question that. He just dipped his head until his chin was touching his chest and waited out the rest of the ride. Sakura went back to staring at the endless scroll of rock going past. A few more uncomfortable minutes and the lift lurched to a stop at the top of the shaft. Kakashi went out first as smooth as if he were walking out of his apartment. Sakura followed, but had to shade her eyes against the warm Konoha sun. The sounds and the crowds of the village washed over her as she stumbled along after her teacher. There were looks from people. Her hair was longer than it had been when she left and no one had let her braid it since her initial strip search. A few civilians who were knowledgeable about such things took note of her headband, though. Even a non-ninja could tell something was amiss when a Konohanin was suddenly wearing a different mark. Are you hungry? Kakashi asked out of the blue. Food deprivation is standard Umbu. You'll need to be at your best when you meet with the village leadership. Can we really stop for something like that? There's time. It's going to take the council some time to get all its members together. A roadside noodle cart served well enough and Sakura had her first bite of real food in days. She ordered another bowl after finishing with her first and it disappeared almost as quickly. It's better than fried alligator. Kakashi snorted. Most everything is. It got delicious after a month living in River's swampland, though. Better than the mudfish? They shared a laugh at that. It was probably the first one Sakura had let slip in days and it felt good. Forrid. Is that really you? Even though it was futile, Sakura still ducked her head and prayed that she hadn't been spotted. With all that was going on in her life at the moment, the thought of running into one of her friends hadn't even crossed her mind. Kakashi, smooth as silk, swiveled on his stool and waved at Asuma. The rest of Team 10 had followed Ino out of the road. Shikamaru, grumbling and complaining, and Koji, eyeing the stall's selection, stopped short of actually jumping into a seat like Ino did. They simply lingered on the edge while their loud teammate made her fuss. You look like a complete mess, Sakura. What's with your hair? And those clothes? Sakura winced when Ino tugged on her hair and slapped the girl's hand away. Oh my god. What happened to your arms? Did you get mauled by a pack of dogs or something? Ino looked around like she was party to some great secret. She was excited. Ino was always hyperactive when she got excited. I heard about your mission. All the adults are talking about Hinata. Sakura crossed her arms and shied away. I don't want to talk about it, Ino. Ask your dad if you're that interested. The girl frowned. He doesn't tell me anything about work. You know that. I only heard about you because of Kiba going nuts a few days ago. He's under house arrest, you know. I heard he attacked his teacher. Ino, stop gossiping, Shikamaru drawled. He gave Sakura a look up and down, but his eyes focused on her headband. His attention drew Ino's as well and she drew back like Sakura burned. What is that? Where's your Konoha headband? Sakura was saved by Kakashi putting his hand on her shoulder. That's enough chit-chat for now, I think. We've got appointments to keep. She let herself be guided away from the stall. A look over her shoulder showed Asuma talking with his team. Ino's face was stormy. Their eyes met for a moment, but then they were lost as the crowd swallowed Sakura and her teacher up. The center of town hosted the most impressive of all Konoha buildings. Sakura had always thought that. It had a simplicity to it that seemed to just welcome people. Anyone, ninja or civilian, had a right to come and ask for help at the tower. Day and night someone was at the front desk to take a question. Today Kakashi jumped the modest line of people and went right up to the counter. People might have grumbled, but all that died when they saw Kakashi's vest. They could recognize ninja business. The Chunin behind the desk took note of Sakura as she walked up behind her teacher. He didn't try very hard to keep a frown off his face when he noticed Sakura's headband. You're late, Kakashi. Everyone is up in the second-floor conference room, he snapped, still looking sourly at Sakura. Kakashi knocked on the desk and stole the man's attention. Who's everyone? The village council? There's also a representative from the fire daimyo. What business does the daimyo have here? This is a village matter. The receptionist shrugged in an exaggerated way. He looked like he was enjoying Kakashi's annoyance. I couldn't tell you. It might be best for you to go up and see for yourself, Jounin-san. Kakashi rolled his eye and ushered Sakura on. They left the crowded lobby behind as they went up. As open as the tower was, anything past the first floor was village only. An elderly man was waiting on them by one of the big bay windows that circled the second-floor hallway. Sakura's first impression was that he was some kind of perfunctory official, but Kakashi straightened up and made a little bow when he caught the man's attention. Sakura hastily copied the gesture when she stopped behind her teacher. He shifted and his robes fluttered about, showing that there wasn't much meat left to his old form. Still, Sakura could feel the warranted gravitas of his presence. It reminded her of Shimura Danzo. Hey, take Kakashi. We were warned by Sarutobi that you would likely be late. Considering the circumstances, one would think your usual habits could be curtailed. His eyes slid over to Sakura. Behind the thick glasses he wore they looked even more critical and beady. This is the girl, then. Kakashi moved a little, drawing the attention away. That's right, my Tokado-san. Ibiki didn't feed her down in interrogation, so we stopped for a quick bite to eat. Didn't want to her faint or something while she's answering questions. The elder, Mito Kato, clicked his tongue. His face might have tightened a fraction, but it was gone as he turned and started walking. Kakashi fell a respectful distance back and Sakura followed his lead. The hallways were deserted except for the trio making their way around the big looping path to the conference room. Mito Kato might have been content to let the silence continue, but Kakashi wasn't. So, I heard that there's a government representative that's going to be sitting in. I didn't know we were giving the daimyo such a say these days. When another government lodges an official complaint, we do. Your student will be questioned on more than just the circumstances of her arrest. What she has to say for her actions in the land of rivers is also of interest. Kakashi glanced over his shoulder and Sakura blushed. I did what I needed to do to get back to Konoha. No one was going to help me, she automatically countered. They stopped exactly across from the stairway leading up from the first floor. There was only another staircase leading up and a giant double door leading to the center of the tower. Mito Kato pressed his hand against the door. We will see, he said as he pushed. Kakashi stepped through the portal with the same confident swagger he always had, leaving Sakura to either follow him in at the same pace or be left behind in the doorway. It wasn't a room Sakura was personally familiar with. The Hokage and the senior leadership usually handed out missions on the third floor, where there was a massive space devoted to such things. This, a room that Sakura and her team must have passed a few dozen times over the last few weeks, was smaller than Sakura expected and windowless. At the back of the room there was a slightly raised desk that curved around the walls of the room. The Hokage was sitting in the middle, talking quietly with an old woman beside him. All the rest of the seats were filled, some faces Sakura recognized, Danzo in particular was observed with muted shock, and others she'd never seen. Well, it looks like we're all here, the Hokage said. Mito Kato took the open chair on the other side of the old leader. I have to thank everyone for making it so quickly. This is a bit sooner than I would have scheduled, but there's no need to delay. Especially not when we have a cooperative witness. Sakura glared at Danzo. The old man looked back at her with a blasé expression that made the girl's blood boil. Fortunately it was Kakashi who stepped up to be the voice of her defense. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Unfortunately, we don't really have any official charges to cooperate with. I've heard things like sedition being thrown around, but I don't think my student would even be standing here right now if that were the case. The woman at the Hokage's side leaned over and whispered something into his ear. Yes, we understand that, he said, half listening and half talking. We'll get to those charges eventually, but I believe our colleague from the capital has some questions he'd like answered first. Gao-san. If you would. Quite surprised at being put on the spot so soon, a large man struggled to get to his feet on the right side of the room. Ah? Yes, well, there are certain questions, inquiries, from parties with close ties to the river capital. Namely, it was alleged that a female Konoha ninja destroyed several public works projects designed to control flooding in the western part of the country. He shuffled through some of the papers he'd haphazardly strewn across the table. The monetary figure is substantive. An official complaint was nearly filed with the daimyo. Now Kakashi nodded at Sakura. She broke her staring match with Danzo to give the fire official a disgusted grimace. You mean Takarada Gato paid someone in the capital to try and have me arrested because I stopped him from taking over river? Gato? The shipping magnate. The Hokage looked both surprised and suspicious. Isn't he banned from doing business in several smaller countries? Takarada Gato is a respected global businessman. He's a man with a lot of money trying to buy his own country, Sakura snapped. She was guilty of a great many things, but she would be damned if a rat like Gato pulled her down. He was extorting the entire country by building dams that stopped all the river traffic coming into the river capital. He'd even hired a team of IWAnin to do it for him. A tremor went through the council. It was actually Danzo that silenced it with his good hand slamming down on the table. Iwagakure was operating in river. The government official withered under Danzo's attention. You're not going to listen to the testimony of this traitor, are you? There are talks in the Fire Council to allow Gato's businesses to expand operations in the Land of Fire. We have thoroughly vetted him and his interests. Danzo shook his head. I'm sure. However, you will understand if the village decides to use its own vetting process. A glance at the Hokage confirmed that for the representative. I agree. Iwagakure has been slowly increasing its military for several years, and taking missions this close to our border would be the next step to show their recovery. It must be investigated immediately. He turned to Mito Kato. Perhaps a closer look at Gato's business ledgers is called for. How soon could you put together a task force for this? Considering the heightened security in river, a full week. Sarutobi, I must object. We have our own processes and we have full confidence in them. The Hokage put on a placid, placating smile. I'm sure you do, Gao-san. Of course we'll provide all the information we gather to the daimyo's treasurer office so they can compare numbers. You needn't worry about that. Gao shook out his sleeves. He looked like a man desperate to argue, but smart enough to know he wouldn't get what he wanted. Then I think I shall go and bring this joyful news to the daimyo immediately. His assistant stepped away from the wall and followed dutifully as he made his way out. He nearly ran into the back of his employer when Gao stopped short by the door. The daimyo has full faith that Konoha will determine a suitable punishment for this matter on behalf of the Land of Rivers, he said over his shoulder. He was already moving into the hall before the last word was out of his mouth. One of the Chunin guards shut the door behind Agato. With him gone, the Hokage seemed to slump a little in his chair. That should take care of the people best kept out of these matters, he said as he started carefully stuffing his pipe with tobacco. A snap of his fingers and it was lit. Of course Gato is nearly untouchable thanks to his connections in the capital, but we can give them a good scare once in a while. Gao will tell Gato of this supposed investigation and he will voluntarily let the Land of Rivers have a reprieve for a few months. Perhaps that will be enough for the government to rally. Knowing the people she'd met in River, Sakura could believe it. That was a good thought. Floki and Ning and everyone else didn't deserve to be under Gato's thumb. She wanted to thank the Hokage for that, but Sakura knew it probably wouldn't be received well. The old man drummed his fingers on the table. He'd clearly expected some kind of reaction, but Sakura hadn't indulged. Now he just puffed his pipe and watched her. I think we should move the meeting on to the true apex now that the distractions are gone. Attention went to Danzo. The elder glanced at the Hokage with his one good eye. Don't you think, Sarutobi? Perhaps you're right. There are many things that need to be clarified and questions to be answered. You can lead things off if you wish. Sakura's hands clenched. Danzo was going to be the one to put her on trial? Do you think that seal is still there? She asked. There was a general chattering in the room, but Sakura knew Danzo had heard her. The look he gave her in return was placid. What seal? Kakashi asked. He stepped between Sakura and Danzo, stooping low enough that his face was level. The one put on me when. The Hokage tapped his pipe against the table and the individual conversations died. There are many things to discuss today in regards to this young genin and the greater political situation we now find ourselves in. Kakashi reluctantly dropped his question and turned around. Political situation? This is a bit heavy to drop on what's supposed to be a simple disciplinary hearing. My student has already answered the questions about the land of rivers. River doesn't concern us, Danzo said. We're speaking of Otogakuer and the treaty we signed with them when Orochimaru visited Konoha 3 weeks ago in disguise. There was one moment of complete silence in the hall before everything erupted in a cacophony of shouting. Hayashi Hyuga was on his feet along with the other representatives of his clan, yelling about how it was Orochimaru who had gotten his daughter killed, and the elders from the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans were all storming up to the Hokage about Orochimaru himself. Mitokato, the old woman at the Hokage's side, intercepted them, raising their voices and calling for calm while Danzo bore all the oaths and curses stoically. Sakura fell like a boneless fish. Kakashi caught her before she could hit the ground and let her sink to her knees. Sakura? Sakura, don't faint on me. This is important. Her mind latched onto that steady voice, ignoring the little tremor that had come out at first. Silence. Chakra hit the room like a physical blow, making everyone stagger. Most of the older counselors either went to the floor or slumped into chairs. Even Danzo had to steady himself. The third took a deep breath and 2 streams of smoke poured out of his nose. I apologize for that, but we have no time for hysterics. Tsunagakuer is planning a massive attack during the upcoming Chunin examination. They may already be allying with the lesser villages around us. He looked directly at Sakura. Haruno Sakura, your charges were never intended to be on trial here. Anything you may or may not have done over the last year is expunged. As far as the village is now concerned, you are a special advisor from Otogakuer put at our disposal. The third pulled a scroll from his sleeve. This was delivered to us by Orochimaru. The only people who have heard it so far have been Danzo, Mitokato, Yudiden, and myself. Sakura used Kakashi's arm to get back to her feet and she tugged her teacher forward. Everyone was crowding around the Hokage as he slowly began unwinding the scroll on the table. Sakura recognized it instantly as the one she'd been given by Orochimaru. There was only a simple summoning circle on it. The third bit his finger and pressed a little bit of blood onto it, activating the mechanism. Don't be surprised, he said as the seal belched smoke. What remained was a small purple snake. Kakashi took a step back from it when it swung its head about, stopping momentarily on Sakura before turning its attention to the Hokage. Sarutobi looked grave. Tell that former student of mine that the full council is waiting. He started tapping out his pipe to fit a fresh pinch of tobacco. The snake seized up for a second and then started spasming. Weapons were drawn all around and a few people started making seals, but the third waved them off. The movement stopped after a moment and the snake curled up into a tight coil. It opened its mouth wide enough that its jaw unhinged. How pleasant it is to hear from you again, Sarutobi-sensei. The voice came from the stationary serpent and Sakura recognized the technique as the same one she'd witnessed Kabuto using when she first had stumbled upon him. There was little doubt that it was Orochimaru himself speaking with them. I can't say the same, the third replied. The full village council is here now, as is your attaché. It's time to fulfill your part of this. The snake's head swiveled to Sakura. No matter how she told herself it was a medium, she couldn't help but think the little snake was Orochimaru. So she is. How did you find the land of rivers? The other children didn't think that you would make it back alive, but here you are. What are you getting out of this, snake? Danzo demanded. You can't have us believe you've gone altruistic in the years you've been on the run. What is it you want from us? You already know that none of us will let you return to the village. We've discussed that. Went and told Sarutobi-sensei about all our little talks, did you? I suppose it would be your fault I haven't heard from Kabuto in a few days. Danzo said nothing. To be frank, the land of rice fields has been quite accommodating to me, though several larger villages have begun making more overt demands. A public alliance with the land of fire would ensure I am not forced to flee for a few more years. Hyuga Heishi sneered. So you want to use us to protect your hole in the wall? What kind of help are you offering? Military aid? Supplies. Information. The Kazekage believes I am to help him attack Konoha. Instead, I will funnel you information through my agents. And what did you promise the Kazekage to coerce him into putting the fate Tsunagakuer in the hands of an untested minor village? Why bring you into this plot? Not accounting for the unique insight I can give them on Konoha's defenses, they also believe I control the Kyuubi no Yoko. The room stilled again. Kakashi glanced sharply at Sakura. How did you convince him that you control that? You mean how did I convince him that I could deliver Naruto-kun to him? Orochimaru's smugness transmitted completely over his scaly transmitter. Simple. I convinced him that my assistant was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Naruto-kun shouldn't be in any danger so long as the secret doesn't slip from your end. You convinced the Kazekage that the Kyuubi was sealed in that little girl. Mito Kato wondered. How is it that was possible? Her unique properties, of course. And those are. The snake might have smirked. A secret of Otogakuer? That's not. Sarutobi held up his hand. We no longer have the right to demand answers from Harino Sakura, he said. His tone was a touch resigned, but it forestalled any immediate griping. It was a term of our alliance. She's now officially registered as a ninja of Otogakuer. We have to extend the same consideration to her as we would any of our allies. Sakura flinched back when the old man pinned her with a glance. That extends both ways, however. No more spying. No more secrets. You will carry a pass like any allied ninja and always wear your headband. Understood. She looked to Kakashi, but he was silent and waiting for her response like everyone else. Sakura considered. This was likely the best deal she was going to get. It meant formally declaring for Otogakuer of course, but she'd already done that in both River and Suna. What choice did she actually have? Understood, Hokage-sama. The old man smiled. It was wry, but it seemed sincere. Good. It was difficult keeping you hidden from any real investigation while this alliance was concluded in full. Don't let that go to waste. He ignored Sakura's stricken look and turned back to the snake. The Yakushi child will not be an issue, will he? It was a loss that's acceptable for this little reconciliation. He was beginning to slip the leash a bit too much lately in any event. A shogi piece is only useful when it moves the way you want. You never change. People aren't as disposable as you believe, Orochimaru. And that is where we differ, Sarutobi-sensei. Lives are fleeting and transient. What is the use of preserving a few extra at the expense of everything else? The Sunin laughed at the cross expression on his old teacher's face. An enormous man at the Akimichi part of the table looked troubled. Is this the type of ally we should join hands with? This is a reason Orochimaru was not made the fourth. Another man, who looked entirely too much like Shikamaru, leaned out over the table. We can question Orochimaru's morality all day and it will amount to nothing. Instead, we should be focusing on Tsunagakuer. The Kazekage is not an ignorant man. He won't move on us fully with just Otogakuer at his back. There will be other alliances and more posturing before the Chunin examination takes place. The third sighed and slowly pushed his way back from the table. Everyone stood with him. Shikaku is correct. My differences with my student are my own. There are many others with his same outlook and Konoha has allied itself with them in the past. In this instance, Orochimaru has provided us with vital information that will save the lives of our people. We should be grateful. Orochimaru said nothing. For once he didn't seem to have anything to say. Sensing that, the Hokage turned to his counselors. What has transpired in this meeting must be kept in the strictest confidence, but each of your individual clans must prepare as best they can in secrecy. Tsunagakuer is our primary enemy, but the news that Uegakuer is moving in river cannot be ignored. Oniki would not move this close without an agenda. Please, keep that in mind. The clan heads all nodded, even the Akimichi and Hyuga, though they were clearly reluctant. Hayashi stared at Sakura as he left, his white eyes seemed accusatory. Others from families she knew all took note of her as well. The look from Yamanaka Inoichi, a man that had been like a father to her for years, was hard to take. You know you can't leave yet, Kakashi whispered. His hand on her shoulder didn't seem very comforting now. Sakura could tell a lot of her goodwill with Kakashi was gone after she hadn't reacted to hearing Naruto was the Kyuubi. "I'm not on trial anymore," she said, almost believing it. "I admit that I didn't expect you to survive this long. I imagine that Kabuto didn't expect you to outlive him, at least. I've asked that something of his should be passed along to you as a reward for that." The disembodied Sunin seemed pleased with himself. The Hokage nodded to Danzo, who did not look pleased in the least. He pulled a package from under the table and threw it at Sakura with enough force to send her staggering a few steps. "For the record," he growled, "I do not agree with this." Orochimaru insisted. "Do not expect a ceremony." Sakura slowly untwined the string. There was a thick black fabric under it which revealed itself to be a vest. She looked at Kakashi, but the Jounin seemed to be at even more of a loss. 2 shoulder pads tumbled out as she unfolded it. Sakura knew what it was, Kakashi knew what it was, everyone in the room knew what it was. She still unfolded it and marveled at the black flak jacket cut to her size. "Congratulations," Orochimaru chuckled. The look of disgust on Danzo's face was only matched by Kakashi's shock and Sarutobi's quiet discomfort. Orochimaru laughed harder. Chapter 23. Sakura tugged at the padded collar of her new Otogaku Urchinin jacket again, trying to get the scratchy fabric to sit right. The whole thing felt stiff and the snap-on pauldrons seemed strange and superfluous to her. Its color stood out too much too. Everyone instantly saw that it wasn't a Konoha jacket. Kakashi hadn't said much since they'd left the tower. Sakura was, officially now, a special attaché to the village. She had a little laminated identification card and everything that she had to wear on her pocket at all times. For someone who had been doing their damnedest to avoid attention, she was now the thing to stare at as she and Kakashi walked down the street. "Just try and look like you are exactly where you are supposed to be," Kakashi said when she mentioned it. "If that doesn't work, bluff." So Sakura squared her shoulders and stopped shying away from the limelight. She smiled and nodded to people who stared too long and generally acted just like she normally would. It didn't work for making people stop looking, but it made her feel better. That was half the battle, or so people said. And it wasn't like she was supposed to be avoiding the attention. In fact, it was important that she get noticed and that word get back to Suna that she was back in the village. With the disappearance of Kabuto, Orochimaru had thrown his position to Sakura. She was going to be the main point of contact when the invasion started, so she had to be well placed. The original plan for Kabuto to be an ambiguous helper for Konoha to gain their trust was gone, so he said at the meeting. A new plan of Sakura becoming an official envoy after getting discovered would have to substitute. It was pretty clever, Sakura had to admit. To Suna, it would look like Konoha had forced Otogakuer into a bad position to avoid an all-out war. The Sannin was even going to play her adventures in river as Otogakuer rendezvousing with Iwa. Konoha's attention would be drawn north, to the lands of rice and stone instead of south, where the Kazekage could quietly begin mustering his forces with the excuse of guarding against Iwa agents in river. If Konoha hadn't been in the loop from the start, it would have been a perfect plan. In the middle would be Harano Sakura, the supposed host of the Nine Tails. The village couldn't outright kill her for being a spy because they wanted to keep the demon contained, so letting Oto save face by making Sakura an official go-between would be perfect. That was why she wasn't going to be leaving Team 7. Who better to watch a spy than Hatake Kakashi, former Umbu and hero of the Third Ninja War? It was so perfect that Sakura hadn't felt an inkling of what Orochimaru, Danzo, and the Hokage had been planning. She wondered if Kabuto had realized how deep the thinking was when he went snooping. She certainly wasn't going to make that mistake. "You look happy all of a sudden," Kakashi noted. "Looking forward to seeing your mother again." The familiar neighborhood was helping, but Sakura shook her head. "No. Well, maybe a little. I'm just glad everything worked out, Kakashi-sensei. It seems like a dream." Kakashi shrugged. "If this is a dream, it's a strange one. Orochimaru, a traitor, allying with us against Suna, our ally, seems like something straight out of a nightmare. There are going to be a lot of changes in the village for old people like me to get used to, I think." Well, Orochimaru was a Konohanin to begin with. You can't just forget the village you grew up in when it's in trouble. He was almost made the fourth, I suppose. Maybe you're right. Sakura was polite enough not to call him on how empty that sounded. She had met Orochimaru once, in Suna. Besides being strange and ruthless, he was also driven and incredibly intelligent. There were worse traits to have in a leader, even if it did mean he would toss her aside the second she wasn't useful anymore. That had never been in question. But now I can be useful without betraying everyone I care about. Everyone else might not appreciate it, but to Sakura it was the next best thing to actually being a Konohana again. If she played her cards right, there might even be a chance that Orochimaru would make her a permanent delegate. Villages had those, didn't they? Even if they didn't, Sakura was sure she could spin it to sound like a good idea. First things first, though. Sakura slipped off her vest and pinned her pass to her shirt. I don't have to wear this all the time, right? I've seen shinin that don't wear it, she asked. Well, it depends on the village and the dress code. I couldn't tell you what Oto's is. Kakashi raised an eyebrow when Sakura folded her jacket. You're going to have to tell her eventually. I know. I just want to bring it up on my terms. Mom's been through enough, hasn't she? Kakashi breathed out. She hasn't been neglected, if that's what you're thinking. Sakura stopped on the path leading up to her house. The garden her mother normally kept looked drab for this time of year, but someone had taken the time to properly weed it at least. I can't see you sitting down and having tea with my mom, Kakashi-sensei. Well, not me personally, but... Kakashi's thought was answered the same time as Sakura's knocking. The door flew open and a very familiar blonde genin appeared in the doorway. It was hard to say at that moment who was more shocked. Sakura, seeing Uzumaki Naruto in an apron with a feather duster clenched in hand, certainly looked ashen, but Naruto took one look at his returned teammate and started yelling like a surprised goat. Kakashi heaved a sigh and slapped the blonde on the back of his head. Stop acting like an idiot and let us inside. Neighbors are staring, he said, tugging a stumbling Sakura along with him. Sakura was still having trouble processing that Naruto of all people was the one to answer her front door. The house itself looked different, too. There was more clutter than Sakura remembered, but it wasn't garbage. Instead, it looked like someone with no sense of how to arrange a house had tried their hand at it. All the pictures were hanging on one wall with all the furniture sitting against the other. Potted plants were sporadically peppered around the room so that the entire den looked like some kind of uprooted rainforest. Naruto, what did you do to my house while I was gone? Sakura wondered. My mom is going to murder you. Hey. Auntie said I could do it. Naruto countered, pouting. And. You're back. When did you get back? And where did you get that jacket? And your headband? It's different. I got back yesterday, Sakura said, ignoring the rest of Naruto's questions. She ran her hand back through her hair, letting it drape over her headband. And don't change the subject. What did you do to my house? Naruto looked around at the fruits of his labor, confused and a little bit miffed. What? I think it looks nice. It's a lot leafier now instead of stuffy and dusty. Naruto, the house being leafier isn't the point. Light thuds from the second floor brought the discussion of proper redecoration to a close for a moment. Haranomabuki, her mother, suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs out of breath. Sakura. She ran downstairs so fast that Sakura was afraid she'd fall and barreled into the girl so hard they both almost fell over. I was so worried. They said you were in the hospital in some village down south. My God, look at your arms. Sakura awkwardly let her mother dote on her. She was more than a little ashamed that her first instinct had been to push the woman away. Touches hadn't been exactly friendly lately. Just for some chakra healing, Sakura said. She was thankful that Kakashi had insisted on taking her to the infirmary before heading to her house. The worst of her scars, the giant Y-shaped incision on her chest and stomach, had been healed to nothing but a thin white line. It was even slighter than the marks on her arms that her mother was fussing over. I know my arms look bad, but it's only because I'm tanned. In a week or two you won't even notice it. Still, her mother dragged her over to the sofa and sat her down like she was grievously injured. I won't notice it. It looks like you put your arms into a meat grinder. Just what did that client put you through? Kakashi cleared his throat before Sakura could say anything. A lot of it is classified. You remember I told you about the ambush? Your daughter continued on with the mission after the rest of us had to come back. She was attacked. You should see the other guy, Mom, Sakura said before her mother could flip out further. She would have to ask Kakashi what she could actually say about the mission later, when she could get him alone. It took the woman a second to sort herself out. I don't care about the other guy, I care about my daughter, she said, giving Kakashi a brief venomous look. You sit right there and I'll get us all something to snack on. You look thin as a rail. Don't you move from that spot, Sakura. The second Mabuki was gone, Naruto stepped over. He seemed a lot more sedate than he had been and kept staring at her scars. Sakura poked her arm a few times, just to show him that they didn't hurt, but he still looked sheepish. I heard about Hinata, he mumbled. They brought everyone in our class that graduating to some kind of doctor who asked us a lot of questions about our feelings and stuff. Kiba went nuts and busted up his office. When his teacher tried to stop him, he blamed her for it. I think he got arrested. Kakashi sighed and leaned back against the wall. He's stuck in the Inuzuka compound until he can be placed in a new team, or so I've heard. The uncomfortable moment ended when Mabuki returned with a tray of tea and a few random snacks she managed to rummage from the kitchen. She only had to look around for a second before Naruto scampered over the coffee table, which was holding an impressive potted palm tree, and pulled it across the room. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. Sakura was surprised at the genuine warmth in her mother's voice. Just what is all this, Naruto? Did Mom adopt you while I was gone? The boy actually blushed. Well, at first we just talked about you, but then Auntie needed some help and I just kind of, well, you know. She's a great cook. And there are a lot of groceries to carry and she helps with my laundry. My mother isn't a maid, Naruto. Hey. She made me clean my whole apartment by myself last week. Auntie is a real slave driver. I had to carry all her groceries, weed the garden, clean the house, and help with all the laundry and stuff just for a few dinners. Mabuki rolled her eyes. Are you still moaning about having to do a few chores? You eat like a horse and you pulled up all of my petunias because you thought they were weeds. That little bit of work didn't hurt you. It did hurt. Sakura-chan booby-trapped most of her room. You were in my room. Mom. What? It was filthy. You're going to start dusting in there at least once a week yourself now. Her mother looked happy. Naruto could make anyone forget about their problems, at least for a little while, with his antics. Sakura had never been a very energetic or willful child, but Mabuki didn't look worn down with Naruto yet. She wondered where her mother had found that extra energy. Someone pounded on the front door. Sakura nearly dropped her cup in surprise and even Kakashi looked annoyed. Mabuki shook her head and started to get up, but Naruto was already up and running. He's nice when you get through the hyperactivity, Mabuki said. Kakashi-san, you should give him more to do. Naruto is a curious child. He'll get bored and get into trouble if you leave him to his own devices. I was starting to think the same thing. Are you sure Sakura and her father are the only ninja in the family? Mabuki smiled behind her teacup. Kakashi-san, you flatterer. My late husband was the ninja of the household. I simply know children. My Sakura had a few friends like Naruto growing up and their parents understood how to raise them. Without parents, someone has to take that boy in hand. Sakura-chan. It's for you. Everyone winced at Naruto's volume, he was only a few feet away at the door. I see your point, Kakashi agreed. Poor Naruto, Sakura thought as she walked over to the door. She saw a lot more chores in her teammates' future. Those thoughts became secondary when she came up to Naruto. There was a woman at the door. She was nearly as tall as Kakashi with wild, spiky brown hair. She favored Sakura with a sneer. If it isn't the little snake herself. Come out here for a second. Sakura stayed well inside. Who are you? What do you want from me? Kakashi finally wandered over after hearing the woman's voice. he said, sounding surprised. You are about the last person I'd have expected to see today. Tsum. You're Kiba's mother, Sakura realized. Inyazuka Tsum, the current clan head of the Inyazuka and Jounin. Now Sakura realized where she'd seen her before. The Inyazuka compound was only a few houses down the street. Right you are. My Kiba wants to talk to you. She looked over Sakura's head at Kakashi. And don't worry, Scarecrow. This one is probably the only person not on his shit list at the moment. Sakura knew what Kiba would want to talk about. It's fine. I want to talk to him too. Kiba had never been one of Sakura's friends. First and foremost, he was a boy that wasn't Sasuke. Second, he seemed too Naruto-ish to strike up a conversation with. That didn't mean Sakura had never noticed him. His dog had been pretty cute and he was always fighting with Sasuke in the sparring classes. Since he lived down the street, though, it hadn't been too rare for them to strike up a conversation on the way to the academy. That was then. Kiba was standing on the sidewalk next to the street, arms folded and staring at the ground. Akamaru, for once, was not riding on his head. The little dog was lying down on the sidewalk behind his master, looking miserable. When Kiba finally noticed her, his shoulders slumped. Whatever furious inner fire he had been bolstering himself up with disappeared like smoke seeing Sakura hale and healthy. She's really dead, isn't she? It was a rhetorical question, but Sakura felt obliged to answer. Yeah, Kiba. I'm so SOR-. Save it. I don't care about sympathy or anything like that. Mom told me you killed the bastard. Kiba unclenched his jaw long enough to spit onto the lawn, barely missing a cowering Akamaru. I wanted to do it. I tried to get away to help all the way back to the village, but that woman stopped me. I almost died, Sakura said. She'd meant it to make Kiba feel better about not getting away to help, but his face only clouded over more. So what? Hinata was our teammate and no one did anything to help her. I can't stand it. What good was graduating if we still can't do anything? Sakura shifted. The same thoughts had been going through her head for a while now. Kiba, why did you want to talk to me? She asked instead. Hinata didn't have any last words or anything. She was dead when I found her. I guess I just wanted to thank you for giving a shit. It just seems like no one else does. And I had to hear it straight that the bastard was dead. I hope you made it hurt. It was painful, Sakura agreed. Probably more painful for her than the Rain Chunin, but she'd never forget the look on his face when she twisted her kunao into his chest like a champagne screw. Watching Orochimaru's serpent bounce him off the side of a canyon like a rubber ball had been great, too. Kiba nodded sharply. Akamaru whined and Kiba reached down to scratch him behind the ears, the first time Sakura had seen him acknowledge the dog at all. It cautiously leaned into the scratch and when Kiba actually picked him up he hazarded a lick. I don't think I ever hated anyone as much as I hated that Rain guy, Kiba said after a moment. Sakura nodded, a bit surprised that Kiba of all people was being this calm. She watched him take a few deep breaths like it was some kind of exercise. Sakura remembered bits and pieces from the actual fight with the Rain Nin. Most of it was all tumbled up with a feeling rather than a specific memory, rage. Some people, like Kiba, seemed to run off the stuff, but Sakura hadn't thought she was one of them. She was, if not the strongest ninja, one of the smarter ones. But then, smart ninja didn't let themselves get gutted. Sakura, I can understand looking thoughtful, but your kid too? I'm shocked. Both jumped when Kakashi and Tsum chose to break the silence that had descended. Kiba sucked through his teeth. You don't even know me, he grumbled. But have you met your mother? Kakashi gracefully ducked under the swing Tsum took at him. I remember when you had a kunao shoved so far up your ass it was a miracle you could walk straight, so let's not start talking about attitudes. She growled at Kakashi's nonplussed look and gave her child a push out of the little gate he'd been standing in. Kiba, time's up. You're still technically not supposed to leave the compound yet. Kakashi and Sakura watched them go. Kiba looked back only once, halfway down the street, when his mother whispered something in his ear. It didn't take a ninja to guess what he was staring at. She was thankful that Kiba had been too muddled to notice the Oto headband while they'd been talking. They'd both needed it. Kakashi leaned up against the low wall. You really cut it close out there, didn't you? He smiled at the way Sakura's eyebrows pinched. Some and I were eavesdropping. I'd be dead right now if it wasn't for Orochimaru. He saved my life. Maybe, but you could ask why you even had to be out there in the first place. Or do you think that a Megakuer suddenly decided to risk war with Konoha just to get the Byakugan they had no idea of knowing would be there? Sakura looked down at her feet. Thankfully, Kakashi was content with just that. Anyway, I've already told Naruto to go and find Sasuke. We're going to have a little team powwow. I was planning on entering all of you in the Chunin exam, but now we're a member short. You take them as a team. Sakura supposed that made sense considering how many Chunin were running around. Enter as a team, but that's beside the point. Sasuke doesn't even know you're back and Naruto only knows the basics. This is going to be about more than just everyone's immediate promotion plans. Kakashi rolled his neck and glanced up at the sun. Just be at the normal training grounds in an hour, after you spend some more time with your mother. Sakura didn't need to be told that twice. Naruto might have been distracted while he'd been at her house, which was still weird, but he'd start thinking about her headband before long. And Sasuke had been acting strange the last time she'd seen him, so who knows what he'd do now. Sakura wanted to argue, but she recognized the placid look Kakashi was sporting. He wasn't going to back down on that. Speaking of the vest, when Sakura finally got back inside, she found her mother had it unfolded on the table. It only took Sakura a second to notice what was wrong. Mabuki had been a civilian her entire life, but she'd married a ninja. Kaizashi, Sakura's father, had made it to Chiryunin before he died 10 years ago fighting the Kyuubi. It'd been so long ago that Sakura didn't even know his face, except for the photographs her mother kept, one of which she was holding in her hand. It was of them both standing in front of their little house, Mabuki obviously pregnant and Kaizashi in a shiny, new, Konoha Chunin jacket. Mom, I can explain dash. Mabuki didn't listen. She crossed the den quicker than her age and occupation hinted and swept Sakura's pink locks back. The Oto symbol on her headband might have been a snake for how quickly the woman jerked her hand back. The woman was ashen. Sakura, what did you do? It's not a big deal, Mom. Nothing is going to change. What did you do? It was that mystified, slightly horrified expression on her mother's face that flipped Sakura from defensive to angry. I did what I had to do, she snapped. Mabuki let out a puff of air and sank down onto the couch. Her face had gone whiter than the porcelain teacup she was groping for on the table. Sakura swallowed the apology that wanted to spring free and snatched her vest back. The motion broke Mabuki out of her stupor. She reached out and managed to catch Sakura by the sleeve. Sakura, please. I want to know what happened. I want to know what happened to you that made you like this. Why are you so mad at me? I don't know. Sakura shouted as she pulled away. I don't know why I feel like this. I just don't want to explain it to you. I can't. What do you mean that you can't? Sakura, I'm your mother. Sakura held up her hand. How long would it have taken me to make Chunin? What are the basic requirements? What were my graduation scores from the academy? You don't know, do you? You never knew. That's not fair, Sakura. It was ninja business. The potted plant Sakura kicked shattered against the far wall of the house. It was my life. Sakura screamed. Everything was wrong. She was so angry and she didn't know why. Sakura felt annoyed and sat, and there was a rage boiling up inside that hadn't been there just a few minutes ago. I just wanted to come home and see you again. I just wanted everything to go back to normal. Mabuki did the absolute worst thing she could have at that moment, nothing. She stared, she listened. Sakura understood then that her mother didn't understand. That her mother would never understand. That her mother was a civilian. And Sakura no longer was. That the only person who might have understood had died before she was born. Her father might have hated her for joining another village, but he would have gotten why she did it. Ninja to ninja. As Mabuki wrapped her arms around her, Sakura cried for a father she never knew for the first time in her life. Chapter 24. As much as Sakura was looking forward to seeing her team again, she couldn't shake the chill that had settled into the pit of her stomach as she'd left her house. Naruto had been happy to see her, but he didn't miss as many things as he used to back in school. He'd noticed her vest and the headband and was probably going to have a fit. Sakura wasn't as naive as she used to be, either. Sasuke wouldn't be happy. His opinion was the one she cared about the most. He was probably the most driven person she had ever met, and people like that didn't take well to being passed up on a promotion. Hopefully some of that would be blunted by the upcoming Chunin exams, which Sasuke would likely easily blow through. Then they would be equals again. That word, though. Equals. She wasn't really an equal to them anymore. An ally, maybe, for now. The war with Suna had pushed Konoha and Oto together, but Sakura knew that sooner or later Orochimaru's game would change. She had spent months spying on the village before anyone had even heard of Otogakure. Sakura knew she couldn't guess what the Sannin was thinking or what he had planned for the future. Someone fell into step with her as she bounded across the rooftops. I thought we were meeting at the training area separately, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, surprising herself a little by recognizing her teacher from the length and sound of his strides. Well, I might have gotten fussed at for letting you out of my sight. Apparently I was supposed to be your watcher until an Umbu rotation can be figured out. He gave her a sidelong look. It must have slipped my mind for an hour or so. Didn't poison any wells, did you? All our precious village treasures still where they're supposed to be. An hour, huh? Sakura had to smile. No wells, but I might have burnt down an adult bookstore or two. Kakashi shook his head. Pure evil. I guess your poor mother couldn't bring out your better side. That was as blatant an invitation to talk as Kakashi could probably offer, but Sakura didn't feel like taking him up on it. The two had parted company in an odd place. Sakura had made her decision and her mother blatantly disapproved. There wasn't much more to be said than that. Later, when she didn't have the team meeting weighing on her mind, Sakura would have to decide where exactly that left her. Blessedly, the older ninja took the silence in stride and let the issue drop. You're much better at using your chakra now, Kakashi said instead, and Sakura realized with a fair bit of surprise that the edge of Konoha was already in sight. She could run on the ground fast enough to get across the city in a few minutes if she was willing to bear the aftermath for the next few days, but over the buildings and trying to keep up with Kakashi? Sakura smiled. She knew she'd steadily been getting better at using her chakra, especially in River against Kurotsuki. That girl had taught deadly lessons during the daily murder attempts. Sakura almost hoped that those alligators hadn't been the end of her. It was all just remembering and applying your lessons, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura sweetly said. Was it? I must have slept during the ones that taught you how to pump chakra into your muscles. The boys have been doing it instinctually lately and I was worried you'd be behind. Are you sure you weren't worried you'd have to actually train me for once? Kakashi smiled. Happily, it looks like you're the independent type. I would hate to not foster that kind of potential. The only potential there was for Kakashi to have more time to read his porn in peace, but it was something Sakura had come to grips with over the last year. It was easy to see that Kakashi had originally been a lot more interested with the potential of the two boys on his team than with her. I guess I'll have to get used to it. You're not really my sensei anymore, right? The village probably wouldn't want you training me. Kakashi came to a stop on top of the last building before they hit the edge of the training grounds. He closed his book with a snap and tucked it away. You're not wrong, he said. My orders don't leave me much wriggle room. I'm supposed to keep a closer eye on you a lot more than the nothing I was doing before. The blunt words hurt even if Sakura appreciated them and knew Kakashi didn't mean anything by them. She looked down at the weathered shingles and scratched at them with her sandal. The four words that had been knocking around her head for hours suddenly wanted to burst out. Do you hate me? Kakashi was quiet for a moment. I was already a jounin when I was your age, Sakura, he said. What I would have done in your situation is completely different than what I should expect you to do. It wouldn't be fair to hate you. The unspoken, I would have died for the village didn't need to be said. She could have taken Kakashi's words at face value. They were fair and measured. Sakura didn't do that. No one should have to die for an idea, she snapped, feeling a lingering bit of shame at discussing this so openly. No one in this village is loyal. They might not outright defect, but ninja backstab each other for promotions and missions all the time. Even the Hokage lies to us about things he doesn't think we need to know. Is that being loyal? So what is worth risking your life for then, Sakura? To keep living, obviously. Waking up another day. Isn't that enough? Kakashi sighed. That's just not dying. There's a difference between that and living. What's filling that difference for you, even if you don't realize it yet, is the idea you picked over loyalty. Sakura knew he was right. All ninja had something special that they cared about above everything else. Family or friend or the village, everyone had something. Sakura thought back to her first years at the academy, how she had hidden behind her bangs and went to bed each night praying to be a big, strong ninja like her father. She hadn't thought about that in years. Kakashi rolled his neck and stepped up to the edge of the roof. Come on, I want to show you something important. Hesitantly, Sakura shuffled her way over beside him. She looked out at the thick forest. Show me what? Kakashi let his hand fall on her shoulder. I want to show you what I think is worth dying for, he said, tipping over the edge and bring his surprised student with him. The pace Kakashi set when they hit the ground was twice as intense as the one through the village. Sakura couldn't keep step at all and quickly had to rely on her eyes to keep her going in the right direction as Kakashi became random flashes of silver glimpsed between green branches. Even burning her chakra like it was coal, only realizing where Kakashi was going that kept her from getting horribly lost. Sakura had to smile when familiar scents greeted her. One of the first training exercises Kakashi had put them through was memorizing their training ground to the point where they could navigate it blindfolded. Even an eidetic memory couldn't help if she could never orient herself, and she hadn't been able to do that without memorizing the smells of all the flowering trees in the third training ground. She found Kakashi standing by one of the wild pear trees near the main clearing. It wasn't in bloom, but the tree itself had a sweetness about it that much of the surrounding forest lacked. Maybe you need more practice after all, Kakashi mused when Sakura finally joined him. The girl was clutching her side and sucking in delicious lungfuls of air. Sakura wanted to be disgusted with how nonchalant her teacher was. He was a genius and it was hardly fair for comparison, but it still irked her. She fought to get her breathing back under control. As she did so, Kakashi began talking. You know, now that I think about it, the only person who passed my bell exam honestly was Naruto. Sasuke spent most of his time outside of the academy training with family scrolls while you were off doing your own thing. It's really no wonder that you all passed so easily. Sakura wanted to say something about her teacher's definition of easy. She remembered a different test that had been a nerve-wracking tightrope of trying to pass and trying to avoid extra suspicion. Maybe your memory is going in your old age if you think that was easy, Sakura deadpanned once she'd gotten her wind back. My point is that I didn't get to do the normal speech when I flunk a team. Why they failed and all that. You figured out the point was teamwork too quick. Teamwork is your reason for being a ninja? Sakura asked. Sakura could almost see the eye roll through the back of Kakashi's head. No, not just teamwork. Friends, Sakura. Friends. Connections made with other people. For her loner-sensei to be saying something like that threw Sakura for a loop. Kids were taught to believe in the power of friendship and stuff like that in cartoons and comics. The real world was different. Those kinds of lessons coming from her teacher was almost too much. Kakashi turned and caught her expression. It made him smile. I can see you don't really believe me. Just trust me on it. I'm a lot older than you. When you've seen as much as I have, you start to really appreciate the connections you've made and you miss them when they're severed. He looked up at the sun and nodded to himself. Standing around under this tree isn't what I wanted to show you, though. Come on. Kakashi walked along the edge of the clearing. The only sounds were the gentle flow of the river across the way and the rustling of the trees in the autumn wind. Sakura saw the little flag peeking out from the distant vegetation and her curiosity was piqued. A monument was back there, but it wasn't one that Sakura had ever bothered getting an explanation for. Now it looked like she would. I really regret not showing this to you guys a year ago, like I normally do. He pushed through the bushes and waited for Sakura to join him up on the little altar, silently waiting on them. At a gesture, Sakura bent down to read the writing. Names. Dozens of names. It wasn't a monument, it was a memorial. Kakashi ran his fingers over the lines until he stopped at the end. They added it a few days before you got back. Hyuga Hinata. Sakura frowned at the fresh addition. Is this supposed to prove your point? Sakura asked, rocking back to stare at her teacher. She died because she chose to trust me instead of going off with her team during the bandit raid. Our connection got her killed. But it was there. You still feel it, don't you? Don't even pretend to know what I feel. You have no idea what it feels like to have a friend die because you weren't good enough. Sakura threw up her arms. You don't even have friends. This isn't the type of job where you even should have friends. There was an absolute silence after that. Kakashi stared at her and Sakura forced herself to meet his eyes. She didn't want to admit how much it scared her. Kakashi went down to one knee. His fingers danced across the polished surface of the memorial until it found a specific row and a specific name. Uchiha Obito. It traced the letters softly before it skipped down a few dozen. Nohara Rin. Those two were my genin teammates. One died to save our lives and the other I had to kill. My sensei died a few months after that, along with his wife. He looked her full in the face. His single eye conveyed more emotion than an uncovered face ever could. They all died because I wasn't fast enough. Sakura-chan. Kakashi-sensei. The whooping cry of Naruto broke the spell that had settled over the memorial. Kakashi let out a deep heave of a sigh and stood back up. Think about that, Sakura. I've seen everyone I've ever cared about die and I can't stand that I'm here and they're not. But there are new things for me to care about. He jerked his head toward the clearing where Naruto was yelling for them. My whole point is this, a village is just a place, Sakura. It's just some buildings and dirt. The idea is that the people who fill that space, and the connections between them, are what really matter. That those things are worth fighting and dying for. He left, slowly plodding back through the underbrush. Sakura stayed for a few moments and stared at Hinata's name. She looked for someone else, next. It was easy enough to find. They were the only Harano on the monument. Sakura stepped out into the clearing a few minutes later. Naruto was arguing with Kakashi about something, but they stopped when she walked up. Sakura ignored the probing look from her teacher and focused on Naruto. Her teammate didn't seem to know how to react. He was looking every which way other than at her. Sakura could imagine that he was happy to see her back, but that he also probably wanted to say something about Hinata or ask about her jacket and was holding back. She reached out and touched his shoulder. He looked at her hand in wonder. Naruto, I didn't get to say it before you left earlier, but thanks for looking after my mom. I'm pretty grateful. Kakashi gave the boy a kick when he gaped longer than was polite. Ah. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Sakura-chan. It had a lot of fun spending time with Auntie even if she makes me do chores. I haven't forgotten that you somehow got me roped into cleaning my room every week. And I almost got skewered doing it. There were hidden kunao and sleeping gas tags all over the place in there. That confirmed that she'd have to redo all her traps just as soon as she got back home, but she wasn't too angry. Naruto had done a great job with her mother. Hey, don't think you get to stop visiting just because I'm back. My mom's probably already planning out her next shopping trip. Although Naruto grumbled about even more chores, he seemed relieved. Sakura was about to give him a little more good-natured prodding, but Kakashi shifted. Finally decided to join us? I thought you were going to lurk in the trees all afternoon, Sasuke. The boy had appeared a few feet away, close enough to be part of the conversation but not really with the group. He was looking at her, Sakura saw, and she felt blood rush to her cheeks. She saw his eyes move from her jacket to her headband and his eyes tightened. He glared at Kakashi. How is she a Chunin? Chunin? You're such an idiot. Naruto laughed. Sakura-chan is a genin like the rest of us. The only idiot here is you, Naruto, Sasuke spat. He waved at Sakura's jacket. Did you think that was just a fashion accessory? They only give those to Chunin and Jounin. Naruto erupted into his typical bout of cursing and shouting, and Kakashi grabbed him by the back of his coat so he couldn't start a fight. Naruto, Sasuke's right. Sakura's promotion is one of the things this meeting is to discuss. Kakashi's other hand slapped over Naruto's mouth to stem the fresh stream of shouting. Sakura, why don't you go ahead and fill them in on what happened out in the desert after you left the caravan? Sasuke was looking at her again. There was a real anger in his eyes, but also a bit of curiosity. Sakura took a deep breath and launched into the story that had been prepared at the Hokage Tower. Really, it was the truth except for the Rain Nin becoming missing Nin. The Hokage had said that Hidden Rain would pay for their treachery in time, but not until after the invasion was settled. Sakura understood, but she was still angry. She promised herself that Rain would eventually pay in spades for Hinata. The story was captivating, though. Naruto settled and listened and deflated when Sakura recounted how she had found Hinata. Even Sasuke's frown deepened. More editing came when it came to killing the Rain Chunin. Sakura embellished on her own abilities, just a little, and Orochimaru's summon was left out. After that, Kakashi broke in. Sakura was picked up by a Tsunagakuer patrol and taken to their village. What happened after that is classified, but I've been given permission to let you two in on a little bit. You know the basics of the last Great War, right? Sakura and Sasuke nodded. Naruto continued to look lost. Well, because of that war Konoha became the most powerful village. Because of that, other countries have started to come to us for their missions. Even countries with their own villages. What does this have to do with Sakura becoming a Chunin? And her forehead protector, what village is that? Sakura resisted the urge to reach up and fiddle with the Oto headband. Of course Sasuke had noticed it. Kakashi gave the boy a flat look. I'm getting to that. Tsunagakuer is a poorer village that has been losing business to us. They've decided that the best way to deal with that is to destroy Konoha itself. We have their plans because of another ally of ours, Otogakuer, and its liaison to Konoha. Sasuke and Naruto both looked at Sakura. Wait, I don't get it, Naruto said. What does liaison even mean? What's Otogakuer? You really are stupid, aren't you? Sasuke spat. It means that Sakura isn't a Konoha nin. She's a spy. A traitor. That's crazy. We all grew up together. We would know it if she was from another village, stupid. He smiled at Sakura, but it looked a bit shaky. Right, Sakura-chan. The bastard's crazy, isn't he? Sakura wanted to say that Naruto was right. It was surprising, after everything that had happened, how much she wanted to say that. Even if she wasn't able to die for it, Konoha was her home. Naruto was right, they had all grown up together here. The uncertain future, maybe having to move to Otogakuer, was almost incomprehensible. But it was reality. Sasuke snorted through his nose. How long were you spying on us? How long were you planning to pretend to be our teammate? Naruto strained against Kakashi's firm hold. You're lying. She's got a Konoha headband and everything. We've done missions and stuff together. Saying that she's never been our teammate is crazy, Sasuke. Both of you just be quiet for a minute. Kakashi switched to his stronger hand after an attempted lunge from Naruto. Naruto, just calm down. Sasuke isn't wrong. He isn't 100% right, but he's not lying. Sakura isn't a Konoha nin. Sakura stepped in front of Naruto. She was scared, not of Naruto hurting her, but because this could be the point that everyone turned their back on her. It was terrifying, actually. She was shaking so much she almost couldn't get a grip on the little card pinned to her jacket. Mutely, she handed it over to Naruto. He looked at it for only a second before he threw it over his shoulder. I don't care about some shitty piece of plastic. You're still our teammate, aren't you? You're Team 7. All Sakura could do is nod. Naruto mirrored her. Then that's all that matters. We're going to kick those sand guys' asses and we'll be the most famous team in village history. That won't change. You're so dumb, Sasuke muttered, but his voice didn't have any heat at all. There was almost a hint of awe in the declaration. Kakashi let the boy go to gather Sakura's ID card. He flicked it back to her. Well, I think Naruto summed it up well enough. Sakura is still part of Team 7. She just has some extra responsibilities from her village. He looked at Sasuke. Which is our newest ally. Whatever it did before yesterday is old news, Sasuke. Some simple spying is just politics. Sakura never did anything more than write a few reports. Naruto stomped his foot. Whatever about all that. What I want to know is how Sakura-chan got to be a Chunin before me. You didn't explain that. Because she killed a Chunin in single combat, among other things. Naruto puffed up like a frog ready to croak. Sasuke didn't look much better. Calm down, you'll get your own chance to catch up to her soon, he said to head the boy off. That's another reason I wanted you all together. I'm going to put in your names for the Chunin exam this year. Hell yeah. Chunin Team 7. Even Sasuke seemed to perk up at that. Kakashi smirked as the boy drifted a bit closer. Well, it's not that easy. It's an examination, after all. You'll have to actually pass before you get a promotion. And there's something else you'll need to do, you'll have to find a third teammate. Sakura can't take it with you. That wasn't a surprise to the girl herself, but Naruto seemed completely befuddled by it. What do you mean she can't take the test with us? We're a team. She's already a Chunin. Why would they let her take a test to become a Chunin? Use your brain, Sasuke said. There's that, but it's also because Sakura is going to be busy doing other things during the exam. We have to get ready for Suna. He scratched his chin. Coincidentally, you're both now ordered to not reveal any of this under some very unpleasant pain. It's a village secret. Naruto made a sour face. Why don't we just go bust them up now? He asked. We know they're going to attack us, right? Well, if we go looking for them in Suna they would have the advantage, wouldn't they? Instead, we make them come to us. Once they're gathered up all in one place we can deal with them all at once. It's the plan Hokage-sama and the Otokage came up with. So the village is going to gather Suna's invasion force all in one place and then destroy it? That seems like a big risk to take, Sasuke pointed out. It is, but unless we do things like this we would seem like the aggressors. Konoha has been the loudest voice for peace since the last war. How would it look if we suddenly attacked Suna? Evidence can be destroyed in the chaos of an invasion and something like the truth won't get in the way of blaming us for a lot of people. The village was walking a very thin line. Sakura wasn't privy to all the village's plans, but anyone could see that if Konoha didn't deal Suna a knockout punch during the initial battle that other villages would take advantage of the confusion. IWA wouldn't be quiet after putting so much effort into forging inroads to River and Gato. They had fought against Konoha in the last war and lost. She didn't want to mention IWA and Kakashi didn't look like he was going to either. That was good. Sakura tried to smile for Naruto. Come on, it's not that bad. We have backup this time. Do you know about the Sunin of Konoha? The misdirection worked. Sunin? What's that? He still seemed concerned, but he was hooked. Even Sasuke looked a tiny bit interested. The three legendary Sunin are people, Naruto. Very powerful ninja that came from the village. One of them, Orochimaru, is the Otokage. He's going to be our ally against Suna. How powerful? Sasuke asked. Sakura pointed to the distant river. He summoned a snake as wide as the river without even being there. Even the Kazekage was scared of him. A snake. Naruto's face lit up and he snatched Kakashi's arm. Teach me to summon something cool. I want a dragon or a lion or something. Idiot, summoning something that big would kill you from chakra exhaustion. Kakashi pried himself free. You probably wouldn't die, but learning how to summon things is a pain. You have to go and search out things to make contracts with unless you are lucky enough to know someone attached to a big family of summons. So, no dragons. Unless you track one down and beat on it until it agrees to work for you? No. Naruto's face screwed up in the familiar look of a boy unimpressed that typically accompanied one of Kakashi's lessons. So teach us something else. He tried. We're going to the Chunin exam, aren't we? Teach us something. Well, I suppose I could do something for you too. I happen to know one of the Chunin chosen to help proctor the stages of the exam. He glanced at Suzuki out the corner of his eye. If you're both interested. Of course we're interested. Maybe. Kakashi clapped his hands. Perfect. They can teach you the fundamentals you two should have learned by yourselves. It was a rare day that Kakashi went out of his way to teach his students something. Sakura was actually somewhat impressed. Can I stay too? I want to see if I've missed anything too. Well, of course you're staying. We can't have the lesson without you. Wow, that's really nice of you, sensei. I think that might have been the best thing you've ever said to me. I'm sure that's an exaggeration, Kakashi laughed. Just don't be too hard on them. Remember that they might not have your natural talent with chakra and be patient. Sakura stiffened. She looked at the benign smile of Kakashi and felt something cold grip her chest. Kakashi-sensei, please tell me that the Chunin you arranged for is just happening to be standing behind me. Or beside me. Or anywhere that would reasonably make me think you were talking to me but weren't. Afraid not. You might be a special liaison to the village, but you're still technically working for us and we're short-handed when it comes to people suitable to help with the exam. You're on tap for that. But I just made Chunin. I don't know anything about the exam or anything like that. Sakura fumed. She flushed harder when Naruto's laughter started in earnest. This is ridiculous. You're our Jounin-sensei. You're supposed to be teaching us things. And I will, but the boys need a firm foundation. You being so far ahead might unbalance the team. Kakashi bravely laughed in the face of Sakura's glare. Just think of it as practice for the exam. It's really your fault for getting so far ahead, Sakura. Her fault. Of course. She looked to Naruto and Suzuki. The blonde seemed eager to start, but Suzuki was completely disgusted. She couldn't blame him, he was the best in a generation and now Kakashi was telling him to learn from someone like her. Kakashi gave her a push and she stumbled up to the two. She tried to say something but all she managed to do was make a croaking noise. Sakura-chan. Show us how you beat that Chunin in the desert. She risked another look at Suzuki. He seemed to only just be tolerating the situation. That wouldn't last long unless she gave him something to get interested in. I guess I could teach you guys some new jutsu. Kakashi cleared his throat. He'd already brought out his porn and was likely searching for a good place to sit down. No new jutsu yet. Just teach them how to climb a tree. You two can't climb trees yet. In retrospect that might have not been the best thing to blurt given how dark Suzuki's expression became. Even Naruto deflated a bit. Sakura hurried to make up for her gaffe. She picked the solitary tree in the clearing and explained how to pool their chakra to the bottoms of their feet. When she demonstrated, Naruto looked positively amazed. Try it without your shoes first, she counseled. Naruto scrambled to rip his sandals off. The small hairs on the back of her neck buzzed when Naruto started to gather chakra. It was an odd feeling and she looked around to see if anyone else noticed. Suzuki was still staring sullenly at the tree and Kakashi was ignoring them completely. How's this? How's this? Sakura-chan, you gotta look. What a weird feeling. It was gone, though, and Sakura put it at the back of her mind. She looked at the grass around Naruto's dirty feet and noted with satisfaction that the blades were bending all around him. I think you're using a bit too much, but it's a good start. You're probably going to have to fall a few dozen times before you get your chakra just right. I know I did. Predictably, he fell on his first try, but he managed a few steps which was pretty impressive. Chakra control was always something that Sakura had thought required a calm mind and a steady temperament. Naruto had neither, yet here he was. It was almost annoying. She left him to his efforts for a second and stepped up to Suzuki. He hadn't joined in with Naruto, but he hadn't left either. He was just watching Naruto with a small frown, ignoring Sakura's attempt to get his attention. Naruto let out a whoop as his fingers brushed the bottommost branch. It was still a good 7 or 8 feet up, though. I'm really getting the hang of this, Sakura-chan. Suzuki's teeth peeked out between his lips. He looked annoyed. There's a trick to it, Suzuki-kun. I can teach you. Shut up. Sakura flinched back at the frigid snap. This is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. You think that being able to climb a tree makes you a Chunin. He frowned at Kakashi. I'm leaving to find a third for our team. You all can keep playing ninja, but I'm going to make sure I pass this exam. The Jounin only flipped a page in his book. You can't leave yet. Sasuke crossed his arms. And why is that? He challenged. Because you haven't demonstrated that you have all the skills I want you to learn. You can only go if you can pass the test I had planned for you and Naruto at the end of this training session. Don't pass that and I don't put in the paperwork for you to even take the exam. There was a hook there, shiny and tantalizing. Sasuke considered it. What test do I have to take? Took a bite. Kakashi finally looked up. You're going to have to beat Sakura in a spar. Naruto was paying attention now as well. Both of you together or separate, I don't care which. Do that and I sign off on you entering the Chunin exam. Sasuke met Sakura's eyes now. They took measure of her for a moment and found her wanting. It won't be much of a spar. The boy jumped back a few paces and dropped into an Academy Taijutsu stance. I want to get this over with. Come on. Sakura took a step back and glared over her shoulder at Kakashi. I'm not fighting anyone. If Sasuke-kun wants to leave he can leave. No he can't. He can. Kakashi cocked an eyebrow. I outrank you. I say he can't leave until you two spar. It's a lawful order. Sakura threw up her arms. Fine, I give up. I have a headache and I can't fight. Sasuke-kun wins. The back and forth was abruptly ended by Sasuke himself. He came in fast and straight, without any kind of subtlety or real speed behind his movements. At the last second he stepped and twirled to her side, hand outstretched for a lazy chop. Sakura's fist drilled his face mid-swing. That crack of flesh on flesh filled the training area. Sasuke let out a strangled grunt and fell back like he was an old man who'd just been pushed over. He was clutching at his nose but the stream of blood flowing between his fingers dripped down his wide collar. Kakashi closed his book with a snap. And that's why I told you that you needed this training. Are you looking down on Chunin? Do you think villages pass these vests out to anyone? Sakura was past listening. She went to her knees beside Sasuke and ripped off the sleeve of her shirt. Oh gods, I'm so sorry Sasuke-kun. I couldn't help it. I just moved and you, oh god. Suddenly her world eclipsed in a quick darkness and a sharp pain. Sakura rolled with the kick, though, and came up standing. Sasuke was angry, angrier than she had ever seen him before. Something in Sakura's mind recognized that through the haze and she reacted to his next kick instinctually, bending at the middle and catching the force on her forearm. Then she grabbed his leg and pulled. Holy crap, this is awesome! Naruto yelled as Sasuke went tumbling. Kakashi stepped between the two. Do you see why training in the basics is important now, Sasuke? You thought that Sakura was. Sasuke vaulted over Kakashi's head. Sakura dodged the telegraphed heel drop, but not the quick right hook that came out of nowhere. It rattled her right down to the roots of her teeth. That's it. She was done. Her mind went back to a dark, wet place 200 miles south. Sakura took the next punch on her jaw and then another to the ribs, but she didn't drop. Instead she went straight in with her elbow and found Sasuke's chest. The boy gagged and skipped back, which gave Sakura the room she needed. Doton. Earth flow spears. Blunted tips were the only comforts Sakura gave as a zipper of stone teeth tore free from the grass of the training ground. They didn't go straight for the stunned boy but instead cut across his lane of escape and blocked him in. Sasuke bolted for the tree Naruto was watching the fight from. He scrambled, half running and half clawing up, its trunk. He settled on a branch next to a cackling Naruto and struggled to gape for breath while keeping some appearance of being in control. Well, that was exciting. Kakashi waited a few moments before trying to step between the two this time. As I was saying, don't think that Sakura is so far beneath you anymore. A firm grasp of the basics in life or death combat experience can go a long way. The body learns things in actual combat that you can't train for. Sakura let out a sigh. What had just happened was the opposite of what she had set out to do. Sasuke probably thought she was nuts. Surprisingly, he didn't look ready to kill. Sasuke was just sitting on the branch, sullenly studying her with a mix of suspicion and petulance that made him so cute. She laughed. Sakura didn't mean to, but at that moment Sasuke looked so much like Kurotsuka that it just slipped out. The boy's face scrunched up just like the IWA Kunoichis had when they had first glared at each other through a bombed-out hotel room in IWA. Boys made her nervous, Sasuke most of all, but Kurotsuka Sakura could deal with. She had been refreshingly straightforward, even if they were trying to kill each other. Well, if it looked like a duck and quacked like a duck, maybe she could treat it like a duck. So? Want to laugh at my basics some more, Sasuke-kun? Sakura sweetly taunted, taking a gamble. There was a tense moment that made Sakura think she had gone too far. Sasuke's suspicion turned into full-on annoyance and he dropped out of the tree. Blood still trickling from his nose, he stepped up to an arm's distance away. He still tried to posture like an adult, though, scraped arms and legs and all. It was silly and cute and amazing that she'd never noticed it before. He frowned. Sakura tried not to laugh again. I'm not going to forget my nose, he warned after a moment. And there was the answer. Kakashi caught her eye over Sasuke's shoulder and he gave her a wink. Connections. Sometimes the old pervert really knew what he was talking about. Chapter 25. The cat-masked Umbu looked out over the training ground. His was a boring job as far as Umbu positions went, but Tenzo held a nuanced view of it and didn't resent doing his old captain this favor. Kami knew that he owed the man a lot more than the little bit of help he was providing. Kakashi wasn't too far away. On a lark, Tenzo had tried to stay hidden. Naturally, the Jounin had casually sniffed him out when he had found a convenient moment to put off supervision of his team. Now he was leaning up against the tree Tenzo had so carefully merged with. So, Kakashi called out, "What do you think?" Tenzo forced his face out through the bark and wood. She has talent for her age, but you know that already. He watched his mark lead her two teammates through another attempt at water walking. It was unusual that the girl had already grasped the concept well enough to try and teach it in a half-competent manner. She put too much emphasis on explaining the mechanics of what they needed to do, and the chakra theory behind it, but both boys were getting the gist of things. It was clear to Tenzo that she hadn't learned the trick in a controlled environment herself, though. I knew she had some small knack for chakra control, Kakashi said. But this is completely different. Tree climbing and water walking are a long ways apart. But still related. And I really think you are understating her knack for chakra control. The Kekkei Genkai she has is something special. Kakashi tensed. Harano Sakura does not have a Kekkei Genkai, he groused. Her family isn't even large enough to be considered a civilian clan, let alone a ninja one. Her father was the first Harano to actually pass the academy. You read my report on it, Captain. She could do basic Doton Jutsu without using any seals. Or even her hands. That's not normal, Tenzo carefully pointed out. It doesn't mean she has some kind of blood limit. And I haven't seen her use something like that yet. Kakashi's hand flicked lazily toward his splashing team. Do you see her using anything like that now? Because I don't. Well, why would she? This is just a simple time-wasting training exercise. Tenzo probably wouldn't have believed it either, watching the scrawny girl play around in the water. But wasn't that girl also a spy? A double agent? Compared to that, what was a hidden Kekkei Genkai? Why are you so hung up about it, Captain? A long moment passed that was filled with distant shouts and laughs. Because I missed it, Kakashi muttered under their pleasant racket. Because the one person I should have been looking at the most was the one that I didn't notice at all. Who didn't miss it? You can't begin to even imagine how many heads are rolling right now in headquarters all over the village. This is one of the biggest intelligence overlooks since the war. The Jounin shook his head. But I'm her first-line supervisor. I've already dropped the ball once, and if it does turn out she has a Kekkei Genkai, what does that say about me? That you actually are fallible? Or maybe that you're getting old? Tenzo cracked a smile at the withering look his former commander tossed at him. Maybe you should just ask the girl. It might be that she only recently started developing it and, if so, you can step in to guide her. You haven't shown her your Sharingan yet, have you? Kakashi's look turned from annoyance to suspicion. No, I haven't. She wasn't here when the other two got the talk. Then maybe you two could compare notes. If you can get a full accounting of what she is capable of, then a lot of very important heads could get cooled. It was a calculated suggestion. The secrets of his Sharingan were already close to public knowledge for anyone who cared to know. The Uchiha had once been mercenaries, selling their services to the highest bidder, and the more people knew about their power, the better those bids would have been. He wouldn't lose anything by it. Whatever special ability Sakura had developed, or was currently developing, was unknown. Unknown was frightening and dangerous, especially in a liaison from an already frightening and dangerous village like Otagakure. There was another option, however. Sasuke's own Sharingan is starting to develop, Kakashi tried. I could get those two to cooperate more. Sakura would open up to him about whatever she's developing quicker than she would me. And let Orochimaru know that the last available Uchiha is coming into his dojutsu. Are you saying you couldn't intercept any messages she sent? Tenzo's face drew up like he'd just taken a bit of something sour. I could, as long as he didn't teach her something unforeseen in the few days she was with him. But Kakashi, she's clever and motivated. Some of the reports we have from the Land of Rivers you wouldn't believe. Umbu doesn't want to take the chance. So it's all up to me. Do you have a reason for it not to be? A shriek came from the river that made Kakashi jump. Tenzo just looked over and saw that an uproarious Naruto being chased around by a drenched Sakura. Kakashi, he noticed, was still pretty tense. He was looking after them like a worried parent. Well, Tenzo thought, there is a difference between Umbu and the regular forces. And between a Jounin sensei and just a Jounin. There might be another option, Tenzo tried, feeling unnerved at the realization his old commander had changed so much. If it doesn't work, though, it's on you. We need some cooler heads. She needs some cooler heads. People higher up than you or me need to be calmed. Kakashi was silent until his kids went back to practicing. You have something in mind? Kakashi asked. He was trying, and failing, to not sound so relieved. Tenzo's head dipped ever so slightly. Someone, Captain. Leave it to me. Loyalty 25. A true radical dreamer. Sakura ducked behind a fruit stall. Her breaths were parceled out in shallow puffs that muffled the sound. Something in her vest was poking into her ribs, but she didn't dare move. She was sure that they hadn't seen her hiding spot this time, she was relying on it. She saw their sandals through the gap between the stall and the street. Even in the afternoon rush those shoes were unmistakable as belonging to one of her tormentors. They scampered up the street from where Sakura had come from and then slowly meandered past the stall, hunting. Sakura stopped her breathing altogether when a second familiar pair joined them. She's here, somewhere, Sasuke said, close enough that Sakura could hear him over the background noise of the village. She came down this street but didn't run into me. That means that she either took an alley we didn't know about or she's hiding. You said that this road didn't have any alleys. We've been chasing her for half an hour. Because you're too stupid to close an ambush even when you can make shadow clones. It was lucky that her pursuers were so bad at working together or else she would be stuck adhering to their ridiculous training standards. They'd had her all afternoon, so what more did they want? It was always, just one more round, with the two of them. They'd both won 2 matches with her each and they were still running around like they'd both just gotten out of bed. It was just stupid how they could still have energy for this crazy chase. Stupid and totally unfair. Not that she was jealous or anything. Some of the traffic had stopped to gawk at the argument as it grew in both venom and decibel. Sakura decided now was her best chance to get away once and for all. She had precious little chakra left, but it was enough for her to make a clone and slip it into the crowd. The boys stopped their argument as soon as Sasuke saw the clone. It had gotten far enough away that neither would be able to hear its lack of footfalls as it took off running down the main street. Sakura felt a little bit guilty watching the pair chase after her clone, Naruto hooping and laughing and Sasuke looking like he was having fun for once. One day she would have that much stamina and she'd be able to keep up with them. Sakura changed her hair and dress with a quick hinge and ducked out of her refuge. She didn't run or try and avoid the boys further. They passed her at the edge of the street traffic a few minutes later and didn't so much as glance her way twice. Sakura had learned long ago that the best disguises were the ones that didn't change the structure of her face. No matter how good of a henge it was, nothing could beat nature when it came to designing a natural look. A few blocks from the market and the village quieted. It was late afternoon and most of the people were running through their evening shopping downtown still in a tizzy. Sakura enjoyed the slow walk down streets she hadn't traveled in weeks, not rushed for once. Kakashi had cut her loose hours ago. Naruto and Sasuke had kept her busy, but that was ultimately by choice after they had beaten her the first time in a spar. Helping the two out after that hadn't been a bother. It was good to just train with them again without everything else hanging over their heads. Things weren't back to normal, but it was close enough. For now. And Sasuke-kun willingly spent time with me, Sakura happily whispered to herself. It was the weirdest thing, after she had decked him, he'd been impossible to shake all afternoon. Even Naruto shoving his nose between them at every turn didn't drive Sasuke away. Sakura knew that Sasuke probably only wanted to learn how to climb trees or walk on water, but it was a start. Maybe, just maybe, he would want to properly train with her. He had picked up on the chakra techniques she used too quickly, though. Sakura would have to dip farther into her bag of hard-won tricks to lure him in further. Hopefully that bag wouldn't come up empty anytime soon. The sun was just starting to dip below the townhouses Sakura was walking along when she finally reached her house. She paused at the gate, lingering there for a few moments. Things had been strange, earlier, with her mother. Sakura didn't know where they stood. Honestly, she was surprised that her things weren't piled up on the front lawn. That had to be a good sign. Sakura almost knocked before she caught herself. She took a breath, let a tentative smile wriggle its way past her lips, and simply went inside. She immediately stumbled over a pink suitcase. Her pink suitcase. Across the room on the couch sat her mother. Mabuki was crying, had been crying for a while it seemed, and she only sobbed harder when she caught the naked look of fear on her daughter's face. "Oh God, Sakura. I'm so sorry." Something cold clenched inside Sakura's gut. She couldn't find the words, but her feelings must have leaked out because Mabuki flinched across the room. Sakura's vision started dimming around the edges. Before she could go down, a hand reached out from behind. Kakashi had been standing behind the door. "I only just found out," he said. His lanky figure poured into the small foyer from the shadow he'd been in to take up the space next to her. "It wasn't your mother's idea, Sakura." Sakura just started at him, hearing the words but not grasping the substance. When it finally set in, that Kakashi was the one that said she had to go, the coldness in her stomach turned to fire. She wanted to hit her teacher at that moment, but he jerked his head toward the den. Past her mother. Another man was in the house. His long blonde hair was as unmistakable as his soft smile. Sakura had sat across a table from it more times than she could remember. "Yamanaka-san," Sakura muttered, not really believing it. The last time she had seen him was in the council hall. The look he had given her then had been far from friendly. "Sakura-chan." His lips twitched and he bowed his head a bit in apology. "Sakura," he amended. "It's good to see you." Kakashi urged the girl further into the house and tapped the door closed behind him. "Come on. We have a lot to discuss." Sakura sat down next to her mother and Mabuki tensed. She was scared. Of her. Carefully, Sakura leaned into the woman. To her overwhelming relief her mother's hand tentatively patted her on the knee. It was enough to get some wind back in Sakura's sails. "You didn't seem happy to see me earlier," she said to Ino's father. "I wasn't happy with the situation." He took the lounger across from the couch. Kakashi stayed where he was, just inside the foyer. "I was angry that you were forced into that situation. I can't say how sorry I am for not catching all this earlier, back when I could have headed everything off and spared us all this. Why are my bags packed?" Sakura cut in. She didn't want more empty platitudes. "Why was my mother crying?" Mabuki's composure broke again and she threw her arms around Sakura's neck. She didn't say anything, but Sakura just awkwardly let her cry there for a few moments. The girl was more than a little disturbed. Her mother had always been the rock of their little family. Mabuki was the parent, the strong one, the adult. The sudden role reversal put a queasy pinch in Sakura's stomach. The council has decided to foster you with a sponsor family until permanent lodging can be found for you, Kakashi said, cutting in. Lodging? This is my house. You can't just tell me to move. Inoichi cleared his throat. The request came directly from Umbu. They don't like having you near so many civilians. Just in case. It's to make their job easier. You're not being banned from seeing your mother and it's not permanent. It's temporary. For how long? Inoichi's pale eyes flicked over to Mabuki and back to Sakura. Until the exam business is settled. Until the invasion was over, he meant. Until they knew what if Orochimaru was going to be true to his word. This is why you wanted me to stay busy with Naruto and Sasuke all afternoon, isn't it? She spat at Kakashi. Like so many other times in the last day, the Jounin took her accusation in stride. I only just found out, he said. Your Umbu handler pulled me aside and asked that I be the one to break it to your mother. Denied, Sakura turned her ire on Inoichi. Let me guess, you're going to be my sponsor. I asked him to, Mabuki said, dabbing at her eyes. She took a deep, shuddering breath and tried to smile. Your teacher said they would have to find a ninja family to keep you and I called Inoichi-san right away. I knew that he would help you. Sakura's expression softened. Of course her mother would ask the Yamanakas to help. Seeing how her mother looked at Inoichi like he was some kind of hero was hard to take, but there it was. The man obviously didn't like her anymore, but he had agreed to take her in. She shook her head. I guess there are worse places to spend the night. Like a cell so far underground no one would ever find her. If Umbu was giving her a choice this time, she was going to pick the one with a bed. The few things Mabuki hadn't already gathered Sakura got from her room. Between Kakashi and Naruto there were only a few hiding spots that hadn't been discovered, but Sakura added some squirreled away money and weapons to her pockets before heading back downstairs. Saying goodbye was hard. Sakura still felt things were weird between her and her mother. Mabuki gave her a long hug and whispered that no matter what she was proud of her. That, at least, Sakura thought was genuine. Maybe it was better that things had played out like this. It hurt to have an entire life yanked out from under her, but Sakura knew what would happen if Orochimaru broke faith. It would mean she would be taken away without a miracle reprieve. Her mother couldn't, be put through that. They parted with a promise to have lunch tomorrow. Inoichi said his goodbyes as well. To his, and Sakura's, surprise Mabuki pulled him into a hug as well. The woman whispered something into his ear that Sakura didn't catch and then stood back. I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura, she said, only sniffling a little. She seemed more determined than said now, which was an improvement. Tomorrow, Sakura promised. Mabuki's lip shook and she nodded. Then she went back into the house. The door closing seemed to be Kakashi's cue. Sakura, I know this isn't your ideal situation, but once the exam is over and the village knows it can trust you, you can go back. He didn't sound like he believed it any more than Sakura herself did. I'll find you tomorrow for some things. Keep your morning open. Everything is going to be fine. Sakura nodded like they didn't both know that was a lie. Kakashi accepted it because it was convenient to do so. She was his responsibility, but regardless of all his talk about companions and connections she had still betrayed the village. Not even old Sarutobi could forgive that. All that left Sakura standing in her front walk with Yamanaka Inoichi, a pink suitcase in one hand and a duffel bag in another. The street lights buzzed to life with a series of pops, enhancing the uncomfortable atmosphere to an extreme. The Jounin rubbed his bare arm and Sakura finally realized how disheveled he looked in just a short t-shirt and sweatpants. Sakura wondered if he had ran over the second her mother had called. Well, I suppose we should get going, he finally muttered. Sakura let herself be led. She could pretend for a few moments that she was just going over to Ino's house for a sleepover and that Inoichi had just decided to pick her up, pretend they were still part of one big extended family and that Sakura hadn't ruined that forever. It was a pleasant thought. The Yamanaka compound was one of the smaller clan complexes in the village. It was stately in a traditional sort of way and situated in what could be considered Konoha's outskirts. Sakura wasn't sure just how many Yamanakas made their home there, but she remembered exploring the compound with Ino when she was younger and how big it had seemed back then and how many new people she'd met. Sakura could even recall some of them by face or name, some, closer to her age, she had even considered actual friends. That would all change now, of course. There wouldn't be any more warm smiles for her. Thankfully, Inoichi didn't try and strike up a conversation. He looked to be absorbed in his own thoughts and Sakura left him to it. He was probably wondering how he was going to break this to his clan. Or maybe just to Ino. The meeting that Sakura had been busy trying not to imagine came sooner than she would have liked. Ino was waiting on them by the wooden arch that led to the clan house. She had changed out of her training clothes and her hair was hanging loose down her back. Ino looked like she'd showered and Sakura begrudged the girl of that. All she'd gotten today so far was a dunk in the river. Ino's face shifted into an exaggerated, familiar sneer that Sakura found herself mirroring when they spotted one another. "I didn't think you would be back yet," Inoichi mumbled. Never a forceful parent to begin with, he looked downright cowed when his daughter, who was half his size, stomped up to him. "Daddy! What's she doing here?" "Ah, about that. Sakura will be staying with us for a little while." That didn't go over too well with the girl. Not one little bit. Ino turned the full force of her displeasure on her father and the poor man actually started sweating. Despite his dislike of her, Inoichi had taken her in. Without him Sakura didn't have any illusions about the type of handler she otherwise would have gotten. Therefore, Sakura snorted loud enough to get Ino's attention. "This is senior ninja business, piggy. It's strictly need to know and genin like you don't need to know." The apocalyptic cloud that washed over Ino's face at that was acidic enough to peel paint. Sakura didn't even have to fake her smile, it always felt good to get Ino's goat. Sakura could almost see the gears turning inside Ino's head as her eyes flicked from her vest to her headband, back down to her vest, and then finally back to her father. She didn't doubt that Asuma had given Ino a general rundown of things, but Sakura imagined that seeing it in person was a bit too much for her former friend. The blonde opened her mouth but the only thing that came tumbling out of it was some strange marriage of a growl and a whine. "Take your time, Ino," Sakura taunted, "pronunciate. Throw some syllables in there." To Ino's credit, she didn't take a swing at Sakura for that one. She snarled like an animal and stomped back into the compound. Inoichi looked pained. "Did you really have to do that?" he asked. Sakura shrugged. She didn't feel like letting Inoichi in on her and Ino's rivalry, especially when it was probably going to be front and center for the next few days? Weeks? Whenever the people in charge decided that a 12-year-old girl wasn't a threat anymore. They entered the compound together. Even though it wasn't the first time Sakura had visited, or even stayed over for days at a time, the Yamanaka compound seemed alien now. People stared and whispered as Inoichi led her into the main building. Thankfully Ino was nowhere to be seen. As the head of the clan, Inoichi's family got the lion's share of the main house, though it was still just him and Ino. They'd moved the furniture around in the living room, she noticed. Sakura sat in the recliner Inoichi gestured at. He took an entire love seat. Inoichi, in uncharacteristic tiredness, collapsed into the cushions and let his head fall back. "My daughter can be terrifying," he muttered. "She got it from her mother." Sakura said nothing. Ino's mother had died farther back than either Ino or she could remember. Sakura's eyes sought out the small shrine tucked away in a clean corner of the room. It had a fresh stick of smoking incense next to the picture of a stately blonde woman. If one thing hadn't changed, it was that little shrine. It hadn't moved in years. It was hard to reconcile the woman in that picture with Ino. Growing up, Ino had proudly shown Sakura that picture and said that she would grow up to look like that one day. The girl was making a good stab at it appearance-wise, but Sakura couldn't imagine her former friend with the soft, secret smile her mother wore in that picture. Somewhere in the house a door slammed just to drive that point home further and Inoichi rubbed his forehead. "You're going to have to forgive her for the next few days," he said when Sakura didn't mention it. This whole situation is going to be hard on everyone. Both of you are just children. Children don't react rationally to everything. It's better than people hating me but pretending to still get along. Sakura crossed her arms and sank back into her chair, staring at a spot on the wall. Silence was her only company for a long moment. Finally it was broken by another sigh from Inoichi. I suppose it seems that way to you, he acknowledged. I haven't given you much reason to think otherwise. I know it seemed that way at the council meeting, but please understand that I don't hate you. I simply thought that this kind of era was behind our village, that it had died with my generation. None of us wanted more children to go through what we went through. Is it Orochimaru? Sakura asked, not letting Inoichi gracefully bow out of the questioning. What if it hadn't been Otagakure that got to me? What if it was some other village? Would that have made it better? Inoichi considered. I suppose not, he acknowledged. Orochimaru does make it more difficult, though. He's someone that none of us even want to think about anymore. He was in the Second Great War, wasn't he? And the Third. All three of the Sannin were. Orochimaru would have been remembered a hero if he hadn't have deserted. Why did he leave? You should know that better than I do. Most of it is classified, but he was a contender for the fourth Hokage. Ultimately the third didn't pick him. He is not the type to suffer a perceived slight like that. Sakura agreed. If there was anything she could concretely say about her shadowy boss was that he was not someone who thought little of himself. And so he started his own village. That's why all of us reacted like we did. Your situation is sad, from what I've heard, and worrisome that Orochimaru was able to poach one of our students. It could have been Chosa's son Koji or Shikaku's Shikamaru. It could have been Ino. Would you have still loved her? Inoichi smiled in a tight, sad little way. Your mother loves you very much, Sakura. To her, you are the village. Trust me on this, if there is one person who is on your side no matter what, it's Harano Mabuki. That little affirmation bolstered Sakura. Her mother loved her. Of course she did. All they really had anymore was each other. She took a breath. So. I guess I should get unpacked? I don't think I'll be bunking with Ino like I used to. The change in topic brought some life back to Inoichi as well. He smiled, honestly this time, and shook his head. Not unless I have a peacekeeper sleeping in the same room as you two. You can have the guest bedroom. The one right across the hall from Ino's. Sakura asked. Hopefully 2 walls and a hallway will be enough distance, Inoichi laughed. Can you get settled in? I have to talk to a few of my cousins about the situation. Not wanting to overhear what would probably be an uncomfortable conversation about herself, Sakura grabbed her suitcase and headed upstairs. Hanging on the walls were all the old pictures that Sakura remembered, most of the ones with Ino also featuring her as well. It was a climbing panorama of their lives until, abruptly, Sakura stopped being a part of Ino's. The break in the photographs was painfully obvious. Ino's graduation pictures were nice. They were tastefully official with Ino in a few poses, smiling as she held a kunao up to the camera like a real ninja. There weren't any pictures of that day for Sakura back home, she had been too busy trying to learn her first Doton. A tiny spark of regret nipped at her as she stepped onto the second floor. Sakura started down the hall, quiet as a mouse with an eye on Ino's door. When she got closer, Sakura realized she didn't need to bother. Ino was playing a loud record in her room that thrummed through the wall. The guest room was just as Sakura remembered. Well, maybe just a bit dustier. There was a nice double bed that she put her suitcase on and a door on the far side that opened up into the second floor bathroom. If memory served, that bathroom had a great shower. Sakura laid out one of her long-sleeved shirts and some sweats. With Ino being a brat and Inoichi talking to his family, Sakura decided to take full advantage of the shower. She left a trail of discarded clothes and locked the bathroom door behind her. At some point a full-length mirror had gotten added, probably at Ino's behest. The girl staring back at Sakura was someone she almost didn't recognize anymore. She was lithe and thin with no real figure to be detected. Her only defining characteristic was the ever-growing definition of her muscles and the crisscrossing scars on her body. Even with all of her injuries properly cleaned and healed by the Umbu, her chest still had its massive Y-shaped scar. It was just an ugly white line now, but it was still very noticeable. The old stitching on her arms stood out as well, along with a dozen other little nicks and cuts that no one had bothered to heal. Something to think about later. Now there was a shower to enjoy. Sakura turned the water up as hot as she could stand and went about washing off a day's worth of gunk and grime. Not counting the sad little shower she'd taken back home that morning, this was the first time she was able to take her time since her stay in the river capital. Seemed like a lifetime ago. A whole 30 glorious minutes later, Sakura stepped out slightly red and blissfully clean. She took a towel, one with a golden monographed Ino on it, and shook out her hair. It was almost on par with Ino's now. Sakura didn't care much about fullness and luster these days, but she decided she could spend the time to properly dry it out. When she stepped out of the bathroom, a draft from the cracked hallway door hit her. To Sakura's aggravation, Ino was sitting on her bed, going through her things. "Took you long enough in there," the blonde said. Her eyes instantly went from her good towel to the scars peeking out from around it. "God, you look like a patchwork quilt." Sakura gripped her towel tighter and wished she could just punch her mouthy rival. Instead, she counted to 10, slowly, and the blonde tossed a t-shirt Sakura's way. It was ugly and pink and just the type of thing Mabuki would have thought to pack. Never mind that she was a chunin now. Try that one. It'll really accent that whole jigsaw puzzle look you've got going for you. Piss off, Ino, Sakura snapped. She tossed the pink shirt aside and jerked her long sleeve out from under Ino's feet instead. The blonde might have hissed when Sakura let her towel fall to slip on her shirt. "Someone really put you through the grinder, huh?" she asked. Sakura almost snapped back at her, but something in Ino's voice triggered a small pang in the pit of her stomach that wasn't altogether comfortable. It almost sounded like she was sorry that it happened. "Sakura, who dash?" Sakura didn't want to have this conversation. Not when she was feeling like this. Not right now. "Hey. Hey. Move over." The blonde protested, but Sakura sat up on the edge right next to Ino after moving her suitcase. "Brush my hair for me." The sudden and jarring shift did the trick Sakura wanted. "You're kidding, right? We're still fighting, aren't we? And you want me to brush your hair? We're only fighting if you want to fight, Ino. Right now I just want my hair fixed." It took a moment, but Sakura tried not to smile too much when she felt the bed shift from Ino looking through the nightstand for a hairbrush. "You're lucky my disgust of doing this is outweighed by my disgust at seeing that rat nest constantly for the next few days, for'ard," Ino grunted. Sakura settled in as her friend/enemy went to work on her hair, brushing and drying with the towel as she went. The girl obviously had all the practice in the world with her own head, and Sakura relaxed into the sensation. "I know what you're doing," Ino said after a few minutes. Sakura winced as the brush caught on a knot. "You can't distract me with your hair, which still isn't nearly as lustrous as mine is, by the way." Sakura tensed, not at the brush finally tugging her tangle free, but at Ino's fingers brushing her shirt sleeve. Sakura knew she wasn't going to get away from it this time, so she rolled it up for Ino. "Do they hurt?" Ino asked. A fingertip traced one of the white lines running across Sakura's skin. "Not anymore. The Umbu healed me. Right after they finished picking the stitches out of her, one by one. I think they give me character." Ino didn't answer right away. "They make you look older," she decided. Sakura couldn't tell if that was an insult or a compliment. She felt a gentle tug on her hair. "How are you wearing this now? Want me to put it in a ponytail? Braid it? If you leave your hair hanging in a ponytail, someone could rip it all out. A braid is a lot stronger." Ino's deft fingers went to work, winding and weaving. "Makes sense if you're used to getting caught," Ino laughed. Sakura could imagine the superior smile the girl must be wearing. It took the hair longer to dry than it did for the girl to put it up in a thick braid that ended in a tight loop right above Sakura's lower back. "It looks good," Ino admitted. It sounded like she'd scooted closer. "Not as good as mine, but still good. How much more are you going to let it grow out?" Sakura pulled the rope of hair over her shoulder and made a few adjustments. "I don't know yet, she said as she picked at it. Until I think it becomes a problem in a fight. Speaking of fights, are you ready to spill yet? Or do you want me to do your nails before I finally drag everything out of you? You're tactless, Sakura muttered. Don't you think it's weird, Ino? Even though we're supposed to be rivals, we always end up in situations like this. Ino flopped back onto the bed. It's because you know this whole rival thing is stupid. Sasuke-kun is going to be mine, and once you get over the heartbreak, things will go back to how they used to be. She grinned. My little shadow. Maybe you should make Chunin before you call someone a shadow anymore, Ino, Sakura snapped. The blonde clapped her hands. That's what I want to know. Whose bright idea was it to promote someone like you to Chunin? Ino stretched out her leg and flipped Sakura's discarded vest up onto the bed where she could look at it. This has to be from another village. No one in ours is that bad a judge of talent. Sakura glanced at her Otogakure headband. She'd left it on the nightstand. Asuma-sensei didn't tell you earlier. All he would tell us is that you weren't part of the village anymore. Ino squirmed a bit and pretended to be fussing with the vest in her hands. And to not get too close to you. He said you were a spy. I am. Well, I was. My village is an ally now. There was a long moment of silence. Sakura glanced over her shoulder and found Ino staring up at the ceiling with a blank expression. Maybe she hadn't really believed Asuma, or maybe she was hoping it was a misunderstanding. A bit of frost was in Ino's tone when she asked, so, what's it like? Your actual village. The last thing Sakura wanted to do destroy her strange friendship with Ino, but she couldn't help but blurt out the first thing that came to mind, you're not going to scream at me. Would it help? Would it make you realize how stupid you're being and come back to Konoha? The kernel of earnestness in that sarcastic question made Sakura's stomach clench. I can't. Things have gone too far. Konoha just isn't for me anymore, I don't think. Something clicked right then for Sakura. Wow. I really don't regret it. I'm a better person now, Ino. A better ninja. I think I can help my village in Konoha a lot more like I am now than I could have just being a regular genin. I'm a better person because of it. She hadn't meant to sound so flippant, but that tight knot of regret Sakura had been carrying around with her was slowly coming undone. Ino wasn't the person Sakura had expected to finally be having this conversation with, not in a million years, but there it was. The blonde gave her a hostile look. So we should be thankful to you? Is that what you're saying? I'm so thankful that you spied on us for over a year. Thank you so much, Sakura. You should be. It's because of me that things are going to turn out the way they are instead of the way they could have been. Sakura wanted to throw everything in Ino's face, but there was a limit to how much she could say about the plan. The Hokage had made it very clear that the only people who knew the true nature of Konoha and Oto's cooperation could be counted on two hands. If Suna got even a whiff that Orochimaru was playing the double agent, then everything went sideways. Ino sneered when Sakura held her tongue. Right. Because Haruno Sakura is saving the whole world from certain disaster. Why don't you ask Hinata what you could save? The words left Ino's mouth like a crack of thunder, sucking everything else out of the room. Sakura knew that Ino instantly knew she'd crossed a line, judging by the fact she had a defense prepared when Sakura's fist came at her. Sakura's momentum bowled them both over the side of the bed and became a tangle of snarls and cruises as Ino tried to fend off a furious Sakura. Ino's head bounced off the floor with a satisfying thud as Sakura finally got a good shot into her jaw. The lamp Ino managed to snag off of the nightstand didn't let Sakura have much time to gloat, though. It was then, as both were flopping on the floor groaning, that Inoichi burst in. One look at the rivet of blood running down Ino's face and Sakura was up with her arms locked behind her back. Sakura squirmed, but Inoichi had over a foot on her and she was simply dangling in his iron grip. Ino, honey, are you alright? Are you hurt? Talk to me, Ino. The blonde rolled back until she could put her back against the wall and push herself up. She wiped her mouth off with the back of her hand and made a face at the blood there. Stop it, Dad. Let her go. Sakura flopped to the ground when Inoichi dropped her. Her hands instantly went to the back of her head where she felt her hair starting to mat with blood. You hit me with a lamp. And I bit through the tip of my tongue. And, look at my hair. She pointed to a not significant clump of blonde scattered on the floor. You ripped it out, you animal woman. She couldn't resist. Maybe you should try a braid. Ino's mouth flopped open. Did you really just say that? A small huff of air that sounded suspiciously like a strangled laugh accompanied. Sounded like good advice, Sakura said, smiling as well. I'm missing something here. What's going on with you two? Poor Inoichi. Ino shook her head at him and made a shooing motion. We're working out our problems, Dad. Setting some boundaries. The Jounin looked at the small storm of destruction the two had made of his guest room. The bed was hallway off its frame, there were specks of blood everywhere, and he was down one antique lamp. Just don't kill each other, he muttered. Their conversation started back up as soon as he left the room as if he hadn't just burst in on them beating the hell out of each other. Girls. Chapter 26. Stop squirming, Forid. I can't see what I'm doing with you moving around so much. I can't help it. It itches. Ino threw up her hands. I went to all that trouble last night stitching you up and you're complaining about itching. I thought you would be more worried about the giant knot on your head. Sakura settled down when she picked up on some low-key laughing coming from the younger children. One of the little blonde brats had the gall to stick his tongue out at her. It was her luck that the breakfast tradition in the Yamanaka clan hadn't changed from when she was younger. She was facing down an entire table full of blonde, blank-eyed interrogation specialists. After a moment of managing to hold her still, Ino was satisfied and she let Sakura's head go. The girl had patched her up the night before with some field stitching, which, Sakura thought, was only right given that she had beaten her over the head with a lamp. Ino hadn't gotten away without anything herself, though. Her jaw had turned a delightful shade of black and blue and she was still complaining about her tongue. A few cutting remarks from Ino when they'd first arrived for breakfast had put an end to the questions. Now everyone just ate quietly and pretended that a little 12-year-old girl didn't rule the roost. There was one person who didn't quite get that memo, though. Sakura spotted his silver mop of hair coming a mile away. Kakashi-sensei, she greeted as he started filling a plate for himself. He gave Sakura and Ino bland looks. Not even a full day yet and you look like you've already had it out. Inoichi wasn't lying about the two of you, was he? Ino smiled. It would have been stranger if we hadn't gotten into a fight. Now we know where we stand on some things. She tapped Sakura on the head. And who's better with improvised weapons? I see Sakura still has some things to learn, then. Sakura gaped at them both. It wasn't a real fight. She got lucky with that lamp. Tut, Sakura. You need to look underneath the underneath when it comes to fighting. A lamp is as good as a club when you need it to be. Kakashi's look was pitying. I thought I trained you better than this. You didn't train me at all, Sakura groused. She ignored Ino's snickering and shoveled food onto her plate. Ino was probably going to say something, but Sakura didn't care. She'd been off her silly diet for months now and she'd never miss another actual cooked meal again after being stuck in that horrible swamp with only alligator meat. Kakashi took it all in stride. I like to think I was a positive role model for your development, he said, whatever that was supposed to mean. You need to hurry it up, though. We have to be at the Hokage Tower in less than an hour. The tower? Is there going to be another meeting? Yes, but not like you're probably thinking. It's for the Chunin exam. Sakura couldn't say that didn't interest her. Being a part of the exam itself was almost as good as getting to go through it with Naruto and Sasuke-kun. And, who was to say that she couldn't find some way of helping them without being on their team? Wait, is she going to be on one of the stage teams? Ino asked. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Inoichi, who had the decency to pretend he was listening to one of his cousins. Looks like someone has been spilling some secrets of their own. Ino realized her slip and smiled sweetly like she normally did when an adult had caught her doing something. I just overheard some Chunin talking one day at the barbecue restaurant Asuma-sensei takes us to. Right. Well, I don't know exactly where Sakura is going to be put. That's what the meeting is for. Sakura pushed back from the table, excited for the first time in a while. Well, let's get going. I don't want to be late. The Jounin, who had somehow managed to clear his plate when no one was looking, got up as well. Ino just sourly poked at her food. Try not to muck up the exam for everyone, Forrid, she grumbled. Sakura risked another war by patting the blonde on the head. Don't worry, Piggy, she chimed, one day you'll be a big girl with her own vest. It won't be as nice as mine, but I'm sure you'll still look good in it. Kakashi and Sakura were almost late despite their early start after Sakura had to wash a bowlful of steamed rice out of her hair. Still, it had been one of the more interesting breakfasts in Yamanaka recent memory, so Ino's and hers terrible table manners could be forgiven. There was a marked difference when Sakura and Kakashi stepped into the tower for the second time. Sakura was wearing both her vest and badge and her teacher was looking the part of a jounin on village business. Civilians and lower-ranking ninja moved for them. Genin who were here to get missions or turn in paperwork looked at Kakashi in starstruck awe and at Sakura with jealousy. Konohananin didn't stare at Sakura with hostility anymore, but instead with the professionalism they gave to everyone else. Obviously someone had slipped them a memo. It felt good. Very good. Better than Sakura would have thought. If it wasn't respect for her, it was respect for her village. For the man behind that village, in the case of those really in the know such as the Jounin. Sakura jutted her chin out and picked up her pace a bit until she was only a step behind Kakashi. No one dared tell her otherwise. Kakashi was keeping up the small talk as he led them through the sprawling hallways of the tower's first floor. He explained that the majority of day-to-day business occurred on the first floor, where there were plenty of empty meeting rooms that could be commandeered. The higher up in the tower you went, the more important the people. They were passing more Jounin and Chunin now. Unused workspaces had given way to stacks of papers and laboring ninja at desks, armed with pens, staplers, and stamps. They're processing paperwork, Kakashi explained as Sakura rubbernecked. The exams bring lots of it each year with all the visitors. Is this what I'll be doing? Sakura asked with some trepidation. It seemed like a terrible job to her. Kakashi shook his head, though. He urged them further along until they reached a set of double doors. His hands paused on the tarnished metal handle. Listen, he murmured, no matter what happens, don't lose your head. That wasn't the most comforting thing to hear. Kakashi didn't have any other advice for her and pushed open the door. Inside, 24 heads jerked his way. Sakura was afforded no shielding from the eyes of all the gathered Konoha-chunin in the room. It reminded Sakura of an academy classroom with its tiers of desks. Kakashi made her enter first. Clearly they had interrupted a meeting, which Sakura should have expected given Kakashi's penchant for being late to things. Sakura felt a tap on her shoulder and leaned in when Kakashi stooped down. I can't be in here for this. Jounin-sensei that have teams in the exam can't know about the exact setup. I'll be right down the hallway, though. His eye shifted over to the front of the room. There was a woman there who held that look. Don't let Anko get to you. Those were the last words of wisdom the Jounin had for Sakura. He gave the Chunin a little mock salute and closed the door behind him. The girl suddenly felt very, very out of place. She looked to be the youngest person in the room by at least a half-dozen years or more. The woman standing behind a podium, Anko, jerked her head at an open seat near the front. Stop gawking and get down here. There was real heat in the woman's tone. Kakashi rarely wasted words, so Sakura steeled herself. She got to her seat and stared straight back. Anko sneered, but didn't comment. All right, all of you are going to have to cut me some slack today because this wasn't supposed to be my briefing. Ibiki is loafing this morning. She looked around the room. I've worked with most of you, so that helps. Some of you will be pulling double duty during the exams. Several Chunin groaned. The short-haired Spitfire was having none of that, though. Cry some more. You should be thankful you're even here right now. Exam duty looks good on your yearly performance reports. Now give me a damn second to figure this shit out. While Anko went through a stack of folders on the table, the Chunin began chatting with one another. None spoke with Sakura, but she picked up snippets of conversation around her about the exam or the strange meeting a lot of the senior ninja were pulled into that morning at the tower. It was really just shop talk, exactly the type of thing Sakura used to eavesdrop on for Kabuto. Now she just listened in because she was bored. Alright, I think I've figured out what Ibiki was going to do. These folders, Anko tapped a stack of multicolored files stacked on the desk, have your assignments. The purple folders mean you are working on the tests, white ones mean you are working security for the finals, and green means support staff. If you have any complaints, I'll hear them after you've looked everything over. The woman slammed the stack down on the far end of the row. The first Chunin flipped through the stack and pulled a purple folder. It went down the line and each Chunin took a folder until the stack landed in front of Sakura. She sifted the stack and found a green folder with her name printed on the front. Sakura scanned the first page of her assignment and bit back the first thing that came to mind. Harano Sakura, Counterintelligence. Funny. The specifics of her duty entailed checking backgrounds of foreign ninja and making sure their identifications matched. It was busy work that would keep her well away from anything important or productive. It said she would be working at the Civilian Processing Center. They weren't even giving her real ninja work. Sakura flipped the folder closed and looked up straight into Anko's knowing eyes. Anko didn't even bother hiding her smirk. Play with me, that smirk seemed to say. I dare you. Sakura was already too deep, though. She was acutely aware of all the eyes watching her and Anko now. They had noticed something happening. More than her personal feelings, however, there was the issue of Otogaku. Sakura represented her village. If this was going to be a real alliance, Sakura had to draw a line, even if it was a jounin staring her down. Silently, Sakura closed her folder and flipped it toward Anko. It came to rest right at the woman's feet. I object. The two words seemed to pop in the air like fireworks. Anko stared. Sakura stared back. Anko turned an interesting shade of red. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Going to elaborate on that? Sakura waved at the folder. It's busy work. I'm the official attaché from the hidden village of Otogaku. I'm not a civilian clerk. The jounin slammed her open hand down on the desk in front of Sakura with enough force to actually split the wood. She can't hurt me, she can't hurt me, she can't hurt me ran frantically through Sakura's head as she fought to sit still. Anko leaned in, sneering like an animal, close enough that Sakura could smell the lack of smell on the woman. The only thing keeping Sakura tethered to her chair was Anko's blank eyes. Sakura could pretend that it Ino glaring at her and not a royally pissed jounin that could twist her head off on a whim. A polite knock on the door ended the standoff. Anko snorted through her nose and stomped off, which let Sakura sink down into her chair. She felt numb but her muscles wouldn't stop jumping. The other Chunin were whispering and looking at her with something approaching respect. Sakura wondered if she had passed some kind of test. Sakura let out a deep, shuddering breath and shifted in her scratchy, unworn vest. She looked back up when Anko came back. The woman was probably there for round 2. The look she got from Anko then froze her entire body. It wasn't a hot rage that could be gotten out by arguing or fighting, it was a sharp, cold fire that promised some kind of death. The jounin jerked Sakura up by the arm and dragged her over the desk like a child. No one in the room moved to help her even when her shouts started. All of Sakura's kicking, screaming, and scratching amounted to nothing. Anko's grip was iron and Sakura thought she could feel her bones groan under the woman's fingers. She was dragged out of the classroom and into the hall where Anko threw her up against a wall. You can't do this, you psychopath! The words sputtered out into a croak that only barely managed to pass her teeth. A cat-faced Umbu stared down at her. It was the same one that had caught her in Tanzakujo. Kakashi was next to him. The look on her teacher's face was only a shade better than Anko's. It was the Umbu watcher that cleared his throat. He didn't waste time with small talk. Sakura-san, we need to discuss your whereabouts yesterday afternoon. His voice was deep and it made Sakura shiver. The last time she had spoken with him he'd stuck a needle through her teeth. It didn't seem like he was waiting on her to answer, so she said nothing. You are living at the Yamanaka compound. Did you leave between the hours of 7 in the afternoon and 3 this morning? No. And you know I didn't because you are always watching me. Can anyone substantiate that inside the clan? Sakura had an inkling that this was too serious to play coy. I was with Ino until around 11, she readily admitted. Anko cursed and stormed off. No one stopped her. Finally, Kakashi leaned down and held out his hand. Sakura was still annoyed with him, but she took it and he helped her up. She hoped that he didn't notice the way her arm was still trembling or how her heart was galloping. Sakura was barely holding it together. The cat Umbu scratched his head. You're still going to have to come with us down to the office until we can collaborate that with Yamanaka Ino. Sakura held up her hand. Stop shaking. Wait, what's all this about? That Anko woman looked like she was going to kill me. She might have if we hadn't been here when Aoba-san told her about it. Only now did Sakura notice Ichinin hanging back from the group. He was wearing sunglasses, inside, but that wasn't the most burning question she had at the moment. Told her what? What's going on? Kakashi's face pinched and fell into a deep frown. Marino Ibiki was found dead in his apartment this morning. Sakura's mouth flapped for a moment. And you think I could have killed a Jounin? She asked the Umbu. Not especially. You have a strange power, but I don't think you're capable of killing a veteran like Ibiki. You are simply the most obvious person with a grudge. I'm the most obvious person with a grudge against the torture and interrogation expert. The most obvious one, yes. You realize that not many people who would hold a grudge against Ibiki are still free to walk around, right? Point. Fine, let's go down to your office and wait for Ino to confirm my alibi. Never mind that you people are watching me every second of the day. I'll play along. The Umbu might have smiled. Sakura couldn't see anything past the mask, but something told her she'd said the right thing. Kakashi put a hand on her back and slowly guided her along after the man. They took a different route than before with the Umbu leading them through a service entrance in the back of the tower. It was still early enough that there weren't many people milling around the tower. There was an unsaid understanding that they didn't want to draw attention to themselves. They took back alleyways and side streets instead of the main roads. Once the Umbu had led them through a customer-less grocery store where the owner hadn't even batted an eye at them as they had emerged from the loading area in the back. It all seemed needlessly cloak and dagger to Sakura, but she didn't comment, she just followed and wondered about who had assassinated the interrogator. Sakura was reasonably certain her village didn't have anything to do with it. Kabuto was long dead and Orochimaru wanted an alliance with Konoha. Ibiki didn't stand out as someone important enough to jeopardize that. Here we are, the masked man intoned. Sakura withdrew from her thoughts and found herself staring at one of the local shinobi police stations that dotted the village. I thought we were going to an Umbu office. She asked, surprised. A bell on the door jingled as the trio pushed their way in. The lobby was wide and open with chairs lining the edge. The regular shinobi police were mostly for civilians, Sakura remembered. When a ninja did a crime against the civil laws of the village, people could ask for investigations here. A handful of men and women were waiting in the chairs, reading magazines, or watching the snowy television providing basic cable. No one looked to be in a great hurry to be seen by the receptionist. Kakashi tapped on the counter and the young Chunin jumped to attention. Do you have a secure office open? Maybe something comfortable? We'll be using it for a few hours. The man chuckled. You practically have your pick of the entire building. Not much work for us these days. He dug out a key from his desk. You can use the old branch inspector's office. He works out of headquarters now. Kakashi thanked him and led the way into the maze of offices and hallways. Don't say anything until I say to, he muttered under the loud clatter he was making with the door lock. The Umbu swept into the office as soon as Kakashi had gotten it open. His head swiveled around more like an owl than a cat, looking into every nook and cranny. He gave special attention to the drawn curtain over the window. The old seals are active. I think we're good, Captain. Captain. Sakura hissed. Kakashi closed the door behind him. The office was dusty and clearly hadn't been used in ages, but there was a small sofa on one side and a few chairs to sit in. Sakura had already taken the sofa, so Kakashi was stuck with a chair. The Umbu stood by the window. I've lived an interesting life. Kakashi's eye crinkled when Sakura glared at his non-explanation. Since we have a bit of privacy in here, I can say that you aren't currently a suspect for Ibiki's death, so don't worry too much. Tenzo just wanted to get you out of there in case anyone decided logic wasn't good enough. Then what the hell was all that at the tower about? It was a performance. The Umbu, Tenzo, crossed the small distance from the window to Sakura. You may not have done it, but we have to show that we are serious about people's concerns. You saw how Anko reacted. Sakura rubbed her arm. There were bruises there from where that woman had ripped her up. If Kakashi hadn't been there, if Anko had heard the news from someone else, then what? Would she have been content with just yanking her around? Why does she hate me? It's not my place to say. I'm sure you'll find out about it sooner or later. Right now we have bigger problems. We have to play this perfectly. Things are moving quicker than the Hokage anticipated. Kakashi-sensei, who killed Ibiki? It wasn't Oto. I know that. Orochimaru has been in contact with the Hokage all morning since we found out. We think it was Suna. Sakura didn't like the sound of that. Suna was moving faster than anyone had expected. Thinning out our special forces? Ibiki was the head of the interrogation squad, right? Kakashi nodded. Right, but it's strange. Torture and interrogation has been in decline since the last war. Ibiki's organization wasn't what it used to be. It honestly doesn't make sense to risk revealing themselves just for him. Sakura thought for a moment. It could mean that Suna has old intelligence. That I thought as well. We've done the same thing in the last few wars. Veterans are the first to go in war, even if they are old and retired. It's the curse of being called talented, Kakashi explained. Marino Ibiki was a decorated veteran of the last war from the Land of Rivers campaign. I've heard that his bounty in the Wind Country is substantial. Tenzo suddenly stepped over to the door and opened it right as Inoichi was about to knock. The surprised look on the Jounin's face was quickly replaced with understanding. He quickly got inside, tugging Ino behind him. Only when the door shut behind him did he relax. Ino looked as confused as Sakura felt at the moment. Her father motioned to the couch Sakura was sitting on and Ino scrunched up beside her. Inoichi, glad you could make it so quickly, Kakashi greeted. You've already heard about Ibiki. 2 hours ago. When he didn't show up for the exam committee, someone was sent to his apartment. He glanced at Ino, worried. They asked me to identify the body. I put 2 and 2 together when you wanted me to bring Ino down here. Then you can guess what all this is. Kakashi turned to the blonde. What time did you last see Sakura last night? The girl was looking at Tenzo, Sakura noticed. When it finally registered that she was being asked a question, she ripped her eyes away. We were up in my room at least until 11. I saw her first thing this morning, too. Probably around 6? Maybe earlier. Kakashi nodded. Thank you. Like I said before, Sakura, there's a reason for all this. It's important that we play this by the book. We don't want dash. An abrupt cough came from Tenzo. He jerked his head significantly at the 2 girls sitting on the sofa. I think we've already established that Sakura had nothing to do with Ibiki-san's murder. It would be safer for Sakura to be back at the Yamanaka compound while emotions are still raw. Something passed between the 3 adults. Slowly, Kakashi nodded. Right. Ino-san, you can see Sakura back safely. You're dismissing us, Sakura bristled. I am. This is village business. Konoha business. Sakura told herself it was silly to be offended. She wasn't part of Konoha anymore. Fine, she said, somehow managing not to snap. She was up and out of the room before Kakashi could say anything else. She ended up waiting on Ino in the lobby. It took the blonde another few minutes to catch up and she had something. You forgot this, she said, holding out a familiar green folder. It seemed like even a murder wouldn't let her get out from under her horrible exam duty. They left together without another word, Sakura letting Ino take the lead. The blonde must have gotten some kind of instruction from Kakashi because she wasn't straying into the main streets. Sakura was fine with taking the long way because it gave her more time to think and stamp down the hurt still threatening to bubble over. It wasn't just being left out of the loop. It had bothered her, but that wasn't it. It had been the anger she'd seen in Kakashi's face back at the Hokage Tower when she'd first been questioned. The moment of suspicion after she had told him her alibi. He didn't instantly believe her like he once would have. Again, she told herself it was nothing to be upset about. Things change. Change was good, or so she had told Ino the night before. She was better now. It still hurt. "You're being broody," Ino said. Sakura's head popped up, but the blonde was just looking into a store window. They had stopped at some point. "I've got to stop spacing out like that," Sakura told herself. "It's called thinking, pig. You might want to try it." Ino snorted. "And get worry wrinkles before I'm 20? No thank you. Your forehead is going to look like a canyon." Her smile looked a bit strained. There wasn't as much bite in her for some reason. "Hey, can we go find somewhere to talk for a second? Before we get back to the compound?" Thrown by the sudden shift, Sakura looked around. She recognized the street. "There's a cafe one street over I've been to before. We can get lunch." It was midday, so the little business was fairly packed. Ino looked decidedly skittish as she eyed the patrons, but Sakura just took the first open table for two she could find. It was right in the middle of the room. "This isn't what I had in mind when I said I wanted to talk," Ino hissed. She had to lean in to be heard over the light chatter. "Well, it's what you should have had in mind." "What? You wanted to find some hole in the wall to share secrets? That just tells people we're trying to sneak around." A harried waitress came over and dropped two menus in front of them. Sakura ordered a tea and a bowl of udon. She had to prod Ino to order something. When the waitress left, Sakura smiled at her rival. "No one can even hear us in here." Lesson number 1, Ino, if you want to pass along something you don't want other people to overhear, do it in a crowd. "I don't remember asking you for spying lessons," Ino snapped. Sakura's smile just grew coyer. Ino looked so far out of her element. "I guess you didn't. What's got your panties in a twist? And stop looking around so much. You look so suspicious right now." Ino's nails raked the table as she clenched her fist. Sakura poked her friend under the table with her foot and the blonde jumped a good inch out of her chair, but eventually she settled a little. Ino still looked slightly crazy as she tried, and failed, to look at every single person around them. She leaned in and Sakura humored Ino by meeting her halfway across the table. "I've seen that Umbu guy before." Slowly, Sakura pulled back. "Where?" "At my house. He was there last night talking to my dad and his cousins after you went to sleep." "Are you sure it was the same Umbu? They all look alike." Ino jerked back as the waitress came back with their orders. Sakura eagerly tucked into her noodles until the girl left. Ino looked at her like she was crazy. "Diets only end up hurting you," Sakura advised. The blonde stared for a few minutes at the large bowl of udon Sakura was busy slurping down. "You've changed," she said, hiding her expression behind her teacup. After taking another very conspicuous look around, Ino leaned back in. "And yes, I'm sure it was the same Umbu. He had the same mask and the same hair. There's more, too. After you left this morning someone went through your room. I heard them from in the bathroom." Sakura idly swirled her udon around. "Well, you know I'm not at your house on vacation. I'm a prisoner, Ino. Of course people are going through my things. There are Umbu watching us right now and probably recording this conversation." Ino turned ashen. "You said that we were safe talking in public." Sakura airily waved her chopstick. "That was just a general lesson on espionage. You're a psychopath now, you know that. Anyone else would be scared shitless in your situation." Ino shook her head. "I'm scared shitless just eating lunch with you." "Why?" "I'm the only person with a noose around her neck, Ino." Sakura's lips quirked. "Think of it like the zoo. You see the dangerous animals behind the glass, but you know that you're not going to get eaten, and if the animals so much as take a step outside of their cage they're done for." Ino's expression changed, but it went from worry to annoyance, not what Sakura had had in mind. "You're talking about animals, Sakura. You're a person. We used to be friends. The slight stumble in Ino's voice made Sakura annoyed as well. She pushed back her empty udon bowl and threw down a few ryo for her meal, leaving Ino to play catch-up. The mutual annoyance followed them out into the street. Stop following me, Sakura grunted as she set a pace faster than a comfortable walk. No? There's a psycho killer running around in case you've forgot. And you want me to protect you or something? Ino's shrill scoff only made Sakura up her speed. She switched conversational gears. I'm going to go see my mom. It's private. Ino skipped forward and put herself even with Shinin. So what? I've known your mom for years. Maybe I just want to say hello. Sakura turned her head to snap at her rival, but her eyes caught on the low top of the buildings lining the road. Her frown shifted into an easy smirk. Fine, she said, already needing the chakra. But I don't want to waste any more time. Follow if you want. People gasped when Sakura rocketed up into the air. The chakra-enhanced jump was nothing spectacular for her, just a slow bound from the street to the top of a single-story building, but some civilians weren't used to seeing their ninja that close. Sakura gave them, and Ino, a cheeky salute as she turned to cut the entire block by leaping the street on the other side. Ino hit the roof hard behind her. She grinned savagely at Sakura's surprised look. Did you think there was anything you could do that I couldn't? That grin faltered somewhat when Sakura made a running leap across the entire street. Ino had to land in the middle of the road and then get onto the building. Sakura pumped more and more chakra into her muscles. Her run on the village went by in a blur of motion, punctuated by the hang time she achieved on her jumps. Sakura had never thought herself an adrenaline junkie until her mission to Suna, but after some introspection it was clear. She exulted in the rush of chemicals her body flooded into her system. That cocktail burned out everything else. Worries, fears, anxiety, everything. An open canal a few streets over beckoned. Sakura hit the water like an arrow and skated along the surface, kicking up water and causing more than a few angry shouts from the people walking along the edge. She let one foot dip into the water and kicked up a wave that lapped over the bank as she skidded to a stop. She saw a flash of golden hair flapping a few blocks down as Ino bounded back into view. Sakura decided to wait the moment it took Ino to make it over to her. The genin didn't try her luck out on the water, however, and couldn't keep her breathing as even as Sakura's. Before Ino could open her mouth, Sakura took off again. An angry shout came from Ino as she got splashed, but Sakura was already vaulting back onto the rooftop highway. Sakura played this stop-start game of cat and mouse with her rival until her house came into view. She laughed at the way Ino's soggy hair flopped back and forth and danced around a punch the snarling blonde aimed at her head. She plucked the second one right out of the air and twisted Ino's arm right around her back. Say uncle and I'll let you go, Sakura teased. Ino twisted in her grip like a wet eel. Sakura let her go and ducked under a kick that brushed a few errant hairs sticking up off her head, and what had started as an angry swat turned into Ino doing her best to bash Sakura's face in. Sakura grinned all the way to the door. She pushed it open under a hail of angry punches to her back and darted inside with Ino right on her heels. Mom! She laughingly out. Ino's trying to kill me. There was no answer. Sakura ducked another swing from Ino, but her laughing was starting to trail off a bit. The door had been unlocked. Mabuki never left the house unlocked unless she was home. There was a half-empty cup of tea on the coffee table as well. Sakura felt the side of the cup. Cold. Sakura gave Ino a significant look and jerked her head toward the stairs. Watch them, she mouthed. Thankfully the blonde seemed to realize something was wrong again and pressed herself up against the wall under the stairs. The rest of the house was silent. Time at home had never been loud or rambunctious except for the early years when Ino stayed over, but the complete absence of any kind of noise was unnerving Sakura as she stalked through the first story of her home room by room. She found a broken plate on the kitchen floor and several pieces of clothes on the floor of her mother's room. No. Ino's wail rang through the house like a bell. The cold grip of fear for her mother ignited like a gas-soaked bonfire of rage as she tore through out of the back section of the house toward the living room where she'd left Ino. Two men were standing over the blonde, reaching down toward her. Ino had collapsed to her knees and she was sobbing. Sakura crossed the distance in a heartbeat. Her knee caught him square in the stomach and she raked at his face with her nails when he doubled over. The second, shorter man caught Sakura by the neck and tried to drag her off his partner. Sakura's throat bulged as the fire ripped up her throat. The short man gasped in pain as the small fireball took his face. That lapse in concentration let the man Sakura had been mauling rip her fingernails out of his face. He was strong, much stronger than Sakura, and threw her clear across the room. Sakura's back crashed into her mother's china cabinet and sent dishes and bowls cracking against her body. His face was bleeding from several crescent-shaped cuts on his cheeks and forehead where Sakura's sharpened nails had found flesh. Beside him, his partner had only just put his vest and hair out. "Stop!" he shouted when Sakura started flinging plates. "Stop! Stop it! We're delivering a message." Sakura righted herself and put herself in front of Ino. "Where's my mother? What did you do to Ino?" It was Ino herself that felled Sakura. She surged up behind the girl and pushed her aside with such force that Sakura slammed against the back of the sofa. Vision swimming, Sakura could only watch as the blonde walked over to the two men. She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I'm going to see my father in the hospital. I'm not going to waste any more time." She stared back at Sakura with something approaching hatred. "Follow if you want." The door shut behind her. Chapter 27. Kakashi descended the large steps toward the basement of the Hokage Tower two at a time, for once not dragging his feet. His eyes were sharp and cast suspicion on every dark corner or room he passed. It was paranoia, he knew, but in the wake of recent developments it was probably healthy. No ninja would expect an attack at the very seat of their village's power, but no ninja also expected an attack at one of the most sensitive intelligence offices in the village either. This month was rapidly becoming a significant addendum to the usual operations manual. Someone caught him by the shoulder. Kakashi wheeled, slapping away the arm and grabbing out. He caught the figure by the throat and pushed them up against the wall with an audible slap of flesh. The senbon needle tickling his chin brought him back from the edge. His hand released and Mitarashi Anko collapsed into a crouch. The special jounin rubbed her neck. "Good to see you too, Kakashi. I didn't think you were into the rough stuff anymore," she muttered, the taunt automatic rather than anything malicious. She looked just as shocked and stressed as Kakashi felt. Kakashi helped her back up. "Sorry," he said, "but things are a bit tense at the moment." He jerked his head once for her to follow and they both set back down the hall. "When did you get called in?" "A few minutes ago. I was in the building." "You know about Inoichi's condition yet?" They rounded another corner and started hurrying down another set of stairs. This far down it was hard to tell where the tower ended and the sprawling Yamato works began. "He's alive, that's all I've heard." "You know about Aoba?" "He's dead." Anko grunted. Kakashi realized he probably should have been more careful with his words, but the village didn't currently have time for following the normal emotional protocol. "I didn't know that. He was a good kid." She sucked her teeth for a moment, but eventually blurted, "The Nara compound was firebombed an hour ago." "No causalities, but they lost pretty much everything." "It didn't get to their forest, did it?" Kakashi asked. "I have a feeling we're going to need their medical stores pretty soon." Hokage-sama already had everything harvested and moved. "Fire didn't get that far, I heard. Just the main house where all the family units were." It made Kakashi somewhat sad when that news didn't phase his mood at the moment. More and more he was finding his mind falling back into darker, more dangerous ruts he had spent many peaceful years dragging himself out of. "At least the kids are all right," he forced himself to say. It was the socially acceptable thing, after all. The hallway ended in a large circular room. It was stone, dark, and much colder than the warm, summer village several hundred feet above their heads. Ringing the room were 3 round doors, all metal, which swung toward the center. Anko walked up to one in the center. She gave the handle a hard turn and pulled it back. "I'm following you, Kakashi. It's been years since I've been down here." She didn't need to mention who she had been with at the time. Kakashi just nodded. The pipe downward had a hard slope that would be impossible for any non-ninja to navigate without careening to a slippery death below. Kakashi and Anko both let gravity do its work and slid down the straight pipe on their feet, wind whipping over their face for a solid half-minute in the darkness before a dim light bloomed at the end. Kakashi let his chakra fade and shot out of the pipe at a breakneck speed, Anko right behind him. 50 feet down there was the massive underground reservoir that fed the village. They both landed with barely a whisper on the deathly calm water. Anko was clearly tense and Kakashi barely felt better. The reservoir was enormous, at least 80 meters across and 20 meters deep, intersected by pipes and other obstructions for enemies to hide, and Kakashi's overactive imagination was conjuring up a million different angles of attack that an enemy would use to two ninja sitting in the middle of a large underground lake with no cover. "Come on," he murmured to Anko and himself. "Dozens of other ninja have come this way already. We're the late ones. This paranoia isn't helping anyone." Though, he didn't linger on the water any more than Anko did. They both bounded through the forest of steel at a quick clip. A few dim lamps on the far side of the reservoir lit the way well enough for them to find the pathway they were looking for. A great many footprints disturbed the dust on the floor and he slowed, feeling more at ease now that they were both off the water. A low hum of conversation met them halfway down the hall. Anko let out a sigh when she heard it and pulled Kakashi to a stop. "So, before we get in there, I want to know something. That girl in your team, the traitor. Did she?" "Sakura didn't have had anything to do with it," Kakashi snapped. He pulled out of her hold and frowned at the annoyed woman. "She's being watched every second of every day. Do you think a genin could slip past Chunin now and stop defending her every time someone raises a reasonable doubt? That kid is an Oto spy, Kakashi. You have to be objective. She's not a part of the village anymore. And you're being objective." He looked over his shoulder, at the far door where the voices were coming from, before leaning in. "Anko, you're jumping at every shadow and seeing Orochimaru in them. Sakura could have lodged an official complaint at you." Anko's face soured instantly and she grabbed a fistful of his vest. "And maybe I should be jumping at every shadow. Maybe I'm the only person in this damn village who remembers what he did to us. Since the rest of you shitheads are ready to hand over the keys to everything to him, I'll be paranoid for all of us." Kakashi let her calm down before he broke her grip. "I haven't forgotten, Anko. I just realized that he's a necessary evil at the moment. I don't let it get personal. Right, because Hatake Kakashi never lets anything get to him." Anko didn't step out of his personal space and she was close enough that Kakashi saw the little flicker of venom in her eyes. What if it were hidden mist that the Hokage was having us ally with? Would you be able to work with them? You don't need to dance around her name, Anko. Just ask me if I would work with the people who killed Rin. The easy flippancy visibly threw the woman, like it did most people who never bothered to ask him about his teammates instead of assuming things themselves. He gave Anko a wry smile that maybe she would see in the low light. "Do you want to ask me how I feel about Hidden Stone next?" Anko stomping down the hall was the answer to that. As he followed, Kakashi thought it was a shame, it had been quite a while since anyone had bothered to drudge his history up. Anko was a few steps ahead, standing at the door. Kakashi could see her frowning in the pale light of the open door, but after a moment she went through. When Kakashi joined her, he saw the reason for her hesitation. It wasn't the room, which was just a simple concrete reservoir drained of water, it was the sea of white masks and cloaks that twisted in the low lamplight. Hundreds of all with their attention tugged at by the two late arrivals. Anko was waiting beside the door frame. Apparently she hadn't been angry enough to leave him behind to navigate the sea of by herself. Without a word she fell back into step with him and they made their way through the crowd. Normally there would be a few sedate greetings, but the atmosphere for this meeting seemed to preclude anything pleasant like that. "Is that guy over there?" Anko said. Kakashi stopped and squinted in the direction Anko gestured. Sure enough, the man's ugly green bodysuit stood out like a beacon brighter than the few lamps in the room. Neither Jounin made a move to head over. "Maybe we should just stand near the edge." Anko muttered, but it was too late, Guy had spotted them and was waving like an idiot. Kakashi walked over just to get his friend to stop drawing attention to himself. "Guy," he said, trying not to flinch too much when the man clapped him on the shoulder. "Kurane and Asuma too. Funny how we all seem to meet like this." Only Guy attempted to smile, and even he was failing. Asuma lifted his cigarette and took a long drag. It lit up more of their surroundings than the lights did. Kakashi noticed that this section seemed to be where the Jounin had gathered. It was understandable. Jounin and Umbu never really mixed, despite their more or less rank parity. It was hard to tell who made who more uncomfortable, though. He had gone through the same kind of shock when he had transferred over from Umbu to General Forces. "Just you here?" Kurenai suddenly asked, sharper than she normally was. "Where's your little Soundnin?" Kakashi shrugged. He could have taken more offense, like he had with Anko, but Kurenai was going through her own issues at the moment that were probably hitting closer to home than just the loss of a close friend. She's probably at the hospital with Inoichi and his family. From what I know, he was like a second father to her growing up. He only looked out the corner of his eye at Anko when she scoffed, warning her. She glowered right back. Asuma flicked his cigarette and cut Kurenai off. "She's there. I passed her and Ino on my way out for this meeting." He met Kurenai's blank stare with a patience that had likely only gotten more refined since Hinata's death. Kakashi, Guy, and Anko pretended not to notice when he discreetly reached down and brushed her hand. "The kid isn't even here and she's all we can talk about," Anko groused, probably still smarting from her verbal sparring with Kakashi. "Tell me about this meeting, Asuma. Is Hokage-sama going to address all the attacks?" Everyone winced at the blunt way Anko dove into the murky, shark-infested ocean that was the Sarutobi familial relationship. "How should I know?" He spat. Where he had been giving Kurenai comfort, she now moved closer and touched his elbow. Asuma took another drag from his cigarette and petulantly blew the smoke in Anko's direction. Thankfully for everyone in their little group, Guy had reached his silent quota. "Friends. Now is not the time to be bickering." His long arms reached out and encircled both Anko and Asuma, pulling them close. "Allies should be allies, right? Especially in times like this." Anko slipped his grip. "I asked a question," she said. "There's no reason for him to get bent out of shape about it. Does he think his daddy problems mean a damn thing right now? Really? Anko?" Kurenai snapped, frowning deeply at the special Jounin. "Can you dial down the bitch for at least an hour?" Kakashi almost laughed. It was the first time he had actually heard the woman curse. Anko rocked back as well and didn't have anything immediate to say. She just drew back away from the group and snarled at anyone looking her way. It probably wasn't ideal for her psyche at the moment, but Kakashi knew he didn't have time to babysit everyone. He had his own problems. Everyone retreated back into their own little clusters. Guy stuck with Kakashi and Kurenai worked to calm Asuma down. Thankfully Guy didn't seem very talkative and they somewhat enjoyed a companionable silence together. Kakashi knew that Guy had his own team he was probably worried about. He had seen them once or twice around the village, a little green clone, a cute girl with her hair up in buns, and a Hyuga. Who knew what kind of problems Guy was dealing with after Hinata? It was something Kakashi both respected the man for and didn't envy, not that he would ever say that out loud. Asuma seemed to recover faster than Anko, even if his cigarette was nearly falling apart from how much he had been grinding his teeth. "Do you have any guesses to what this is about, Kakashi?" "Really? And why would I know anything?" "You know why," Asuma said, waving at the Umbu around them. "You're more connected than the rest of us to this crowd." That was probably as close as any of them would get to talking about his stint in Umbu. He was the only one of the group to have joined the special forces. Of course, people that had never been in Umbu didn't know the very strict information discipline that went into ensuring nothing got out of that black box, never mind if you used to work inside it. "You don't need someone with an inside track to guess why we're here." Kakashi hedged, not wanting to hint he didn't have a clue. It was Guy that surprised them all. "It's war," he stated, blunt and sure without any of his normal embellishment. Kurenai's red eyes shimmered in the flickering lamplight and she leaned into Asuma in a way she hadn't dared to a few minutes ago. "War," she muttered. "Another one? Now? I thought we were heading off the Suna problem." "Clearly we aren't if the Naraz compound is being burnt to the ground," Anko snipped. She wasn't as removed from their group as Kakashi had thought. Asuma hissed and flicked away his cigarette. he had let it burn down to his fingers. "We can't, you don't know that was Suna. One of the kids could have just let a stove get away from them." "Asuma, you have Shikamaru on your team. Do the Nara children seem that careless?" Kurane gently asked. "I hope you're right, but I think Guy might have a point." Suddenly the lamps flared and the fires within grew tenfold, lighting the entire room like fluorescent bulbs. "Well, I don't think we'll have to wonder for much longer," Kakashi muttered, suddenly feeling more than a little exposed. He glanced around at the Umbu and noted that they didn't look any less twitchy, even with their white coats. In the new light, Kakashi was surprised to see quite a few wearing the old root uniforms as well, near the front. 4 figures walked in from a side entrance and Kakashi recognized all of them. The Hokage was unmistakable in his wide-brimmed hat and Danzo's cane equally gave him away. Mito Kato Homura with his thick glasses and Yudin Koharu's unique hair bun were equally recognizable. It was the third that took the center position. "Is everyone here? Do we have full Umbu and Jounin accountability? Team leads." He looked to his left and right. The ninja responsible for both sending out the summons and receiving the replies all gave their affirmatives. "Excellent. We can begin this council of senior shinobi." Sarutobi looked across the room, frowned, and then started walking into the midst of the ninja. Danzo followed without a word. "Today is a day I have dreaded," he said, voice firm and loud in the dead quiet. "We have reports of active sabotage throughout the village. Nara, Yamanaka, Hoki, Kohaku, and Hyuga have all been affected in one way or another. Outposts near the borders of River and Kusagakuer have gone dark." A ripple went through the gathered shinobi and Kakashi wasn't immune. He tried to remember the last time several stations had went down all at once and his mind snagged on the prelude to the Third War when Tanzuka had fallen to a surprise attack from an Iwagakuer infiltration team. "I am activating all current reserve forces in the village. To the Jounin here, you will be tasked with wall duty starting tonight. Double shifts until all of the Chunin can be properly deployed, with your teams if you have them. Danzo will have command of the Umbu and Root has been officially reactivated." There was muttering after that. For the stoic Umbu, the low hum was as if they were all shouting at once. The Hokage did not brook it. "Danzo will have command of the Umbu," he repeated with a shout, sounding more like his younger self and silencing the noise. He was in the thick of them now where he could meet eyes if need be. Kakashi could understand the reluctance. Root had been effective, yes, but fanatical and needlessly resistant to oversight. It was why they had been officially disbanded in the first place. Danzo clacked his cane. "I will not turn the Umbu into Root," he said, showing surprising insight. "Now is not the time for any of us to grab power or influence. We must protect our village." Sarutobi nodded. "Exactly so. Internal squabbles are the luxury of peace. We are no longer so fortunate. Every leaf of this tree we have named Konoha must bear its own weight. Each of you will shoulder more responsibility in the coming days. I want there to be no misunderstandings here. We are facing the greatest crisis since the Third Shinobi War. Vigilance will be key." Kakashi raised his hand. His friends all shot him looks, but he kept it up. In a sea of white statues, his lanky arm stood out like a beacon and Sarutobi took notice. "Hey Take-san!" he called out. Once the question was out, there would be no taking it back. His friends were all giving him looks, most fearful, but he had to know. Is Kusagakuer coordinating with IWA? The air seemed to rush out all at once as every eye turned to the Hokage. Suna was a known threat. The war with them was coming and everyone here had already been briefed. Kusagakuer was a problem, surely, but it was ultimately a minor village. Sandwiched between two major powers, it was limited in how much it could commit to a war effort. If they were working with IWA, though, then entire avenues opened to them, and closed for Konoha. Danzo's face drew up further into its normal scowl. He was the one who stepped forward toward Kakashi while the Hokage silently puffed on his pipe. It was slightly out of protocol, but he was the new Umbu commander. People listened, some grudgingly. "We do not believe that Kusagakuer is working against us at all. There's no evidence of their ninja on this side of the border and some of our units within Kusa are still reporting. So the attacks are coming from IWA. A new voice entered the conversation. A man strode through the ring of Umbu and Jounin, tall and dignified. The attacks here in the village have been guerrilla in nature. It is their hallmark before an invasion. People began murmuring. Kakashi politely ceded the floor. If Hyuga Hayashi had also plucked at the thread, Kakashi had noticed it would go over smoother. Sarutobi puffed out a great cloud of smoke. At the very least, Oniki is taking an interest. One of our Otogakuer allies described the two ninja working in river. We went over our own records and we've narrowed it down to his son, Kitsuke, and his granddaughter, Kuratsuke. If his own family is operating next to our country, we cannot discount Uegakuer moving against us. It is why we are mobilizing all of the reserves. All of the clans. Everyone who can hold a weapon will be at the ready, Danzo said. Like other villages, Konoha had an active reserve that included both retired veterans and the village's genin. The last time it had actually been activated had been during the Third War. Kakashi wasn't even sure the mobilization plans had been kept updated or not. Kakashi leaned over to his little group. They won't put the genin in harm's way unless it's an emergency, he muttered. Kurane actually seemed to be getting ill. Kakashi wasn't completely ignorant of the thoughts that must be going through her mind. Sending his two kids out there definitely made his stomach roll. Danzo glanced around the room. Everyone still seemed shell-shocked from the announcement. Well, if that is all the immediate questions on deployment and the forces arrayed against us, we can move to our general strategy. Central Command, Intelligence and Interrogation, Mobilization, Umbu Central, and Route Central stay behind. The rest of you will get individual assignments from your deployment managers on your way out. It was a sudden dismissal. Danzo did not have the personality to be Hokage, but he certainly could wear the cowl of a general at war better than most. Umbu that had been seething at him were now obeying his orders. At least 3/4 of the room left, Kurane and Asuma with them. Every Jounin or Umbu had an alternate duty. Asuma, Kakashi knew, was trained in supply logistics as his alternate. He remembered Kurane talking about her emergency plan training. Guy was mobilization and Anko was intelligence and interrogation. Consequently, Kakashi had gotten into Central Command years ago during his active duty days. It was all theory crafting and creating operational plans for the village. He had been out of the loop since he had been first put forth as a team lead, though, and didn't know if the roles still counted him as being a member. A few other familiar faces didn't say anything when he joined them, so Kakashi supposed that he was. Sarutobi and Danzo went to each group in turn and spent several minutes talking in low tones, with heads bowed and pressed so close together they were almost touching. These talks, Kakashi knew from experience, would contain the most current information and orders. The possibility that the assembly had been overheard was incredibly remote, but during wartime there was no grudge against further countermeasures. Each of the groups would likely be running independent of the overall village deployment with special authority to act as it needed to. Kakashi watched the groups break after each little talk. Guy didn't so much as wave as he and the rest of mobilization quickly bounded for the exit, scattering other people in the process. Two guesses what they were going to be up to. Intelligence was on their heels after a few moments, but Anko caught his eyes. She didn't look pleased, which probably meant another round with her at some point. The Hokage and Danzo both closed in, then, on the next group, Central Command. Narashikaku, still smelling like wood smoke and covered in soot, was the lead Jounin for the division and he had snuck in at some point. They weren't friends by any stretch, but Kakashi gave him a small nod. Sorry for your troubles, as meaningless as the sentiment was. There would be many more burned houses before this was over. It's good that you are here, Shikaku, the Hokage said after everyone had gathered into a tight huddle. It felt a bit odd to be so close to the Hokage, or even Danzo. Kakashi wasn't the type to get starstruck, but it was hard to deny the tiny bit of thrill he always got before a dangerous mission. The other seasoned ninja were stony-faced and serious, but a few were a little too stiff in the legs or neck. There was a bit of gravity to talking Central Command business before a war. I promised Yoshino that I would get to the bottom of the fire and then this summons showed up. I had a feeling they were related. He looked around at his team, meeting faces and trying to smile. It's been a while since we've had a proper meeting. That is my fault and the complacency of peace, I suppose. Which plans are we going to activate? Danzo reached into his sleeve and produced a scroll. The flecks of mold and dust around its rolled edges showed its age, but Kakashi couldn't miss the vibrant, toxic shade of red it was, or the yellow stamp on the wax seal. Shikaku let out a heavy sigh and took the scroll. One of the Yondames? Are things really that bad? This is insurance against it becoming that bad, Danzo said. We only know that Tsunagakuer and Uegakuer are all that have moved so far, but it is not impossible for Kirigakuer or Kumigakuer to try and get scraps. We require you to begin putting countermeasures in place against their involvement, as well as implementing the plan the Yondame created to defend against our two enemies. And I'll have what kind of authority and resources? Shikaku asked. The Hokage dipped his head toward the Jounin. Unlimited, he said. A jolt went through the dozen or so Jounin around him. Shikaku had just been put above nearly every other ninja in the village. Do you have any immediate questions? To Shikaku's credit, he took the appointment completely in stride. Will Orochimaru be aiding us directly? Forces? Supplies? His own abilities. Danzo and Sarutobi shared a quick look. It wasn't worried, not exactly, but Kakashi could see the unease in the lines around the old man's eyes. Unknown, at the moment, he said. It came out almost as a grumble. He is being cagey with his support. I believe he intends to do something about Uegakuer's continued access to Kyuzagakuer, however. Shikaku let out a quiet hum. Well, it's better than nothing. I have a few ideas how to go from here. Sarutobi tapped his pipe against the palm of his hand, ignoring the way Danzo looked at him when some of the ash fell onto his robes. Good. Move swiftly on enacting the Yondame's plans and preparing your own countermeasures. I'll expect weekly reports on your efforts, but you don't need to come to me for every little approval. Danzo shook out his sleeve, shaking a bit of soot back on the other old man. Isn't that enough instruction, Sarutobi? We need to move on to the Umbu. The hour is growing late. True, true. I'll leave this to you, then, Shikaku. Do what you see fit. Danzo was already walking away with purpose, but Sarutobi followed at a more sedate shuffle that he made the older counselor eventually match. Shikaku watched the pair go for a long moment before he turned back to his team. The 12 of them weren't all that were in Central Command, but the Chunin would have their own meeting later, after a plan was settled on here. The Nara looked around the little circle before his eyes fell heavily on Kakashi. Damn it! Kakashi, you're going to be my second in command on this. You knew the Yondame's mind better than the rest of us. I have my own team these days, Kakashi countered, feeling the walls closing in. And you know my situation with Sakura. I have to adjust some things for her, since Inoichi can't watch her anymore. Inoichi told me something about her situation yesterday, before he was attacked. She can stay at my clan house. Kakashi stared at him like he had grown a second head. You want her to stay in a house full of your clansmen that was just attacked? Half of the village probably blames her for what happened to Ibiki already, and now with Inoichi and the other attacks it's going to be impossible to shield her. There's going to be an attempt on her life at some point. Then she will have to deal with it, just like all the rest of us. We don't have the luxury of playing favorites right now, Kakashi. I need you and your other 2 students to do something special for me. For the village. The skin around Shikaku's lips twitched. He was holding a winning hand and he knew it. Something that will take the 3 of you out of the village for a few days, at the very least. Out of the violence and attacks. Out of the battlefield. Kakashi had to wonder if that had been part of the plan from the beginning, to get the Kyuubi and the last Uchiha away from the fighting in case things went sideways. He wanted to punch Shikaku in the face for his blatant manipulations. I didn't think you would be the type to weigh children against each other, he spat instead. I weigh the village against everything, Kakashi. Go get your team and meet me at the East Gate in an hour. I'll brief you then. The urge to lash out grew again, but Kakashi knew it would be childish. He forced his balled fists into his pockets. If I come back to another funeral, Shikaku, I'll hold you responsible. Rather than the seriousness that most people adopted when Hatake Kakashi made a threat, Nara Shikaku only looked back with pity. There will be hundreds of funerals when you get back. Get your team. Kakashi stared. He closed his eyes and felt the familiar weight of regret settle back down on his shoulders like a favorite shirt. He left without another word to gather Naruto and Sasuke, his team. The only people he could still protect. Chapter 28. Are you going to say anything to me at all? Sakura asked as she shifted to the chair across the bed from Ino. She kept her voice low. Inoichi was sleeping in the space between them. The poignant salvo, Sakura's latest and most direct, finally drew Ino's eyes up from her father to Sakura. She was listless, almost, as she watched Inoichi's chest rise and fall, but at least she had looked up this time. What do you want me to say? Something. Sakura shrugged. Anything? You can yell at me, if it helps. Ino seemed like she wanted to take Sakura up on that offer, but a low snore from Inoichi snuffed it. She glanced down worriedly at her father and fussed with his blanket, even though the room was pleasantly warm already, taking careful pains not to upset his arm. It was a very complicated break, or so the doctors had said, that would require its absolute stillness. They had put a thick cast on it all the way up to his shoulder. Sakura couldn't stand to look at him for too long. She wished Inoichi would wake up, and not just because she hated seeing the man like this. He had always known what to do to cheer Ino up or temper her worst moods. It had been Inoichi who had kept her friendship with Ino on life support almost a full year after it should have ended. Endless invitations to his home, short little stops with Ino at Sakura's house, always waving her over when he'd pick Ino up from school. Sakura had secretly thought he was her father as well until her mother had laughed it off the one time she'd asked. He had still been the closest person to the real thing. The raw clench Sakura had felt in her chest, seeing him there on that sad hospital bed, still throbbed. Maybe she had just wanted Ino to scream at her to dull that ache, but the blonde wasn't cooperating. That was fine. Sakura's metal chair made a nasty scraping sound as she dragged it over to Inoichi's bedside. She wasn't sitting right beside Ino, but they were now in striking distance of one another, if it came to that. Sakura ignored the nasty look Ino gave her as she reached out to touch Inoichi's hand. He's warm, she muttered as her fingers traced over his knuckles. He's not dead, Ino snapped. Her hand shot out and grabbed Sakura's by the wrist. She tugged, but the other girl flexed her arm and held firm. It was as much of a rebellion as Sakura would allow herself. When Inoichi let out another groggy snore, Ino hesitantly let go and Sakura slowly pulled her hand away. Ino sniffed. You're pretty strong. Sakura looked at her, expecting something more, but the girl only leaned over until she could lay her chin on her father's shoulder. Old hinges groaned behind them. Ino's eyes lazily lifted to the door and narrowed when Mabuki shuffled in. She frowned and buried her face into Inoichi's hospital gown, blotting out the rest of the room. Sakura managed a little better. She smiled, or attempted the closest thing to a smile she could muster, at her mother. It was a sad effort that Mabuki mirrored as she walked over to the other side of Inoichi's bed. He's still not up? She asked. Ino made a noise that was probably muffled sarcasm, but Mabuki took it as an answer. The doctors said he might be up by now. He snored a few times while you were gone, Sakura provided. Mabuki nodded seriously as if Sakura had just read something off a medical chart and took the seat next to Sakura, closest to the head of the bed. There was no denying the new, strange, dynamic at play. Finding out that Mabuki had been Inoichi's emergency contact, even above the rest of his clan, was frightening in the way that any kind of sudden change tended to be. For so long Sakura had seen her mother as just her mother that she hadn't thought there were any parts she didn't know about when in fact there was a very glaring one that had just decided to rear its head. Neither girl was oblivious. Sakura had seen the overnight suitcase just as surely as Ino had when they'd first burst into the room, the stress around Mabuki's eyes, the way that the doctors spoke to her first before Inoichi's own daughter. Neither had mentioned it at the time because it wasn't important compared to Inoichi's health, but it was there. Sakura decided to let it lay for a bit longer. Have you heard anything about how this happened? She asked instead. Mabuki blinked a few times. She had been staring down at Inoichi's face. What? Oh. I heard from Shikaka that there was an accident at the office. He was attacked. Sakura closed her eyes and sighed. Now Ino wanted to talk. Attacked? By who? Ask your daughter. Sakura heard the bed's sheets shift. How many people is this, Sakura? 2? Ibuki's dead. My dad's in the hospital. Working on a third now, right? Sakura's eyes flew open as sucked in a sharp, hitching breath. Ino's words and Mabuki's silence gutted her. She met Ino's dull blue eyes staring up at her from the bed. I didn't have anything to do with either of them and you know it, Ino. The blonde smiled, sharp and brittle. Whatever reservations she had before about dragging this out were gone. You're a walking crime scene, Sakura. How many more people are you going to drag down with you? It was more than Sakura could take. She stared at Ino for a long moment and looked for any sign of remorse. None came, so she set her jaw and pushed away from the bed. Mabuki muttered some sort of halting plea to wait, but its weakness didn't carry past the door Sakura shut behind her. For a few minutes, Sakura just walked. She passed doctors and nurses wheeling patients through the hallways and had to take more than a few detours, but she was doggedly getting to nowhere in particular. Freshly emptied rooms passed her on either side and she picked one at random to step into for a breather. She stepped past an overturned table to get to the window and she slid it open. A fresh breeze crowded her as she pushed her head out into the sunlight of the warm Konoha day. The comforting smell forest with a hint of wood smoke chased away the sterility of the hospital behind her. It was the kind of smell that let Sakura pretend for a moment she wasn't left angry and hurt, again, by something Ino had said, that Inoichi wasn't laying on what easily could have been his deathbed. The last thought sobered her. Inoichi could have died. Instead of coming to see him in the hospital, they might have had to go to the morgue. Ino could have lost her father. The thought of that was painful, clenching Sakura's chest like someone had reached in, taken hold of her ribcage, and squeezed. Ino's father could have died today. Someone's father probably did die today. Did Ibuki have children? Or a wife? Sakura had no idea, but the man was lying on a slab somewhere. She wasn't sad. It wasn't possible to mourn someone who had put her through what he had under that interrogation center, but she had known him. Talked to him. Now he was gone, now there was an Ibuki-shaped hole out there in the village that no one would ever fill again. Someone she had known was now gone. Again. He just didn't exist anymore. Sakura was just starting to remember how much that thought frightened her when a mop of blonde hair swung down in front of her face. Sakura-chan! Naruto exclaimed, smiling, only to get a surprised scream and a swift punch to the jaw for his trouble. Yelling himself, the boy lost his grip on the building and landed hard on the windowsill. Ow! What was that for? You scared the crap out of me, Naruto. Sakura snapped. She let him squirm for a few seconds while she got her breathing under control, but finally grabbed his coat collar and helped him get inside. What are you thinking, climbing around the outside of a hospital like that? Do you really think right now is the time for some prank? Naruto pouted, which was ruined by the red welt Sakura had put on his face. It wasn't for a prank. We wanted to come and see you before we had to leave. There was the scrape of sandals against concrete outside the window before Sasuke flipped into the room. He, at least, had the grace to look embarrassed as he awkwardly stood apart from his two teammates. As nice as it was that Sasuke had come looking for her, and it was nice, especially after the way her day had been going, Naruto's words finally seeped in. You two are leaving? She asked with an edge. Where? On a mission. Naruto said, proud. Kakashi-sensei said we're going out of the village until the exam starts. Sakura had a strange feeling settle in her gut. Kakashi was leaving. Naruto was leaving. Sasuke was leaving. Out of the village? With everything that's going on right now? Do you know where you're going? Sasuke preempted Naruto before the boy could. I don't think even Kakashi knows yet. He told us to pack for anything. This idiot, he nodded toward Naruto, barely has any clothes other than what he's wearing. He wanted to know what store you went to before the Suna mission. That was your excuse, bastard. I just wanted to say bye. That normally would have earned Naruto a glare and a sharp word, but Sasuke just turned away. A small, warm feel lit in the pit of her stomach that Sasuke would take the time just to say farewells. Things had been a little weird between them for a month now, ever since Suna, but he seemed to be opening up to her a bit. Even now he would meet her eyes with genuine indifference, if not interest, more often than not. That never would have happened at the academy. Sakura smiled at the Uchiha, though she didn't push it any farther than that. He made a face, which looked forced to her, and turned away. Naruto was frowning at the byplay, but Sakura placated him with an actual hug. "I appreciate it, Naruto," she said, sincerely. If one thing could be said for the blonde, it was that he knew how to make her feel included. And it was fun watching him turn beet red from something as simple as a hug. "I mean it. Everything you've done for my mom, too. You know that, right?" He was looking everywhere but Sakura's face. I do now. Does this mean dash? I'm not going on a date with you." She giggled at the way his face screwed up like he'd just taken a big bite of lemon. "But, I will buy you ramen when you get back." She glanced at Sasuke. He was pretending like he wasn't paying attention. "Both of you, maybe? As a welcome back gift." "We'll probably need something to eat," Sasuke offered. "When we get back." It was closer than Sakura had ever gotten. The lack of a complete rejection stilled the girl's nerves. She caught Naruto's attention with a little wave. "Naruto, are you going to say goodbye to my mom before you leave?" He scratched at his blonde mop. "Should I? I mean, you don't mind." "Why would I mind? I just told you that I appreciate that you spent time with her," she pointed out. "She's down the hall right now. I know she wouldn't want you to leave without stopping in." "Yeah, maybe," Naruto mumbled. He didn't sound overly sure, but Sakura didn't miss the honest, happy smile he had as he turned for the door. More sure of himself, he turned back to his teammates. "I'll be right back. We have to be down at the gate in 10 minutes, Sasuke reminded, not as overly annoyed as he usually would be with Naruto. The blonde just barked something rude over his shoulder as he hurried out, leaving only Sasuke. Sly like a fox, Sakura thought as she turned to the boy with a winning smile at the ready to push a bit more on that dinner date. Unfortunately for her, the door didn't slam shut after Naruto. A tall, black-haired man stuck his head in. Sasuke stirred, but Sakura recognized him from the scars and goatee as Shikamaru's father. She had seen him a few times at the academy during the parent-teacher conferences every other quarter. He zeroed in on Sakura. "There you are," Shikaku said as he walked in. Sasuke shifted and the man spared him a confused glance. "Weren't you supposed to be at the village gate by now?" It wasn't meant to be a challenge, but Sasuke took it as one. "Why do you want to know?" A single eyebrow quirked. "Because I'm the one who gave Kakashi the mission. I don't think he'll apply his usual timekeeping standards this time, so maybe you should go collect your teammate and get moving." Sasuke clearly bristled, ready to simply tell the Jounin what he could do with his suggestion, but the steady, expectant gaze from Shikaku made him pause. They stood like that, staring at each other for a long moment, until Sasuke finally broke. He pushed off the wall with a hiss of a snort and pushed past the man without another word edgewise. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura called out. The boy stopped, which was enough for her to know he was listening. "Tell Naruto and Kakashi I said goodbye? And we're all still on for that ramen whether you want to or not." Sakura could almost imagine that the responding scoff she heard from the boy was a friendly one. He nodded, waved over his shoulder, though, so it was good enough. Shikaku let out a laugh when Sasuke turned the corner a few doors down. "Nice kid. Reminds me a bit of my son. He's not lazy, but he doesn't like to listen." He gave Sakura a look like she was a co-conspirator. Someone looking at that would think it was painful for him to follow orders. She wasn't in the mood to play games, though. "You gave Kakashi the mission?" "You're both Jounin," Sakura pointed out, tone sharp at being foiled. She crossed her arms. "You can't order him to do anything." The man nodded indulgently, like he was speaking to a child. Which, Sakura supposed, he was. It still irked her, though. Shikaku kept the door propped open with his foot. "Normally you're right, but right now the situation in the village is tense." He gestured at the hall. We can talk on the way, but we're burning daylight. You have to get settled in at my place before it gets too late. Sakura, still feeling more than a little prickly, didn't move. I'm a special attaché to the village. I'm not directly under anyone's command other than Kakashi's. The Jounin's smile became sharp. He reached into his vest and pulled out a sheet of paper, which he passed over to Sakura. When she scanned it, Sakura found it to be a signed writ by the Hokage placing most of the village's assets, including foreign aids, under Narashikaku's preview. Nice try, though, he said as Sakura passed it back. He might have even meant it. Shikaku set the pace and Sakura reluctantly followed. Sakura wasn't naive, she knew that with Inoichi in the hospital her stay at his clan house was likely at an end. Even if it wasn't, if she tried to stay at the Yamanaka estate again she and Ino would come to blows. Again. Without the bonding over stitches this time. Thankfully, Shikaku didn't make a detour to Inoichi's room. I've already seen him this morning, he said when he noticed Sakura pause by the hallway that would take them to that wing of the hospital. Unless you want to go say goodbye to Ino. They were out the door without another stop after that. Shikaku set a determined pace through the streets once they were outside of the hospital. The sun was setting over the village and the Jounin knew here he needed to be, but they still walked like everyone else. Once again, he picked up on Sakura's questions before she voiced them. The people need to see Ninja in the street right now, he said. You're not worried they'll get, I don't know, nervous? Worried? They don't usually see us walking around like this. Kakashi said you were clever, why do you think they need to see us right now? Sakura hadn't expected to be tested. Her annoyance was piqued, but so was her pride, so she closed her mouth and thought. Unlike her usual teacher, Shikaku stayed silent and didn't needle her any further. After a few blocks spent in silence, Sakura thought she had an answer. Because we need to show them we're here. Those orders you have mean you've been given wartime command of the village. There will have to be evacuations and they'll have to listen to us. And perhaps even fighting in the village. The people need to know that we'll protect them. He smiled. Clever. I can see why Orochimaru had his sights set on you. Sakura waited for the usual curse or condemnation to follow that, but Shikaku seemed sincere. It doesn't bother you. She wondered. Only that he managed to poach you under all our noses. There wasn't a hint of sarcasm or anger in his voice that Sakura could detect. Inoichi bothers me, though. He always thought of you and your mother as family. My mother doesn't have anything to do with my decisions as a ninja. I'm a legal adult, Sakura snapped. The man chuckled at the sudden heat in Sakura's words. Right, they made that a thing a few years back, didn't they? I keep forgetting because I couldn't imagine my own kid out there, making adult decisions. He would probably buy the smallest apartment he could, with the comfiest bed, and just sleep his days away. No cleaning, no maintenance, just enough to keep going. Sakura felt insulted on the boy's behalf. They hadn't been friends, but she had spoken with him from time to time when she used to hang out with Ino and respected the ferocious intellect she could tell was just under the surface. I think Shikamaru is smarter than that. True, but intelligent people have a bad habit of not doing what's best for themselves. They get caught up in their own arguments and counterpoints until they either just give up, like my son, or debate themselves into a mental corner and think there's no way out but to do this one thing because they've thrown out all the other options too early. I'm not going back to Konoha, Sakura warned. She could practically hear the, like you, Sakura, at the end of Shikaku's last pronouncement and was determined to not even nibble at that potential hook. Sakura had thought it to be a good preemption on her part, but the Jounin actually stopped and looked back at her. He was surprised. I wasn't trying to get you to, he said. That surprise turned into a small flicker of worry and the girl was even more thrown. Sakura, you can't come back. The village can't, have you anymore for security reasons. Kakashi explained that to you, didn't he? Kakashi decidedly had not, but Sakura wasn't going to admit it. Of course. I was just saying. I'm not coming back, she finished, awkwardly. She also wasn't going to admit the almost physical blow knowing, for sure, that she could never come back, had landed. Shikaku nodded like the conversation was finished and the pair began walking again. It was much quieter than before, with Sakura not starting any more conversations and the Jounin not asking any more questions. The silence wasn't companionable, but neither was it oppressive. It simply was. Sakura was getting the feeling that Shikaku was very good at getting what he wanted simply because he could present any emotion he wanted. Sakura appreciated the detached, polite professionality. Their journey took another hour and finally ended at an internal fence and gate that seemed to be holding in part of a vast forest. This far back and the village borders mostly became a gnarled wilderness that was a better deterrent than the wall. Nowhere else were Konohana more at home than patrolling a lightly trafficked wood that they had known for generations. The fence was chain link, obviously not meant to keep out prying eyes, and only a simple padlock kept it closed. Shikaku simply leaped over it and continued. After a moment of feeling out for any traps or seals, Sakura followed. It was only after a few minutes into the forest that Sakura started to appreciate it. The buzzing background noise of the village bled away to a comforting silence broken by birdsong and the gentle rustling of leaves. It reminded Sakura that she hadn't spent much time just out in the wilderness like she had used to when she was younger. There once had been a time when the modest patch of trees down the street from Ino's home seemed like a sprawling fairy tale full of dragons and the dashing princes who had to conquer them to save the princess. She and Ino had traded roles often enough that Sakura had learned every nook and cranny an 8-year-old could launch a dastardly reptilian ambush from like the back of her hand. She could almost hear the good-natured squeals of children playing around here if she tried hard enough. Only, a moment later it wasn't just in her mind. A gaggle of black-haired children burst from the distant bushes, running and yelling and play-fighting. When they caught sight of Shikaku, they rushed him like a flock of excited birds. "Gods, where are your parents?" he groaned, but there was a smile on his face. One of the kids, a girl, held up her arms and the man swept her up and put her on his shoulders. Upon closer examination, the smile was tight. He kept all the children in a tight gaggle near him with happy, inane questions that captured a child's attention, but his eyes were sharp and searching as he scanned the shadowy forest all around them. Sakura also didn't miss how he'd dropped to the back of the gaggle, putting himself firmly between her and the children. What parent would let their children get too close to a scary, untrustworthy foreign ninja? "You can't come back, Sakura. You're a walking crime scene, Sakura." She slowed down to give the Jounin and his family just a bit more space. Considering the range of children at play, it wasn't surprising that it only took a few more minutes before Sakura saw the clearing through the trees. There were glimpses of a wide, bowed roof and yard, but also of flashes of gray and black that Sakura couldn't place until they broke the tree line. Then it became obvious. Never in her life had Sakura seen such incredible seal work, or destruction. The roof Sakura had sighted turned out to be one of the only left standing. There were no fewer than 5 other burned-out shells dotted around the enormous compound, each of them still a smoldering wreck. The only thing keeping the entire forest from being awash in smoke were dozens upon dozens of massive siphons, created from rolls of sealing paper that had been arranged like papier-mâché fire hoses. Long streams of smoke pulled into them like colossal, wispy snakes languidly slithering down rat burrows. Nothing was going up into the air or the surrounding forest. The individual buildings had been remarkably contained. Here and there people were standing on the edges with metal rakes and water buckets, keeping everything contained in neat squares while the siphons did their work. A flash of burning pits and choking, pork-smelling smoke almost made Sakura gag. She closed her eyes and breathed in. When she opened them again, the smell was gone. There weren't any burning faces staring out at her from the wrecks of the Nara compound. Shikaku had passed the children off to a beleaguered minder while Sakura had pulled herself back together. "Not much to look at, is it?" he asked, mistaking her hesitation. "I didn't know," Sakura admitted. She felt uncomfortable with that, the not knowing. Suddenly the situation she had walked into was much more complex. "I'm guessing it wasn't an accident." Something close to a grin slipped over the Jounin's face. "That would be a good guess," he said, almost flippant. Less so when his stare fixed on the gaggle of Nara children harrying their minder. No one was seriously hurt, but there's no doubt that it's attached to the village's current problems. Suna. The invasion. Killing Ibiki, attacking Inoichi, setting fire to the Nara compound. It was all part of the shadow campaign the desert village was waging against Konoha to soften it up before the Chunin exam. 3 more days, Sakura muttered to herself. She wondered where the next attack would be. Shikaku nodded at her, but also flicked his eyebrows toward a group of ninja who were close enough to maybe overhear them. "You'll be staying with the ninja members of my family, near our main research facility," he said, staying on track. "Until everything in there can be moved, it's the most important thing in this village. We need bodies between it and whoever attacked us." Sakura got the unvoiced order not to mention anything about Suna or the invasion out in the open. The only building still standing in the clearing was the research facility Shikaku had mentioned. Sakura had imagined a hospital, but instead she got a very traditional building with 2 floors and a wide door. From what Sakura could see, it matched the classical aesthetic that the rest of the compound had and, like everything else, it had sported battle scars. The supporting walls were soaked with water and mud which still did nothing to hide the wide patches of burnt wood, especially on the roof. "Is it safe to be in?" Sakura asked, wondering if she was talking about the structure itself or her being around the ninja guarding it. Men and women that all bore a familial passing to Shikaku and Shikamaru had posts on each side and a few glared at Sakura even as she scooted closer to her new sponsor. "We can't lose what's in there," Shikaku said, answering her question by not answering it. He didn't look very pleased at having to admit it. "It's why all of us have to pull our weight right now. And why I was willing to take you on as my responsibility." Sakura tried not to feel stupid. She hadn't noticed the pre-verbal collar slipping around her neck. She had assumed taking her on had been a favor to Inoichi, but, Sakura thought, assuming only make an ass out of you and me. The man had never said he was taking her on out of the goodness of his heart. "What do you want me to do?" Sakura asked warily. "Patrol. Set up defenses? Traps?" Shikaku suggested, surprising Sakura yet again. "Whatever you're good at, we need any and all help. Action plans have been put into motion and a lot of genin and new chunin are finding out Konoha let this era of peace get too entrenched. What do you know about the additional duty roster of the village?" Sakura thought for a moment. "I think they're like special task forces. You get assigned to one when you make chunin, right?" "Right. We've found out that a lot of them haven't been keeping up with their normal training. I have people from my own clan who can't track as well as my son and others who can only remember the most basic of traps." Sakura tried not to show her surprise, but something must have shown on her face because Shikaku let out a groan. "I know. Just because you sit behind a desk doesn't mean you can forget everything else and think you'll get by with just your mandatory training every month." Someone shrieked in the distance, accenting Shikaku's point. A young female chunin was hanging upside down by her foot across the clearing. She seemed more embarrassed than actually harmed by the snare due to the small crowd of other young ninja standing under her. A familiar pomp of hair appeared from the clutch. Shikamaru said something, probably cuttingly sarcastic, before he cut the woman down. He spotted the two of them a moment later and managed a lazy wave before he went back to re-roping the trap. All the ninja around him watched closely as he did it, and the boy took the time to slowly go through the knots he used for it. More than a few people looked at Sakura when she and Shikaku wandered over. Or, rather, at her vest. There were some chunin in the group that looked 3 times Sakura's age, if not older. It wasn't strange considering that chunin was the most bloated rank in the village, but some of the looks at her were pointed. "You can help here if you want," Shikaku said. "Or you can do something else. Everyone you see around here needs an extra set of hands." Sakura looked around. Most of the work going on involved moving debris or standing guard, neither of which really appealed to her. "I can do this," she said. Sakura enjoyed explaining things like this. Shikaku nodded like he had expected it from the start. "All right. What needs to happen is that everyone here needs to get at least passable at making, setting, and placing traps. These guys have been behind a desk for most of their careers." A few faces colored, but no one disputed it. He moved over to his son and dropped his hand onto the boy's shoulder. "Shikamaru, take a break and let Sakura do her thing." "That's an order." Sakura never thought that someone would need to tell Shikamaru to take a break. The boy was perpetually lazy, or so she had thought. Staring at his father with hard, tired eyes made Sakura reconsider. Without a word to her or the Jounin, he walked over to the tree he'd been using for his snares to sit up against. But Sakura didn't have time to think about it. Shikamaru's class, now her class, looked ready to learn, and Shikaka was already taking long strides back toward the compound. It seemed like he really had cut her loose for the time being. 1 second, Sakura muttered as she looked around. There were half-made snares all over the place, bits of rope with the beginnings of correct knotting. It looked like they had been at it for a while. Considering some of the blank looks she was getting, Sakura guessed that Shikamaru had burned them out already on snares and trapping. She thought about what was needed right now, and a snare wasn't what came to mind. Okay, everyone take out an explosive tag. Sakura watched with growing worry as the Chunin tried to comply. A few got it right and pulled out the correct tag, but the majority of them had their entire pouches laid out on the grass and picked through their crisp, unused supplies as if it were the first time they'd seen them. No one dared to hold the tags as gingerly as Sakura did, as keeping the paper a few extra inches away from their body would save them from an accidental trigger. They're not going to blow up unless you put chakra into their trigger, Sakura said, exasperated. She waved hers around in the air like a flag and was amazed that a few of the ninja jumped away from her. When was the last time any of you went out on a mission? She wondered before her filter could catch up to her thoughts. The shame that came over some of the faces staring back at her answered the question well enough. Shikamaru cleared his throat. You have to be at least a Chunin to have the clearance to look at our payrolls. These guys keep the village running, unless you want to figure your own taxes. Now it was Sakura's turn to color. Right. Sorry. She had forgotten that these were Shikamaru's own clansmen and were probably just as frustrated as she was. This had been their home as well. It was time for another direction. I'm going to teach you all how to set explosive tags. Snares are good, she said, glancing at Shikamaru, but we have enough supplies for something more effective. Brave, he mouthed at her. Some of the ninja were still holding their tags like they were snakes. First lesson is not to be scared of the tags. They were made by some of the best craftsmen in the village and there hasn't been a misfire in years. Hold them by the tops, so you don't get your fingers stuck on any of the adhesive. It took some doing, but after a solid hour Sakura had a group of Chunin who could effectively set a simple explosive trap and trigger. Sakura didn't bother telling them that any one of her classmates could do the same thing by their second year at the academy. They needed that little bit of triumph, and Sakura had a sinking suspicion that she could have easily fallen into their career path if her life had been different. Another ninja took over after they had gotten the technique down. It seemed like the group was getting a crash course in ninja-ing today. You were right to teach them what you did, Shikamaru said, surprising Sakura. She had been cleaning up the unexploded tags the Chunin had set, but now she looked over at the boy curiously. He stared back for a second before leaning his head back up against the tree. About the tags. Snares were the wrong thing to teach. Sakura agreed, but she decided to be diplomatic and replied, all I taught them was how to blow themselves up. And they already had the snares down. No, you taught them something that would immediately let them do something to help. You decided they didn't need to know how to tie a snare if there's a war. It's better for them to quickly set a trap that might get rid of an enemy if they're sloppy. Shikamaru sighed. Even though he'd given her a compliment, and had quickly figured out her reasoning, Sakura didn't try and carve out a further conversation. She didn't know Shikamaru beyond what Ino had told her in her time with him at the academy. He was sharp, clearly, but he didn't seem overly invested in getting to know her either and proved to be perfectly content to lay around while Sakura disarmed all the active explosive tags. She didn't need the help when she could already undo the chakra triggers with practiced ease, but it would have been nice if he had offered. Only when Sakura had everything cleaned up did Shikamaru move from his spot under the young maple tree he'd settled down under. Well, he said, only giving a little bit of a glance when Sakura pocketed all the excess tags she'd gathered, I guess I should show you where you'll be eating and sleeping. He led her, languidly, back through the compound, toward the drug research building Shikaka had mentioned earlier. As it was closer to dinner now, Sakura saw many more people filling the tents and shelters that had been mostly empty when she'd entered the compound. It's that tent on the right. The one with the cloth walls, Shikamaru mentioned. Sakura followed his gesture and saw that a line was beginning to form out the back. Trays, plates, and bowls were piled up on a table outside the entrance. Sakura took a deep breath. The smell of wood smoke nearly drowned out everything else, but she detected a tiny bit of flavor that made her stomach rumble. She hadn't eaten anything substance since breakfast. So that's the food. I don't know where you're sleeping, but Dad will probably find you. He didn't sound concerned. In fact, his mind seemed to be 1,000 miles away, looking at something beyond the food tent. Sakura turned to look, but all she could see were more shelters that didn't look different from each other. She turned back and the boy was already walking away. You're not going to eat? Sakura called out. Later, he said, walking slowly but steadily back toward the research building. Sakura shrugged to herself. Judging by how haggard he looked, Shikamaru was probably going to go find somewhere to take a nap. Later, then. She didn't know if he heard or not, her focus had caught on the promise of food in a bed, or cot, or sleeping bag. She would take anything at this point. There was a neat and orderly line outside of the chow tent. A few people tried to make conversation with one another, but it was strained and spotty. Most of the line simply kept their eyes on the trees, even as they shuffled forward in spurts every few moments. Sakura followed their lead as she grabbed a styrofoam tray of her own and ignored the looks from the Nara as she took a place in the line. Why is she here, eating our food? Someone stage whispered. Sakura's head whipped around, but all she found were distrustful looks from the men and women behind her. None were brave enough to repeat the sentiment, but Sakura could feel it all the same. She clenched her teeth and turned back around. Sakura couldn't get into a fight here, she couldn't cause a scene. The village was being generous, she told herself. That generosity could be taken away. Sakura said a quick thank you to the server and took her small meal to the area everyone seemed to be congregating in. Here and there were clutches of Nara eating and talking in low tones. Sakura didn't see anyone she recognized, so she ate alone, feeling very much like someone had dropped her back into the academy cafeteria. She wished Shikamaru had joined her. The company would have been worth the sarcasm. Maybe. As she poked at her unflavored fried rice, Sakura sensed someone coming her way. Found you, Shikaku said. He had a tray himself and pulled out a chair at Sakura's lone table. Sakura heard the whispers around her immediately quiet as people went back to their meals instead of glare at her. I ran into my son a few minutes ago at the medical tent and he told me you taught your class how to make explosive tag traps. Good job, Sakura. It wasn't much. I told him I just taught them how to blow themselves up, she murmured, though her cheeks were burning. No one really told her she was doing the right thing these days. A strange sound broke the quiet conversation in the clearing. It took a moment for Sakura's brain to register it. Shikaku was laughing. Well, at least they know something more dangerous than throwing requisition forms at the enemy. He chuckled again. Although paperwork can be plenty scary too. Sakura couldn't help the honest smile on her lips as well. Oh, I know. Kakashi-sensei made me do all the forms after our missions. He said they prepared me for adult life. Sometimes I wonder how he made it to adulthood if he's been like this his whole life. Shikaku hummed and swallowed a mouthful of rice. He seemed to not mind the lack of flavor. He wasn't always like that. When he was your age, he was more serious than I am now. He's changed a great deal over the years. What made him change? Sakura asked, not really fishing for an answer but not willing to let the silence come back. She became interested at the pinched look on Shikaku's face. Was it his teammates? Rin and Obito. She saw the Jounin's eyes become sharp and headed him off. He told me about it yesterday. I'm surprised. He doesn't normally talk about it. I won't pry, but don't go spreading it around. Sakura wanted to ask what type of person he thought she was, but he seemed too serious for it. She nodded. Good. Now, the reason I came over was to ask if you could take a patrol shift tonight. Midnight until sunrise. She didn't particularly want to, but, good job, Sakura. Sakura's annoyance didn't make it to her face, her earlier smile was present. She did shake her head as she gathered up her tray. I guess I should get some sleep if I'm pulling a graveyard shift. She told herself not to be so happy when he put his hand her on the shoulder. As he walked her toward his family's sleeping area, Sakura could almost imagine that there was a real camaraderie forming between her, the Nara, and, by extension, the village. That no matter what happened in 3 days, Konoha would come out of it as strong and rock-solid as ever, with her as a valued member of the team. That her eyes were not going to be horribly and irrevocably opened. Chapter 29, Act 4. Tenzo had no memory of his parents. He had a picture of them, provided by the orphanage, but no matter how often he looked at it, there was no familiar connection. He couldn't remember the last time he'd pulled the small frame out of his closet. All he had was a slight sense of gratitude toward the man and woman, a vague, "thank you for having me, sorry about the war death," sort of feeling. Therefore, it was more than a little awkward to listen to Yamanaka Ino sob as she clutched at her father. Inoichi bore it with a wry smile, an apologetic "what can you do?" look in his eye, and didn't stop her. No matter how much Tenzo wished that he would. "Yamanaka-san, if I could have a moment." That woman, Harano Mabuki, glared at him. She wasn't as overt as the girl, but Tenzo didn't miss the way her hand fiercely clutched Inoichi's from the other side of the bed. "He's only just woke. Can't it wait?" she asked. Really, Tenzo had no idea how to deal with her. Inoichi turned as much as his daughter would let him. I'm fine. I should have been up hours ago, truth be told. I was only just sleeping a bit." "I didn't know a coma counted as light sleep," Mabuki shot back. Inoichi gave her a soft look and gripped her hand, which seemed to mollify the woman somewhat. She looked down at the bed, tense. "Maybe some tea would do us all some good," he suggested. "I'm parched and I haven't seen Ino drink anything since I've been up. Could you get us some, Harano-san? From the little shop on the corner." Mabuki sniffed. "I know a polite dismissal when I hear one," she said, though she got to her feet anyway. She plucked her purse off the coat rack by the door, but paused before she was out. 30 minutes. When I get back, I'm going to talk to the doctor about how much rest you're getting." When the door finally shut behind her, the blonde girl let out a sigh that came out more like a hiss, and she clutched Inoichi tighter. "She thinks she can just order you around like she's already replaced Mama. I can't stand it. Now. She's only doing what she thinks is best for me. And no one can replace your mother. You know that, Ino." Finally, he looked Tenzo's way. "My apologies, Tenzo. I know you have questions." Tenzo let out a sigh of his own. "Several. First among them is if your daughter managed to discover what Harano Sakura's Kekkai Genkai is." Inoichi's face drew up in mild anger, another thing Tenzo didn't really understand about that strange bond between parent and child. Did Kakashi Teika begin to think like this as well? He wondered. He had almost told his old captain about this plan, that day at the training ground, but he'd held back. Something about the man's attitude that day had set off a warning bell that he'd have reacted the same way Inoichi had upon the change of Harano Sakura's residence being ordered. The girl, at least, had jumped at the chance. Just like her academy psychological profile had suggested she would. Female adolescence, jealousy, pride, resentment, buried feelings shoved to the side, all it had needed was an outlet. "The village needs you to spy on Harano Sakura." Outlet given. Ino pulled back from her father and stared resolutely at the hospital bed. "I only had a day with her," she said. "So that's a no." "It's an, I tried my best." Ino snapped. "My dad is more important than Sakura of all people." Tenzo rolled his eyes. "And I'm to understand that you pushed her away as well. You were told at the police station today that you needed to be her friend." "Kakashi-sensei told me to be her friend, not you," Ino interjected, looking up at Tenzo with a thin smirk. "And you didn't say anything about my mission in front of him, so that makes me think he didn't approve of it. So get off my back about it. At least tell me you didn't ruin your entire relationship." Ino, smiling to herself in a self-satisfied way, leaned back in her chair. "Of course not. My dad taught me better than that," she said proudly, not noticing or not caring about the tight look Inoichi sent her. I told her that I'd seen you before. Talking to my dad. Tenzo almost chuckled at the way Inoichi gaped at his daughter. Audacious. You mean to play the confidant game with her? It is a good strategy, but I warn you now that Harino Sakura is cagey. You will be walking a thin line. And if you feel like you object to it at any time, I will support you, Inoichi forcefully interjected after he'd recovered. I won't make you do this, Ino. We could overturn this mission with a clan head vote. A good son he might not be, but Tenzo knew more at that moment about Yamanaka Ino than her father did. She smiled and promised him that she would, but even Tenzo could see that there was no way she was going to take him up on it. That kernel of hard determination was there, buried deep inside the girl already. Outlets. Tenzo shook his head at youth. Enough about that, then. Inoichi, I know you've already given your statement to my superiors, but I need to know if you feel your attack is in any way connected to Orochimaru. I have my own investigation to head up. Orochimaru? No. I saw no signs of that. The ninja that infiltrated investigations and interrogation was a small two-man team. Both were male and they wore no identifying clothes or badge. It was professional. And Orochimaru's forces are anything but professional. Otagakure isn't even a proper village yet. It will need another 2 generations before it can approach that kind of internal cohesion without hiring missing nin mercenaries, Tenzo explained. Which he could have done here. Inoichi gave him a look. Logically, yes. He could have. But the evidence is against it in this instance. If you want to chase circular logic, then by all means. Tenzo nodded. In that case, I'll leave the lion's share to your daughter. Ino, get in contact with me as soon as you know something concrete. The girl sniffed. Of course, she assured. On his way out of the hospital, Tenzo passed Harino Mabuki. She completely ignored him, carrying only 3 takeout cups of tea with her as she headed back up to the hospital room. Tenzo used the hospital's front door. People stopped and stared, most had probably never seen an Umbu before. He didn't like or dislike the attention, beyond the obvious fact it made his job harder. The Hokage's order that shinobi should be seen as much as their jobs allowed was simply another thing he had to work into his day. Still, he didn't need eavesdroppers right now. He flickered up to a nearby safe house rooftop and tapped the side of his mask. There was no actionable information from my informant, he said, knowing that the microphone inside his mask would pick up his voice even against the wind. A crackle, static, and then, we weren't holding out hope. What do you want to do now? We're going to go with Plan B, Tenzo said. Put him in restraints and grab a few good people. There wasn't any need for a confirmation. Plan B had always been on the table and all the people they needed were already on standby. Most of his team was probably already waiting on him, he'd been the holdout. The meeting area would have been problematic in peaceful times. Now when he stepped down into the academy courtyard there wasn't a fuss. There wasn't even a need to announce his presence to the academy leadership, like courtesy usually demanded. It was all locked up. The children had been given a vacation during the month of the Chunin exam so they could observe the finals. Tenzo walked through the archway entrance, past the empty classrooms, and didn't so much as disturb a mote of dust. Captain Tenzo. Tenzo looked over his shoulder. A slender woman was leaning against the doorham of a classroom he'd just passed. Yojao. Is everything ready? She flicked her head. In here. 4 other Umbu were in the classroom with Yojao, along with a robed figure bound by chakra-infused chains. The hairs on Tenzo's arms raised just being around him, but it was necessary now at this late hour. The hood tilted in Tenzo's direction. You're finally ready to listen to me? He asked, smooth as silk despite his condition. You could have saved us all some time. And some their lives. And you'll be quiet until I tell you we're ready, Yojao said, giving her ring finger a twist as she did so. The figure hunched in pain as the chains around him tightened. Satisfied, her masked face turned toward Tenzo. You know what Hokage-sama said about using him. He's already been caught in a dozen lies. Well, it's time to catch him in a dozen plus one. Come on. Tenzo led the way, prisoner in the middle shuffling along and Yojao behind him as his jailer. They walked deeper into the building, through storage areas, gymnasiums, and a myriad of hallways meant to confuse students and teach them the value of memory exercises. Every hallway was polished and gleaming, even without students around to do the work. This part of the school was new construction. It had been an expanded classroom annex to house the alternate curriculums the academy had been branching out into. Classroom 3A. 40 by 35 feet, with only 2 tiers of benches. The polish on the floorboards wasn't even properly scuffed yet. Tenzo stepped into the center of the room and mentally counted 18 feet straight down the middle. He walked it out, stepping over the desks to get there, until he was on the second level. He tapped the wood with his foot and let out a sigh. It should be here, right? Right under your feet, the prisoner confirmed. Tenzo clapped his hands together. Mokyuton. Great wood parting. The floor groaned and splintered with a tremendous crack of motion as the floorboards unzipped themselves from their immaculate placement. The desks clattered to the sides as 2 great sheets of floorboards rose up on either side, creating a hole in the room they could drive a cart through. How far down? The prisoner's covered head titled, considering. At least 20 feet, in one of those big metal toolboxes. And underneath the foundation. We didn't want her to be found. Tenzo gestured to the hole and 2 of the Umbu began their jutsu. The sound of their dotons took the place of any conversation, not that anyone wanted to be chatty right now. They'd all been debriefed about what they could find here. What it would mean. What they would have to do. So they waited. They didn't have to wait long. The smell hit him before anything else. Dead human flesh had a unique, punishing smell that was altogether different than an animal. Tenzo never forgot it, but he also never got used to it. Each time it hit him so hard he almost gagged. With enough time, it would be so bad even the most hardened veteran would have trouble. And a year was a long time. One man was already down in the hole with the box. Open it up, Tenzo ordered him, even though he wanted to just reject its existence and cover it back up. It cracked open with a wet pop. The body was bent at a horrible angle to fit, but the splash of pink hair and red dress was enough, was everything. Hello, Sakura, Tenzo muttered. Then he too went down into the grave. Chapter 30. The Office of Immigration, Customs, and Passes was not the most well-funded of departments within the Konoha bureaucracy. As the name implied, it issued gate passes to traveling merchants and processed the final leg of immigration paperwork. The squat little single-story building was pushed right up against the village gate with a large window pointed right out at the traffic, a holdover from a much slower, less urban time when the workers inside were also responsible for watching the gate themselves. In the past that meant specialty ninja, chunin at the least with a jounin lead, manning the post. Today it was not quite as prestigious. Sakura, her green folder tucked under her arm, thought she'd walked into the wrong building at first. Civilians chatted with each other around a rickety old table that seemed to serve as a snack bar of sorts, while the only other furniture were 2 rows of cubicles that took up the center of the room. The ones in Sakura's direct line of sight seemed occupied, at least judging by the little personal flares and knickknacks filling them, but she could see old boxes peeking over the dividers on the others. Oh, our first lost child of the day. One of the civilians had caught sight of her. She was an older, motherly sort of woman with thick makeup and generous heft that made her costume jewelry jingle as she walked over toward Sakura. She was only a little taller than Sakura, but she still bent down like it was a habit. And aren't you just the most adorable little thing in that vest? I didn't know the vendors had started selling souvenirs yet. It's about the cutest little outfit I've seen. My niece is going to want one. Sakura stepped back, away from the woman's pawing hands, instead filling them with the green folder instead of her vest. Haruno Sakura, reporting for special duty. The woman looked down at the folder like it was a joke. Duty? But you're dash. A chunin. Sakura winced at the tone and the way the civilian leaned back away from her. She took a breath and tried again, this time with a smile. A chunin and very happy to be working here for the exam. It's nice to meet you. Now the other civilians were staring. A thin man in a loose-fitting suit walked over to them and plucked the folder out of the woman's loose grip. He flipped it open. Haruno Sakura, Otagaku Urchinin. Special duty with pass and registration for the exam. It says you are going to be with us for a few weeks as one of our spot checkers. Sakura bobbed her head. Yes, sir. Are you the office manager, Shachiko-san? That's right. I'm Shachiko Nori, Konoha Director for Pass and Identification. This is Nakamura Yui. You will be a part of her team. Specifically, we'll have you take care of the ninja registrations. Yui got to her feet. Isn't that too much for a little girl? She isn't any older than my niece, Nori. Some of the foreign ninja can be. Yui-san, Sakura interjected, kindly, I am a foreign ninja. The woman looked ready to argue more, but Shachiko stepped in before she could. He pressed his hand against Sakura's shoulder and moved her along, past the snack table and the other civilians toward the cubicles. She comes highly recommended, Yui. I wouldn't worry too much about her. Out of earshot from the others, Sakura's smile slipped. Don't say things like that. You aren't supposed to know anything about me, she said. Shikako filled you in, didn't he? The hand on her back started shivering. He did. Shachiko pulled a handkerchief out of suit and dabbed away the beads of sweat rolling down his neck. Oh, how he did. I'm supposed to leave you to your businesses. Don't ask questions, don't interact unless it's necessary. On pain of unemployment. On pain in general, Sakura thought, but she didn't think pointing that out would help the man's acting. Good. Where are my files? Here. The back cubicle. I had it cleared out this morning. It was a dirty little thing and Sakura could see the dusty outlines of all the boxes and old files that had been recently cluttering it. What she really needed, though, were already there, a stack of red personnel files almost half as tall as she was. These are all the foreign team files. Shachiko quickly nodded. All 14 of them. All the Omegakuer teams pulled their applications weeks ago and one of the Kyuzagakuer teams didn't show up. We don't know where they are. Sakura clicked her tongue. Out of those teams, only 2 would be her real mission. The others would be busy work she would have to balance. Doable, but not ideal. She grabbed the first one off the top. Kyuzagakuer team. The next one was Tsunagakuer, as was the one after that and the next. Suna made up most of the stack with 30 total participants. She had to dig deep into the stack to find the one Suna team she actually wanted. I'll start with Suna Team 1 and the Otagakuer team, she said without elaborating why. It wasn't Shachiko's job to know, after all. Do I sign the files out or anything? You put down where you're going on the whiteboard. Sakura nodded and crossed the room to the whiteboard. She added her name to the list of workers and marked herself as being out on site visit. It made her feel depressingly white collar. She's already going out? Yui asked. The other civilians clustered closer to each other, arms crossed and whispering. They were quick enough to catch on to what was really happening, or had been in the office in years past when Konoha would need to pull something similar to this. One small woman reached out and touched Yui on the shoulder, but the big woman shrugged her off. Shachiko wiped down his forehead and stammering something about special procedure and extra scrutiny this year, but Sakura was already closing the door behind her as the argument started to balloon. She didn't need the headache at the moment. Not when her real job was about to start. Sakura bounded from the street to the rooftop of a nearby building. In the distance, across the village, Sakura could see little specks of people commuting back and forth like jack-jumper ants. It was easily the most crowded she'd ever seen Konoha's rooftop highway. The Hokage had pushed the security posturing up several levels after the Nara compound attack, which meant random searches and patrols for every ninja not currently on a mission. For a double agent like Sakura, that made her job all the more difficult. Thankfully, Shikako had revealed the night before that her administration task for the exam wasn't an oversight or an insult. It gave her legitimate means to come and go around the other foreign ninja, not that she was looking forward to dealing with all those civilians for the next month. Civilians, in Sakura's experience, were nothing but grouchy, superstitious headaches that got in the way of ninja business. Never mind that I'm trying to save all their lives, Sakura thought. Never mind that if I screw this up I'm dead. Or if Shikako can't figure out who is operating in the village we're all dead. No, gotta get those forms filled out correctly and in triplicate. Well, Up on the rooftops Sakura didn't have to deal with them. Here she was only limited by how fast she could jump from building to building. Which, after a full night's sleep and professional healing from Konoha's finest, turned out to be pretty quick. Her muscles and joints swelled with chakra and she was moving as fluidly as any of the other ninja that shared the rooftops with her from time to time. She made to the district selected for housing all the foreign ninja during the exam in good time without even breaking a sweat. Here, more than the rest of the village, there were some modern buildings that reminded Sakura a little of River Capital. None nearly so grand as that city's glittering glass spires, but seeing concrete hotels and shops with more than 3 or 4 stories to them brought a little smile to her lips. The Oto team was on the far side of the district, but Sakura wanted to deal with them last. The Suna team, the one around which her entire mission revolved, had booked a room inside the hotel she'd come to rest on. You are going to save the village tomorrow. No pressure, Shikaku, Sakura muttered as she pulled open the roof access. Inside, the hotel was just as modern as its construction. There were rows of doors on the top floor, which were the best and biggest rooms. The file in her hand said they would be in room 314, which one of 2 corner rooms. It had huge windows and was right beside the stairwell, typical ninja considerations. She stopped just short of knocking on the door. You are going to save the village jingled around in her head like loose kunao in her weapons pouch. She couldn't get it quite out of her head and her breathing was starting to hitch on her. She told herself not to think about it and knock on the door. She'd almost worked up enough courage to do it when it opened in her face. Sabaku no Gaara. Demon of Tsunagakuer. Kazekige's son. Future destroyer of Konoha. Target. He stared at her for a long moment, blank and unreadable. His bloodshot eyes were probably the most unnerving Sakura had ever seen since Orochimaru's stilted ones, but she took a deep breath and puffed herself up a bit. Where's Baki? She asked. Gaara apparently didn't find that question worthy of a response because he simply turned and walked back into the room. Sakura followed him into the room at a distance. The large bay windows were closed tight and the blinds drawn, but Sakura knew that professional ninja had taken more precaution than just a superficial deterrent to surveillance. She was careful where she stepped in general because she had no idea what the Sunanin might have done to the room in the days they'd had with it. Gaara moved without a care and leaned up against the far wall. He didn't so much as look in Sakura's direction again, or make any kind of small talk. It seemed like he was absorbed in his own little world. Sounds from the other room gradually caught Sakura's attention. A tall, muscular girl stumbled out one of the bedrooms, yawning. I thought I heard someone in here, she said. Is Baki back yet? Not yet, Sakura answered after a stretch of silence from Gaara. It's nice to meet you, Sabaku no Tamari. You're pretty well informed. I guess you're the Otogakuer spy Baki told us about. Sakura glanced at the bay window and Tamari's eyes followed. Don't worry. There's no one overhearing this conversation. Nothing gets past Gaara. All the same, I'd rather wait on Baki-san. Tamari shrugged. She flopped down onto the sofa and started brushing out her hair. Feeling awkward, Sakura sat down on one of the kitchen stools. The red folder with their information tugged at Sakura's attention. I suppose I can give these to you now. These are your official passes for the exam, she said, pulling out both Gaara and Tamari's passes. Keep them on you at all times, either pinned to your clothes or around your neck. If you are challenged by any Konoha personnel, you must present them. Tamari caught the pass Sakura tossed at her. She flipped it this way and that and made a face at her picture on the front. Such a good little lapdog for the Leafs. They've really got you on a short leash, huh? Baki was shocked you were still out and around. They must really think they have Oto over a barrel. Something like that, Sakura said. I can move around more or less inside the village, but my activities are heavily restricted. Tamari bared her teeth in a tight grin. What a coincidence that you have a job like this one that lets you talk to plenty of foreign ninja and have an excuse to move around. It didn't take a scientist to recognize the tint of distrustful sarcasm. I'm glad you're practicing your caution, but there's nothing you've said that others much higher than you haven't already considered. Sakura's head whirled around. Standing in the doorway was Baki in all his half-faced, dour glory. Behind him was an Umbu route operative. He had the standard Umbu cloak and mask, but his strawberry blonde hair was a stark splash of color. Beiki looked around the room. "Temari, go wake Kankuro up," he said, as the route stepped around him. Sakura tried to meet the man's eyes, but his mask shaded whatever his opinion of her might have been. Sakura would have to trust their coordination on the fly, which was never how Sakura liked to operate. She hoped he was good at thinking on his feet. "Your girl is right to distrust Orochimaru's creature," he said, surprising Sakura. He sounded fairly young. "If we had a choice we would have destroyed them months ago." A real flush of heat raced down Sakura's spine. "Danzo is willing to kill thousands of his own people to become Hokage, and you're calling me a creature?" She snarled. "How many people have you Root already killed? You expect that Suna can trust that Danzo won't throw them away when he's done?" Somehow the Root's blank mask made her feel more ignorant for pointing out the obvious better than any human look could. "We are allies until Danzo-sama decides otherwise," he delivered with a flatness that only added to the tension. "Wonderful. We know exactly which daggers we can expect in which backs after the current Konoha is destroyed." Beiki cut in as Temari and a boy, Kankuro, finally rejoined them. "Now, if we're finished posturing we can begin our meeting. First, Gaara, is everything still clear on the surveillance end?" The quiet boy nodded once. "There are 2 Umbu teams that are patrolling in a circuit. They pass this building every 15 minutes without stopping. The 2 following Harino Sakura have stayed still since she entered the building." Here the Root broke in. "They are one of our paired teams. Their reports will state that Harino Sakura left the passes at the front desk and stopped at the hotel restaurant to eat for the next hour. There is already an operative there in Henge." Beiki nodded. "Good. I'm going to expect for Root to run this kind of interference every time we need to have a meeting now." "That was already planned for," the Root agreed. Sakura tried not to flinch when Beiki's eye turned on her. It had only been a few weeks since she'd last seen him, but his stare had no warmth of recognition in it. He hadn't been lying about the knives coming out after the invasion, she realized. He would kill her without a second thought. "And now you are going to explain Orochimaru's assets here in the village," he said. "And the plan of attack he wants to use. I'll coordinate with the Kaze cage for our end if it's acceptable to me." Sakura reached into her pouch and pulled out the scroll Shikaku had given her the night before. "It's all outlined in here. The troops we have hidden around the village, operatives close to the Hokage, and a list of our double agents. All a complete fabrication from Danzo, Orochimaru, the Hokage, and Shikaku designed to put the Suna forces in the worst possible spots when they invaded." Beiki took the scroll and slipped it into his own pouch without looking. "Excellent. The initial plan still hasn't changed on our end." He was speaking to Sakura and the Umbu, but a look at his 3 genin had them drawing closer to him as well. "We've already taken out the observation posts along our border with River and our invasion plans are proceeding at pace. We'll take targets of opportunity as they come before the actual invasion." "Inoichi," Sakura thought. She clenched her teeth so hard her jaw hurt. Beiki was responsible for that. Suna was responsible. It was almost impossible to nod along with the Root. She decided then and there Beiki would die in the invasion. Jounin or not, she'd find some way to do it. She swore it. The Root had nodded, but he held up his hand as well. "Root will continue to provide targets, but you will limit the amount of damage you do to the actual village. The Nara nearly lost all of their historical medical data. This is unacceptable to us." Beiki's eye narrowed. "We will take targets of opportunity when they present themselves," he said, cryptic. Across the room, Kankuro raised his hand. Temari was standing near him and they shared a twin look of both worry and feeling too far out of their depth. Question. What are we supposed to do in all this? I mean, we didn't even know we were doing this invasion thing until a week ago. Are we really trained for something like this? A flicker of actual emotion passed on Beiki's half-face. Sakura didn't miss it and she doubted that the Root had either. You're going to watch after Gaara when he uses it during the action. You stick to him and get him out if something goes wrong. Those are the Kazekige's orders. He turned back to Sakura and the Root, more toward the Root, who was already drawing in breath for a question. Suna will be the one to light this fire. That hasn't changed, and it won't. Just be prepared. Sakura could almost feel the frustration the Root was feeling, because it was burning in her stomach as well. Suna hadn't set a firm date for the invasion yet and wasn't cluing either of them in on when it would actually start. It was naked distrust. And it goes without saying that if you decide that the risk is too high, Tsunagakuer will pull out entirely, the Root said. Does Konoha activating its reserve force change your plans? Danzo-sama was unable to stop the Hokage from doing it after your attack on the Nara. We hope you have planned for that eventuality. It was as close to a rebuke as the man was probably able to say in his position. Baki's eye narrowed at him, but he jerked his head. It was a possibility we were prepared for, he said, clipped. That extra bit of tension proved to be the breaking point for the meeting. Baki stepped back to his team and the Root simply turned around and moved for the door. We will schedule another meeting as needed. Stay in contact. Sakura wanted to ask him to stay. Root or not, now she was the only agent in the room. Baki ignored her in favor of leafing through the folder she had on his team, but the three genin were staring. It made Sakura profoundly uncomfortable. The two older siblings looked strong, but Gaara was some kind of human superweapon according to the information Orochimaru had passed along. They didn't know what he could do, but apparently he was strong enough that Suna pinned much of their success on him. Which meant if he died during the invasion Suna would be that much more weakened. She met his eyes. You will die, she thought. Baki. You. Anyone that gets in my way. You're all dead. The staring match was broken by Baki flipping the folder closed. Your village has quite a lot of information on us. I wonder how they got it. Because Konoha is good at what it does, Sakura said. The meeting was over, she was only risking discovery if she lingered. We'll have weekly check-ins. If there's something you need to relay to Orochimaru about the plan, you go through me. I'll have an answer at the next meeting. If you need me before then, talk to Root. Understand? Of course, Harano-san. And you know where we are if you need anything from us. Sakura didn't bother responding to that. She cracked open the door and checked down the hall before stepping out. Good luck to you, Baki called out behind her and Sakura accepted it with a fake smile over her shoulder. And bad luck to you. Sakura walked down the 3 flights of stairs with her nose pretending to be in the files she was carrying so that no one passing would get a good look at her face. The restaurant at the ground floor was in the weird place between breakfast and lunch, so patrons were few and far between. Sakura caught a splash of pink hair disappear around a corner on the other side of the room, so Sakura casually walked through the rows of chairs and booths, toward the far exit. She stepped out into the sunlight without her and her Umbu double ever being seen together. Out in the street traffic, Sakura looked at the remaining folder. The Otonin. Sakura hadn't been given any specific orders regarding them, it seemed like Orochimaru honestly wanted them to be part of the exam, which was almost as suspect than him having an ulterior motive. From their files Sakura knew she was looking for 2 boys and a girl, around her age, and dressed in gray utility uniforms. Sakura didn't have to actually speak to them, but she found herself wanting to. Because they were actually from Otagakure. It was a glaring blank spot in Sakura's mind, the shadowy village she was now an out-and-out resident of. They were going to fill her in on it. Not for the mission or the invasion, but because Sakura wanted to know. She figured that Otagakure owed her a few hours with her fellow villagers? Teammates? Something in between, maybe. Their application listed a little hotel tucked away off the main street. Sakura caught looks the moment she walked into the lobby, mostly directed at her headband. It looked like Oto was already making a name for itself in Konoha. The concierge was not as stealthy as he thought he was with his staring, so Sakura made her way over to him and thumbed at her headband. Looking for my team. They didn't tell me what room number we're in or get me a key. Can you help me out? A few minutes later and Sakura was standing in front of a second-floor room, key in hand. She knocked, but there was no answer so she used the key. The room was small and nondescript. There was a common area and 2 bedrooms, one with a single suitcase and the other with 2. Maybe the girl took the spare single? Their file doesn't list a Jounin sensei, Sakura murmured. She didn't risk going through the bags because of potential traps and, she supposed, it would be pretty rude to do that to her fellow Otonin. She did help herself to a soft drink from their fridge in a bag of peanuts while she waited for them. And then the adjoining bathroom's toilet flushed. Sakura sucked in a breath. Like an idiot, she hadn't checked the bathroom, but she could very clearly hear someone moving around in it. The sound of the sink running filled the little hotel room and Sakura tried to look as nonchalant as possible, lounged on their small love seat. She realized that this would be the first time she would meet an actual working ninja from Otagakure. The actual number of Otonin Sakura had met in her life could be counted on two hands and none of them were what she would call an average ninja. She found herself wanting to make a great, first impression. If she could do that after sneaking into their hotel room and helping herself to their snacks. The door opened and a young girl stepped out. Sakura was relieved to see someone close to her age. It had to be Tsukakin, the team's female genin. She didn't immediately spot Sakura, dark as the room was. Sakura watched from her shadowed seat as the girl shook out her long hair on her way to the kitchen. She did spot the open soda can, though. She stared at it for a beat long enough that Sakura felt compelled to clear her throat. Kin had apparently been using her time in the kitchen wisely because she had a set of steak knives ready to fly when Sakura presented a target. 5 of them skewered the cushion Sakura had been sitting on a moment earlier while a 6th embedded itself in the wall a few inches from Sakura's head. Another anticipated Sakura's dodge and would have caught her center mass if Sakura hadn't pulled a kunao in time to deflect it. Wait! Sakura shouted, but Kin had already vaulted over the countertop and was locked into a bull rush. Sakura worked with what little room she had to maneuver and managed to trip Kin on her pass, which sent the girl stumbling into the wall. I said wait. Sakura tried again as she ducked under the wild swipe of a butcher knife. Kin stabbed and jabbed, pushing Sakura into the smaller bedroom. It was smart, Sakura thought in a detached way. A smaller area to dodge would give Kin more chances to connect with the heavy cleaver. If her opponent wasn't used to close in life and death situations, that is. Sakura was no stranger to the concept. She dropped her kunao and grabbed Kin by the wrist on one of heavy swings. Kin gasped as Sakura twisted hard enough to make her wrist creak and the knife clattered to the carpet. She tried to kick out, but Sakura was close enough that she could wind her leg around Kin's and topple the taller girl over. From there it was an easy pin. I told you to wait. Sakura grunted as she twisted the girl's arm behind her back. Fuck you. Kin spat. It would have been more threatening if the girl didn't have the cutest, highest-pitched voice Sakura had ever heard on a girl her own age. Sakura slipped off her Oto headband with her free hand and sat it down on the floor in front of the girl so she could get a good look. We're from the same village, Sakura informed the still squirming genin. Some of the fight went out of Kin when she saw it. Harano Sakura? Kin asked. Sakura let out a sigh and let the girl up. Thankfully it seemed like the fight really was out of the girl now, because she didn't take the opportunity to go for the cleaver. Instead she just stared at Sakura's hair, frowning. You must be. What idiot would willingly dye their hair pink? Insults are better than attempted murder I guess, Sakura groused. Truce? Can we sit down and talk? Kin looked like she wanted to turn Sakura down flat, but she was rubbing the wrist Sakura had pinned back. Sakura imagined the girl doing some calculations in her head about her chances of actually winning a fight. Kin nodded, eventually, seemed like the math hadn't added up. Sakura let Kin lead the way and even didn't stop the girl from plucking the steak knives out the sofa so she could sit down. So, Kin spat, arms crossed, start talking. What do you want? Where's the rest of your team? Out. Sakura clamped down hard on the annoyance bubbling up. If I smack her, she won't want to talk, Sakura considered. But it would make me feel good. Really good, probably. That wouldn't be very diplomatic, though. Or friendly. Come on, there's no reason to be difficult. We're allies, right? Comrades? Can I at least get a name? You know mine. Are you an idiot? Kin asked. I don't know you. I'm not going to give you any information about my team. Sakura picked up one of the red folders she'd brought with her and pulled out the 3 village passes. I already know a lot, Kin. Here's your pass. She tossed it at the angry girl. Pin it to your shirt and don't lose it. Konoha is taking security seriously right now. Kin looked like she really wanted to argue as she grudgingly pinned the pass to her sleeve. I don't care what this weak little village wants, she spat. We're getting off to a great start, Sakura said, swallowing something more biting. Of all the receptions she had imagined getting, having a fight in a dirty old hotel room hadn't even been on the radar. Kin didn't respond to the little joke either, which wasn't a great sign. Sakura was pretty confident in her ability to put people at ease and smooth things over, but if she couldn't get anything more than a few syllables out of the other girl. So, Sakura tried a different track. I outrank you, you know. I could just order you to tell me everything I wanted. You know who I am and you know what this vest means. I don't think you have any complaints about my ability as a Chunin, either. When Kin's frown soured, Sakura couldn't fight back a smile. I can see why Kakashi-sensei pulls rank so much. It's pretty fun. So, Genin, want to give me a situation report? Want to go sit on a now? I'm not telling you anything, so you might as well leave and pretend we're strangers, Kin replied through her clenched teeth. She was gripping the handle of one of the steak knives she'd kept so hard her knuckles were even whiter than her pale skin, but she still didn't attack. Sakura focused her chakra for a moment. She was hampered a bit by the wooden walls of the building, but there was some kind of concrete mix coating the outside that conducted her chakra well enough. What she felt out there made her smile. Well, Sakura said, raising her voice, if you won't talk to me, maybe those two outside the window will. Kin startled, but before she could do anything Sakura was already on her again. She gasped out as Sakura's elbow thumped her solar plexus like it was a drum. As she collapsed into the couch, the window burst open and a skinny boy flipped into the room. Sakura was already leaping toward him and she caught him mid-swing before he could put up a guard. Her feet hit the floor first and she pivoted him midair into a slam that rattled the entire room. Kin and Zaku. Sakura snapped her head around the room, looking for the last one. Dosa. He'd disappeared from outside the window when Zaku had rushed in. There was a chance he'd run, but it would have made more sense for him to come in with the other boy. She felt air move behind her head and only just managed to turn her face in time to take the punch on the cheek rather than on the back of the neck. The blow spun her around away from Zaku and the follow-up sent her flying over the sofa. Sakura rolled with the impact and managed to get her feet back under her, although every bone in her body wanted to stay down. She felt around her mouth with her tongue and spat out a tooth. Baby tooth, luckily, but now there was a nice gap on the side of her mouth. Kinyuta Dosa. He helped Zaku up and Kin stumbled over to them. Zaku snarled and threw off Dosa's grip. He ran forward again and Sakura had to give ground to his punches. He had reach on her, was probably a bit stronger, and her head was still ringing from Dosa's punch. Sakura grunted twice with hits to her shoulder where she blocked at the wrong angle, but now she was in the kitchen, between the bar and the appliances. Zaku's wild swings were working about as well as Kin's had and Sakura ducked under a punch that went so wide it clipped the edge of the refrigerator. You're wide open, Zaku. Dosa shouted, but it was too late. Sakura locked her arm from the heel of her palm to her elbow and shot up like a spring, catching the stunned boy right on his chin. He fell to the floor in a clatter of plates and cups as he bounced off the sink. Sakura rolled her shoulder a few times and stepped out from behind the bar. Kin took a few steps back, her chest rising up and down as she was still trying to get her breath back. Dosa cocked his head at her, considering. You're pretty good, he decided. And then he sprinted across the small distance, swinging his arm at Sakura like a club. It hit like 1-2 when Sakura blocked it with her forearm. His loose sleeves flapped against the side of her face like an annoying whip, which also blocked sight of his kick. It landed squarely on Sakura's thigh and made her fold to a kneel, which put her eye level with a left hook. Sakura ducked to the side and split low enough to go under another low kick, which she turned into a sweep on the slick wood floor. Dosa stumbled back and Sakura had to consciously stop herself from making seals. Instead she jumped up and chased him with a leaping kick to his side which he couldn't block. Just a little chakra to my leg. Sakura let out an excited little grunt when she felt Dosa's feet leave the ground. She twisted, pouring in a little more chakra, and he sailed straight out the open window, sleeves flapping behind him like streamers on a kite. Sakura gingerly landed on her feet. The apartment quiet except for Zuko's groaning. Kin had her breathing under control and Sakura angled herself toward her, grinning. "Round 2?" she asked, eagerly raising her fists. The window frame groaned as Dosa pulled himself back through it. "No, I think that's enough," he said. "You're definitely a Chunin." She tried not to sound disappointed. "If you all had attacked me at once, you would have won," Sakura noted. "If any of us had used our jutsu we would have won." Kin snapped. "We don't have to listen to her, Dosa. You can take her right now. I'll cover you." The boy shook his head. "She wasn't using jutsu either. Maybe I could have beaten her, maybe not. Either way we would have drawn too much attention." He jerked his head towards Zuko, who was only just starting to crawl back to the living room. "And Zuko would have taken out the entire room. Go help him up." Sakura stepped back as Kin dragged a semi-lucid Zuko over to the poor, battered sofa. He was muttering and slurring curses, but his eyes were completely unfocused. He wouldn't be lucid for another few minutes. "You should be careful with him from now on," Dosa warned. "I haven't known him for long, but he seems like the type to hold a grudge. Orochimaru-sama's orders might not be enough to hold him back." "And what orders are those?" "I haven't heard anything about you three. I only came to see you to get some answers myself." Dosa's head cocked to the side. "Really? Then maybe we can help each other? We have a mission, to fight a certain man during the exam. To see how strong he is. We were told you could help us, but I don't mind answering a few questions for you." Sakura was weary, but it sounded like a decent deal. She could always just lie to them later if she didn't want to answer. "All right. But I get my questions first." "Deal." "Great. First question is how long have you all lived in Otogakur? What's the village like?" Kin snorted. "What kind of stupid question is that?" she asked. "No one lives in Otogakur. We're always on the move." "That's not entirely true. The laboratories have housing," Dosu added. "I've stayed at the North Lab for a whole year now." "Wow, that's a long time. I've moved 6 times in the last 2 months." "Laboratories? Are you telling me there's not a village? Didn't the Land of Rice give Orochimaru a place to build one?" "Yes, but you know Orochimaru. He doesn't stay at one place for too long. He has enemies everywhere and so many different experiments going on. Keeping everything in one place would just be asking everyone to attack him." A nod from Kin confirmed Dosa's words. "You spies have it easy, getting to live in one place until your mission is up. You get to play ninja with a bunch of weaklings while the rest of us don't even get enough time to breathe." Sakura ignored the jibe about Konoha. Her mind was racing, trying to change the vague mental picture of Otogakur she'd formed from all her research over the last year. The Land of Rice was a small, somewhat poor country, but Sakura had assumed Oto would at least be a modest little village like Kusagakur or Omegakur. But laboratories? Is Orochimaru some kind of scientist? The question made Dosu and Kin glance at each other for a few beats. Wait. Who are you?" Kin asked, face drawn up in incredulity. "Because you sound like a complete idiot right now. Where did you come from?" Kabuto recruited me here, in Konoha. I've never left this village." Kin spat on carpet. "Kabuto? I hated him. He was the worst doctor to have at the labs because he would always take more samples than he needed. I've got so many damn scars from that guy." She gestured at Sakura's arms. "But it looks like I don't need to tell you about that. I'm glad Orochimaru-sama said he was dead." Sakura rubbed at her scars. Dosa was covered with bandages and she wondered what was under them. He hadn't said anything when Kin had been talking about Kabuto. "I'm glad he's dead too," she whispered. "Wish I could have seen it. I bet he cried like a baby." Sakura doubted it, but she let Kin think what she wanted. "Whatever. We answered a few of your questions, so now you've got to answer ours. That's the deal." Dosa reached into his coat and pulled out 3 pictures. One was a girl, about Sakura's age, with bright red hair and a Kusagakur headband. Sakura didn't recognize her at all. But the second and third pictures. What do you want with Sasuke and Naruto? She demanded. The boy looked down at the pictures. Sasuke and Naruto? Those are their names. You know them personally. You didn't answer me. I'm not under any obligation to. Sakura clenched her teeth and marched up to the taller boy. If you touch even one hair on their heads, I'll make all three of you disappear. Do you understand me? All of you. Doso didn't back down. His only visible eye stared at her with a calculation that reminded Sakura too much of Kakashi. The boy was smart and he knew what he was capable of, and Sakura didn't scare him, no matter what the outcome of their little play fight had been. Well, he said, we're not going to kill them. Our orders are just to observe and get some information. Sakura tried to gauge if he was lying, but the bandages predictably didn't help with reading his expressions. His posture was loose and hunched, with no tension, which put Sakura more on edge than if Doso were squared up and ready for a fight. Observe the girl, she snarled, pushing down her worry with anger. She's at the hotel down the street, with the rest of her team. Leave the two boys out of whatever it is Orochimaru wants you to do. Gears were turning behind Doso's eye, possibly working out either a line of attack to put Sakura down or come up with a convincing lie. I can kill them now. Sakura's instinct whispered to her. His arm has something hard around it, but I can get to his neck from right here. Kin is easy and Zaku is already down. I just have to kill Doso. Her hand twitched, it wanted to reach for a kunai. Or a jutsu. Or even just to make a fist to beat the mummy to death. Kin shifted on the sofa. We don't have to take your she-dash, I agree. The hotel was still as Kin gaped at her teammate, but he wasn't watching her. Your terms, I agree to them. For now. We'll focus on the girl until we get additional orders from Orochimaru-sama. He stepped back, casual, and sank back into the nearby recliner. You said her team is at the hotel on the corner, right? The big one with the balcony rooms. He's lying, he's lying, he's lying, he's lying. That's right. I don't know her name, but I know where they're staying. I'm working at the Pass and ID office, I can get you more information tomorrow and deliver it to the front desk. Kill him. Rush him and kill him before he kills you. Sakura clamped down hard on her tongue. Her furious breathing sounded like a wind tunnel between her ears and her muscles were tense as bowstrings. Her body wanted to fight. It was keyed already. All she had to do was loose the arrow. A broken rebreather ghosted over Doso's bandages for a moment, before flickering away and becoming the grinning face of a teenage girl with pale eyes and choppy short hair. Are you alright? Kuratsuka taunted as Sakura stumbled backwards. She bumped up against the kitchen aisle and knocked over the soda she'd opened earlier. The cold splash against her bare leg snapped her focus back. Doso was back on his feet, but lingering by the chair. She furiously wiped at her eyes. I'm fine. Remember our deal, she muttered as she marched to the door. That had gone south too fast. Not fast enough. Now they know Sasuke is a weakness. They'll hunt you, they'll lay traps. Needles in exploding bodies and teeth in the water. I'm in Konoha, Sakura growled, catching the attention of just about everyone in the lobby. She let out a puff of air and nearly ran out of the hotel. Now Root knows you've been meeting with the Otonin, her little inner voice whispered. You went right out the front door. There was a park at the far end of the street and Sakura made her way to it. It was a sad little thing with only a small grove of trees and a few benches, but it pushed the smell of burning flesh out her nose. She ignored the benches and flopped down on the grass, glad that it felt so much better under her fingers than sand did. Someone thumped down on the grass beside her. You look like shit, Ino said. Sakura stared at her. Ino stared back, eyebrow slightly cocked. Nothing to say to that? I just said you look like shit, forehead. Are you real? Ino poked her square in the forehead hard enough to make her fall over to one side. Did that feel real? Are you on drugs or something? Should I be taking you to the hospital? Sakura swatted the blonde's hand away. The only way you're going back to a hospital with me is when we get your plastic surgery, pig, but Sakura was smiling. She's real. I thought you weren't talking to me anymore. Well, maybe I wasn't in the best place a few days ago, Ino mused, grandly. Dad woke up, did you know? Sakura shook her head. Well, he did. Doesn't really remember anything about getting attacked, but he'll be fine. Just a broken leg and a few bad ribs. Your mom is acting like he's a cancer patient or something and I had to get out of there. Mom has a habit of hovering when she loves someone, Sakura murmured. She looked out the corner of her eye at Ino to see how she'd taken that. The blonde drew her legs up to her chest. Yeah, well, she's not my new mom yet. She caught Sakura staring and glared. And you're not my sister yet either. I'm still mad at you, but it looks like someone already beat the crap out of you, so I won't add anything new. For right now. Sakura reached up and rubbed her cheek. It was tender to the touch and was probably already blooming a fantastic bruise. They hit harder than you do anyway. Ino scoffed, but her heart wasn't in it. She looked worried. We need to talk about that thing from earlier, she whispered instead. If you're talking about that Umbu at your dad's house, I told you not to worry about it. There are 3 Umbu trailing me right now. Can they hear us? Ino whispered. She was making an effort to look casual, which made Sakura tense. The park was noisy, though, especially near where they were sitting. There was a fountain a few paces behind them filling the air with the noise of splashing water. Probably not, Sakura admitted. But this isn't something you should be getting involved. I'm spying on you. Ino stared straight at her. I've been spying on you since you stayed with me and my dad. I was supposed to find out what your Kekkei Genkai is. That Umbu put me up to it. Traps and teeth, Sakura whispered as Ino began telling her story. The grass under her fingers suddenly felt much more like sand than it had when she'd first sat down. Check the description for the links to the author.